Sharky's not a quitter. Sharky is not a quitter. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this sounds a lot better. See? Does it look better? I don't know. Difficult to say right now. What I'm going to do is I'll stick with the comments, and then I'll go along with the live, see if I can get you in. Hopefully this is better. All right, well, I don't think it is. I think it's their side because it sent us a message. Right, show comments. Let's have a look. Hi, Jake. Is that better? Does that sound better? I don't know. I mean, I'm messing around with this at the minute. I want to try and get a live stream going, but I'm messing around with it. We're talking about the takeover, by the way, so I'm going to stick with the comments for now. If anybody wants to comment on the stream, feel free. And if I can get you in the live stream as well, and you can chat to me, that would be great. Hopefully, does this sound better? It's not laggy or anything like that. Please let us know. Right, so I hope you're all well. We're going to talk about the latest on the takeover, you know, with Mike Ashley. Is he selling the football club? Is he keeping it? Will we finally get our club back after 13 years? Fingers crossed this time it goes through. And fingers crossed this stream actually goes really well, because so far in the first 40 minutes I've had an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Sounds fine now. Does it actually sound fine? I don't know, like it's the settings. I got a message off them to say that apparently they've got some delay issue. So I don't know if it's their side or if it's my side. It's difficult to say right now. So I can only apologise if the stream hasn't gone to plan so far. So yeah, like the takeover, obviously the latest. Basically, I'll run through the takeover. So basically, last Monday we found out that apparently Amanda Staveley and the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, they were in advanced talks with Mike Ashley. And then obviously after that, there was then talk on the Wednesday, 2 days later, that the Premier League were in checks. So they were going to be checking it to see if these owners were legit. And then Richard Keys come out with last weekend that if any club, not Newcastle United. And then obviously Monday, Steve Bruce apparently was told he's got 9 games to potentially save his job if a new takeover goes through. So Pochettino's been linked, obviously, Allegri and Rafa Benitez. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, obviously, that's when Amnesty International UK and BN Sports, they've reported that the takeover should not go through, which I'm totally against that. I think, if anything, if it doesn't go through, that other clubs should be investigated. And then, obviously, the Premier League replied back with, it's literally our due diligence to do what we need to do. So anyway, let's have a look at the next comment. So we've had, why are there 2 streams? Basically, there was a fault with the first and the second one, but hopefully, fingers crossed, this one, yeah, it should be okay. And on your second comment, the other stream hasn't been deleted. Has it not? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is there still another stream going? It shouldn't be. That can't be deleted. I'll delete that one up. There shouldn't be another stream going. There should only be this one. I'll delete that one up. There shouldn't be another stream going. Fingers crossed now this one goes through. There should only be this one. Just going to double check on my YouTube now just to make sure that nothing's overlaying, because that's not what I want. So fingers crossed I've sorted that out now. So basically it looks a lot better now. I can hear myself. Things seem to be okay. So yeah, like, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the takeover. It's the late night show on this channel. We're going to be discussing Mike Ashley. Will he sell the football club? Will we finally get our club back after 13 years of absolute dross? Now is the night where you can put your comments down below. I've said what I've had to say for the last week. Now it's up to you to let me know what you think about this takeover. Do you think there will be a takeover? In terms of the live stream, I'll get that sorted later on in the video. But for now, in this stream, I want to just talk to you about what's been going on. So fingers crossed now, we should be okay. Nick Muller said, hi all. Back again. Yes, I am back. Fingers crossed, this should be okay. Like I say, I do apologise. There was a problem with StreamYard. I basically got a message off them to say there has been a delay issue. So it might be on their side. It might not be my side, which is basically stopping me from doing my live stream. So, yeah, honestly, man, it would just be my luck. I can see a comment from Lawrence Taylor. Welcome to the stream, mate. It's gone. Chelsea fan channel. Yeah, I've just deleted it up. Honestly, I can only apologise. It's been an absolute nightmare so far. Just to let you know, my name is Sharky. I run the Newcastle TOON Army TV channel, looking to try and hit 3K. And I do a lot of content on the channel. I do previews, reviews. I'm trying to look to do match day experiences again next season. Vlogs. I want to do talk, all of that good stuff. Takeover talk like this, live streams. And I'm looking to grow. So if you are new and you love Newcastle United or you love football, then please support me. At the minute, I'm on 2,743 subs. So not too bad, really. So like I say, just help us out. So David, let's have a look. Michael Barrymore. The other stream was just PD product. Yeah, he was on his own. I don't know what happened there. Honestly, mate, I have absolutely no idea. Luke Wilfred coming into you, maybe, possibly. Christmas 365. Hey Sharky, would you say to having Poch as manager and Rafa as director? First of all, Poch would be a good appointment. I think he's an up and young coming coach. He's got a pedigree of European football. He was very unlucky not to win the Champions League, playing up against a very good Liverpool side. In terms of Rafa being a director, I just couldn't see it. I think Rafa's still got time in the game, and you could just still see him going on to manage another football club. Let's have a look. Comments seem to go faster than ever. So the next one is from Moose Hunter. What's better, FIFA 19 or FIFA 20? None of them. They're all bad. All scripted. Thomas Wilson. What's the report of the second bid claim? Well, if a second bid's gone through, I can't really speak about that. But all I know is that the Premier League are actually looking at the alleged takeover. They're looking at the deposit that's gone through. So all I know right now is that they're actually looking into that. They can't really pull out. Mike Ashley can't pull out. The only skepticism I've got of this is Mike Ashley, the board. No one said anything about this, so it's clutching on straws. I think the channel will grow even once the takeover happens. I hope so, mate. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subs. Like I say, if you are new, just sub. It's just down there somewhere. Can I join you? No, not yet, mate. We'll let the people speak. Let the people speak. Lawrence Taylor, is Peter coming onto this stream? Peter will be coming into this stream very, very soon. I'm just going to be talking through the comments first regarding the takeover. Mason Patterson, apparently there's a second bid for the club. Yep, that's what I've been hearing tonight. Fingers crossed the first one goes through, because I would definitely trust the Binzai group. The PIF, I think they look more legit. Just Boy 13, hopefully it'll happen. Yeah, mate, fingers crossed, honestly. We need that parasite out of our football club. 100% Mags. Hi, James, mate. That's better, not lagging now. Yes, thanks very much for the confirmation of that. Next comment. Let's have a look. That's what you said. White Roots channel, I think. Sorry, I've said that wrong. This second big carry on, it's starting to get a bit whiffy. Honestly, mate, I would just take it with a pinch of salt. I mean, they'll do anything to try and stop a deal. Jake Holden, I just want Rafa back or Eddie. I'd take both. I think, Eddie Howe is a really good manager for Bournemouth. I think he's been great. And Rafa, for me, should never have been allowed to walk away. He should have been backed correctly. Gavin Harwood, would you buy anyone from my team, Chelsea, if you could? Yeah, mate, the full side. I'll take the whole lot. Honestly, I'd take the whole lot. We've got a chance of winning something. Thanks for your comment. Make sure everyone likes the stream. Yeah, make sure you do like the stream if you like it. Please do. Let's have a look at more comments. Hope this one sounds better. Do you think that the... Do you think that No, honestly, I don't think they will block anything. I think if it was going to be blocked, then they should have said something last week. Something should have been said last week if they were going to block a deal. I don't think it would be right to do so now. And if so, someone should be saying something. Moose Hunter, do you think St James's Park will have an extension? I'd love to see it, mate. Love to see it. But with the council buildings and stuff, private property, difficult to say right now. Lawrence Taylor, if there's a second bid, it's irrelevant unless this one falls through. Yeah, exactly, mate. That's what we'll be clutching on if this one does fall through. Just, boy, what manager would we want? Either a Pochettino or a Rafa Benitez. If not, I'd take an Eddie Howe. I think he'd be a safe option. Christmas 365. If the takeover does happen, I hope they overhaul the training ground and our youth. Yeah, it's important that our training facilities get improved. For me, it's probably the worst in the league, if I'm honest. I've seen Championship, League One, League Two, Championship clubs, whatever. They've all got better facilities than us. Players are training, with paddling pools and wheelie bins for warm downs. Absolutely ridiculous. And the whole club needs an absolute hoist in at the minute. It needs looked at. That's what happens when you have 13 years of neglect. JGK Productions. Everyone is talking about our managers. Why not bring Chris Hughton back? Potential shout. Another one who I thought was harshly sacked. Let's have a look. Nick Muller. Subs are hard now with lockdown. Can't wait for football with fans again. Yeah. To be honest, my channel's not done too bad actually in the last week with the takeover, but that's not how I'm looking to grow the channel with just that. I want to just try and grow in general. Try and get people on on board with the channel. The head of his trust. Let's have a look at the next one. Lawrence Taylor wouldn't take Marcus Alonso, mine. Well, I wouldn't know. He scored a couple past us. Next comment is from Let's Talk NUFC. Decides want to show up. Not sure. Hope the deal goes through. All the money we are going to get better players. Mate, we just need to be competing. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be competing. That's the most important thing. Do you think St James's Park will get an extension? I think I've seen that one before. I don't think so. Not yet anyway. Depends on if we're progressing, if we get a takeover. If we're progressing and then the council give us permission, then yeah, why not? 100% Mags. You're right, James, mate. I might come on after my food. It's only just come on now, lol. If not have a great scene, yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Craig Watson, hi, mate. What's the second page you know about me? I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know who they are. Apparently, they were Americans. Take that how you say it. I mean, it's difficult to know right now. Honestly, I don't. I'm just clutching onto this one. Hopefully it goes through. David Waller, Newcastle takeover deal worth 300 million close. I think I've said this before. Mike Ashley, he's a bit stingy, isn't he? I mean, you never know what he wants for the club. We were talking, 350, 340, then it was down to 300 now. Who knows what he wants for the club? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. Does Joe Linton get the boot if a takeover goes ahead? Possibly. I don't think he's a good player, man. I don't think he really fits our system. He just doesn't score enough goals. Worst signing this season, Joe Linton by starters by a long way. 40 million on absolute dross of nothing. Let's have a look. Hi mate, what do you know about the second bid? Absolutely nothing. It's just Americans. That's literally all I know about. Everyone subscribe, yeah. Thank you very much. If you have subscribed, please do. And like I say, please like the video. I'll just put that up now so you can like the video. So please, yeah, like the video. That'd be great. Let's have a look. Who's next? Right, so the next one is, when I go back to it, is from Thomas Wilson. Do you think Newcastle will win the Premier League next season? Definitely not. I can hand on heart say that Newcastle United will not win the Premier League next season. We're a long way off. A long, long way off. Andrew NUFC, just seen on Sky Bet, Marcel Bielsa is 20-1. What are your thoughts on him, Sharky? Very good up-and-coming manager who could do well in the Premier League. Difficult to say right now, though, because he could take Leeds United up, and Leeds are just equally as a big club. The next one is from Gary Finley. Ronaldo or Messi? I'm going to go Ronaldo, just because he's been through the leagues. He's been there and done it. You know what I mean? Thomas York said hi. Let's have a look at some more comments. Have you heard that Kevin Keegan might be coming back? From Craig Watson, possibly. I'd take him back. I mean, he knows the club inside out. Very good manager. Very unlucky in the 90s, I would say. You could have won more of our first Premier League title. Got fobbed off by actually in 2008. Big chance of coming back. Why not? Lawrence Taylor, training ground should be upgraded before we sign players so we can sign better players. Yeah, I agree. Because we might have a big stadium, but people will look at your facilities, and if your facilities just aren't there, then yeah, people will be put off, signing for our football club. That's the harsh reality. And you can see now why we've been knocked back for bigger players because, listen, what training facilities aren't up for standard. Can you see why the likes of Musa Sissoko, Wijnaldum, they've all just taken off? Because they're getting better facilities at Tottenham and Liverpool. The next comment is from Peter Robson. What do you think will happen to the club if the sale doesn't go through, though? Basically, battling relegation, mid-table. Managers getting fobbed off. Bruce, for me, I don't think he'll last long at this club. I think he'll have till at least January, then he'll be sacked. Christmas 365. I'm so glad that it's close that none of the money I put into my NBC's pocket package each season to watch the lads will end up in the fat man's back pocket anymore. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. Like I say, I've boycotted the season, so it's a case of just not giving them any money. If Payaf wasn't allowed to trade over here, why would they even try? That's not for something to me to answer, mate. Honestly, I'm not them. Craig Watson, Shocky, have you heard anything about Brucey staying? All I've heard is that he's been given 9 games for the remainder of the season, and that's about it. But you couldn't see Steve Bruce staying. I mean, if he's given the 9 games, these new owners, a bit like Man City with Mark Hughes, they'll want their own people. They'll want somebody like a Pochettino, like a Kevin Keegan, somebody who's been there and done it before, who can manage in the right end of the league. Nick Muller, how much bigger can St James's Park get? As big as it needs to get within where you can, get the stadium expanded. Again, difficult for me to answer because of these listed buildings around the ground. People talk about the Gallagher and that, but difficult to say. Lawrence Taylor, new manager should either play Joe Linton on the wing better position or sell him as well as 3 actual strikers. For me, I think he'd be sent out on loan, they'd be sold. Be a bit like Jack Colback, he'd be just left to rot. Let's have a look at some more stuff. So, FA Cup at 8-1 next year, worth a punt, possibly. That's if we can get the season up and running. Peter Griffiths, Mike Ashley has just recently paid off a massive tax bill. He's clearly gotten the money from the sale, in my opinion, possibly. More than likely, I wouldn't be surprised. He's an absolute fraud. Jeff Graves, we need to look at Wolves. They've done well over the last 4 seasons. I have. It's not a case of just, they've not come in, these owners, and went to Wolves like, oh, we're just going to buy things in the Premier League, like best players and stuff. We're going to build something. That's exactly what they've done. You see the likes of Ruben Neves, Diego Jota, they're building for the future. Jason Harwood, if you could buy any striker in the world, who would you buy? Timo Werner's been linked. Definitely him. How much is Salah worth these days? Take him. The list goes on. Aubameyang, maybe, from Arsenal. Moose Hunter, what team do you think we'll have first of the 2020-21 season fixtures? Difficult to say. Difficult to say because this season hasn't finished yet. Hasn't finished. TOON, Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo. I think I've said that one before. The next one is from Senshi Bat. I hope I've said that right, mate. Cavalieri and William for veterans. Possibly. Next one is Townsend back. Not now. If we're going to Takeover, I definitely wouldn't want Townsend back. I think you just leave him in the past. You leave Townsend in the past. Next one is from, let's have a look. If it decides to want to come up. From Craig Watson. Shoggy, have you heard Shearer's back in training? I wish. I hope so. Andrew NUC, agree, Senju, but you would take Cavani. Possibly. He's been linked, hasn't he? Next one from Jeff Graves again. Without a top manager, we wouldn't attract top players yet. 100% agree because the way Mike Ashley works, it's literally buy players for cheap prices and sell them on for more. He's literally a money-making man, businessman. Christmas 365. If it does go through, I bet the Rubens will be the ones to overhaul the training ground. Sounds like that would be the right in their wheelhouse. Yeah, probably. Like at the end of the day, they want the best for the football club. These potential owners want the best for us. They want us to see us progress, and that's what I want to see. I want to see the fans go back and be happy. I want to see them go back and have a pint, and just enjoy the atmosphere again, and not be sort of, restricted to what you can't do. Let's have a look from one of my mates, Johnny Greenwood. Percentage-wise, how confident are you over the takeover? Oh, do you know what it is? I've been between 50% and 25%, but I just want Mike Ashley out. I want him to go. There's no future, man. Honestly, there's no future with this man in charge of the football club. The longer we keep Mike Ashley here, it's just mid-table, back into the Championship, invest loads of money to get back into the Premier League. How you notice the trend? We've been relegated twice. He spent a bit of money in the Championship. He wants it back in the Premier League, make a lot of money, and then back to reality again. He doesn't believe on building. That's the thing. Been down here so many times before. Moose Hunter, one word to say about this lockdown. Tyrant, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Lawrence Taylor, let's have a look. I think I've seen Petey's comment, but I'll get to it soon. Because of one of the Room brothers having connections with QPR, I think Les Ferdinand will be a good director of football. Yeah. Thing is, he knows the club inside out. He's an absolute legend. Why not? Why not? It would make perfect sense, in my opinion. Let's talk NUFC. I would like Zaha in Newcastle. Be a good shout. If you're trying to build for like Europa League, then getting yourself into the Champions League, possible. It really is possible. Pity Prologue. If we get this takeover, I wonder what Key's reaction will be. Hopefully everybody just gets a cabbage and just throws it off his face. 52,000 cabbages, right? You've heard my word. 52,000 cabbages. If it goes through, throw it off his face. Don't miss. Don't miss. Arsenal Vlogs. Welcome to the stream, mate. You've said hi, how you doing? Next one is from... By the way, please like the video. With all the oil price collapse, are we jumping out of the fire and straight into the frying pan? The Saudi wealth is all oil funded if the trend continues. For me, it's not about like splashing loads of cash on loads of players and stuff. You know, it's all about building for me. It's all about seeing the club competing again. I think every fan wants that. Every fan wants to be able to compete. Every fan wants to go to a game and see that squad be better than what it was before. Let's have a look at the next one. Jake Holden, I want to bring players through the academy. I want the new fans to have someone to look up to like Shearer. Yeah, exactly. You know, we've brought some really good players through in the past, you know, like your Shearer, like your Peter Beardsley, the Longstaffs, you know, are the future. Andy Carroll, you could say before as well, before he got his move to Liverpool. You know what I mean? We've got a real big chance. Arsenal Vlogs, have you got 50 in the chat? How come I can't get 53? I think, do you know what it is? I think it's just down to people watching because of the takeover and people, you know, are interested in that. You know, it's people are free to come and go. That's the way I look at it. And plus, it's my first stream as well on this. Gavin Harwood, if Newcastle do get taken over, you will never, ever do business with PS3. We'll do our own thing. It's not about doing it with another club. For me, it's all about doing our own thing. You know, when Newcastle United, we'll do things how we need to do it. We'll do things the Newcastle way. Let's have a look. I'd probably love to see Rondon and Rafa back, steady the ship until we get Poch and big money for players. Meantime, gives us next year for the training ground restructure. Possibility. Next one. Zaha would be good. Yeah, correct. He's a lot better than Joe Linton, put it that way. Let's have a look. Ashley is the club is fractured. It caused so much pain. Yeah. Honestly, it's hard to watch. It really is hard to watch our club at times. But you just have that clinging hope that something's going to happen. Vikram, old but keep. I hope I've said that right. What do you think about people sending letters to the Premier League trying to stop the takeover? Do you know what? They can all go and fuck themselves. Sorry about the language. They can all go and fuck themselves. Honestly, it's just jealousy, man. Yes, fair enough. You may have a human rights criminal background, but the Premier League literally got back and said, we'll do what we have to do. If the deal goes through, I will personally fly to England to throw that out of our doors myself. Hopefully the door doesn't hit him on the way out. Peter Robson, let's have a look what you've just said, mate. Right, so hopefully it happens. The Middlesbrough and Sunderland get promotion back, the derbies. Do you know what it is? I would love to see the derbies back. Honestly, I would. I would love to see the derbies back because it's important for the North East as a whole. Lee Charles, welcome to the stream, mate. Very good stream this afternoon. By the way, guys, if you haven't seen Lee Charles, he's a Blackpool fan and he does a lot of wicked content on his channel. And he's on the verge of 2,000 subscribers. So if you can go along and subscribe to them both. They do Blackpool content. They do literally behind-the-scenes stuff. And they do a lot of Saturday live streams as well, 3 o'clock. So if you want to go and check them out, go and do so. Please drop them a sub. Help them out. Help them to grow. Fantastic guy. And also Jane as well. Fantastic people. Can't highly recommend their channel enough. If you like Blackpool and you like other clubs as well. Let's have a look at the next comment. So I hope you're well, Lee Charles. Alfred, Big Boots, more than 10 times richer than City. That goes through. Oh, definitely. These people who come in, they're not going to mess around. They're going to want to try and build the club down right the way up. That's what they're going to want to do. They're not going to mess about. Peter, yeah, depending. Yeah, okay, that's from Peter's. Let's have a look. I do apologise if I am going quite slow with the comments. It's because there's quite a lot to get through. It's not about throwing loads of cash at it. We need a solid foundation and build from there. Yeah, totally spot on. Honestly, that's the way I look at it. You know what people think takeover? Let's just be like a Man City. Let's be like a PSG. I want to see my club, Newcastle United, do it the right way. Like, why can't we build a very good academy, bring players through, and then get them into the side, and then you build them around experienced players and make them better? Do you know what I mean? It's not a bit like what Liverpool's doing, a bit like what Chelsea are doing. Why can't we go down their route? Let's have a look at the next comment from, I think it's Arsenal Vlogs. Newcastle taking over Arsenal. I wouldn't go that far just yet, because nothing's concrete at the minute. It's with the Premier League, that's all we know at the minute. I don't want to sit here and say it's gone through. Musana, are you doing more streams in the future? Yeah, mate, I'll do loads. If you, by the way, if you do love the streams, I will be doing more. So just like the video. The videos, obviously, like the stream, obviously, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, it's important that I talk to your subscribers. Gary Finley, is Mbappe signing really a long shot, or could it be the perfect we mean business at the moment? In my opinion, I think, without not sound too against it, I think he'd be a long shot. He'd be a target for Real Madrid. You know what I mean? Like, no offense to us, but Real Madrid are a huge club, and then he'll probably look at like a Man United or a Man City where the big money is, where they've won trophies, where he believes he could win something. I think we've missed out big style with Giroud. Wouldn't want him anyway. Wouldn't want Giroud personally. We'll soon be chanting Mbappe as a Geordie, maybe. Hope so. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Chelsea is a disease, yes. Correct. Would you keep Joe Linton as a winger or number 10 or even a second striker, as he hasn't been playing in the right position? Second striker. Come off the bench and then hope he's trying to get him sold. But just hopefully in that time he scores. Them beers in the fridge are starting to look good. Can't wait for 2 weeks until the takeover's finally done. Honestly, mate, I'm like you. I'm like every Newcastle fan. I'm literally like that. Literally like that. And we need something to go through. Because I can't bear any more of Mike Ashley. Let's have a look at some more comments. Should they take up Tino Asprilla offer as becoming a striking coach? Why not? I mean, he said he'd come back to Newcastle if this goes through. So Tino, for me, would be a great shout. What way of getting the fans back with bringing Tino's striking coach? Lawson and promo back when we've got Messi. Oh. Right, next comments. Come on. City's owners have put a lot of money into their youth system. Hope we can do the same. Yeah, that's what we need to do. It's for me, like I say, it's not about splashing the cash on a player with 50, 60 million. It's for me, it's about building. We need to build something. We need a good connection with the owner and with the new chairman, if that was to be a new takeover going through in the next week to a month. Lee Charles TV, Tony Green interview for Newcastle fans. Yeah, apparently he was one of our ex-players as well. He had a good chat with Lee Charles TV. So go along, subscribe to his channel, and you'll find that video. It's Tony Green interview with Lee Charles TV. That is actually a good watch and very interesting. Sell Joe Linton 15 million and take the hit. Well, to be honest with you, I don't think he paid 40 million for Joe Linton, because you got to think about it. We sold Perez, didn't we? And we sold some other players along the way. So theoretically, you only paid what, 10 million or less for Joe Linton. So 50 million, I think you'd be in profit. Where do you think we'll need the help most? I think a couple of strikers and a cam will full back. We're midfield and we're strike force. That's our problem at the minute. Wingers as well. Atu's no good. And just like you've proven the other day on FIFA, need good. Lee Charles, I think you're the next one. I'm great, Chalky. Great team. Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Sorry about the delay, but guys, I will say thank you very much for persisting as well, because I had a few problems with the stream. So I'm glad you're still on board as well. If you are new, by the way, please don't forget to subscribe and that, and help us out with 3K. I am very close actually to 2,800. So if you can go along below and comment and do all the good stuff. Right, next anyway. I get Pardew distracted. That's my problem. Then the next one is from Gary Finley. The media have a brass neck. Yes, it's an unsavory story, but there is none of this when the F1 racing and boxing events are taking place. Let's get behind this. We deserve this. No surrender. Yeah, completely, mate. Completely. Oh, big up to me Rochdale fans, Diane Quinn. I think that's Chris up the Dale, yeah, when we played you guys in the FA Cup, and you brought a very good atmosphere up to St James's as well for the replay. Thank you very much for being part of the channel as well. That's much appreciated. Should I build? Depends what you're going to build. Let's have a look. Any plans to start a Patreon? I'm happy to pay for some exclusive content. Well, this week I've actually just set up me Google AdSense. I got a message off YouTube yesterday to say that we owe you money from 3 years worth of content. So yeah, I'm actually getting paid funny enough, I did a video saying I wasn't getting paid, but now I am. So I might as well put that out there. Yes, I am now getting paid to do YouTube for like the views and stuff that I get, which it's not much, but it's better than nothing. You know what I mean? You've got to put the effort in. I'm only a small YouTuber. Let's have a look at the next one. I'm going to go down in the comments, see where he's at. Should I build a football stadium in Minecraft? Yeah, why not? Good luck with that. Hello, when do you think this takeover will happen? For me, I've always said it'll happen at the end of May. Don't ask why I think it's going to be that long. I just don't think takeovers and moving businesses around as easy as what you think. Let's have a look at the next one. Liking these streams, mate. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad you are all getting involved. You know, every comment, everybody that likes the videos, everybody that subscribes to my channel, everyone who just generally loves the content, thank you very much. Honestly, it does mean the absolute world, and I try to, you know, connect with you as much as possible. We've got to have a project for 3 to 5 years, which is to get into the Champions League. Yeah, completely agree. You can't just expect if a takeover goes through that it's just going to happen, like, you know, just like that. It doesn't work like that. You know, like, you've got to try and build. You've got to build. Like I said, Sharky, on one of your videos, I'd like a Wolves or a Leicester style. Slowly work your way up. Don't just go from mid-table to Champions League in 2 seasons like City. Yeah, exactly. That's the most important thing. You've always got to look to build. You've got to try and build your academy. You've got to try and look to get the right players in. You know what? You could go out and spend money on Cavani. You can get Timo Werner. But if they weren't to work out, then, you know, financially, again, we're in trouble. Do you know what I mean? You've got to get the connection right. I'm glad we've had the likes of PSG, etc., because mistakes were made at loads of clubs. Never forget when we are one of City club, young talent and training ground, important things in Mbappe. Honestly, do you know what? This takeover, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Where we are at the minute. What was the last comment? Have I gone straight past quite a few? Can't remember where I was at. Right, the Lawrence Taylor, you're next. Man City's ban should tell us that we need to take things a step by step. Well, you got to remember there's financial fair play as well. The fair play rules and stuff like that. I keep Joe Linton. He's the cheapest player we've had in 6 months. Absolute waste of, honestly, waste of a footballer. I would love Tino, Shearer and Rafa back get involved in the club. Yeah, you need people who's going to have that connection, you know, with the fan base and the community. And I felt Rafa had that. And Ashley just, money takes over and he destroyed it. Come on, the TOON, up the deal. Best wishes. Hope it goes through. Love to see the TOON win. Yeah. You know, for me, if we want to win something, it's going to take time, man. I don't expect, you know, if they are alleged to come in and take over the club, I don't expect them to plough absolute millions into the club straight away. You know, they're going to have that plan in action. Tino would be great at home. Sorry, we're right at home, going to the training ground as nothing's changed since he was there. A lot needs to improve, mate. A lot. Like, I mean, a lot. Poch plus 100 million would be a massive boost for the club. What I would like about Pochettino at the club is he's somebody different. He's fresh ideas. If the investment goes in, I would believe in maybe 4 or 5 years he would win something. Even if it's like a domestic league cup or an FA cup, you know, the way I look at it is if it's just a domestic cup, it's small, but like City, you're going in the right direction. You know, they didn't just win the Premier League straight away. You know, it took them time to do so. So it's a case of just staying patient. But like I say, people aren't talking about Eddie Howe. You know, I think he's a really good manager from Bournemouth. Dembele from Lyon would be a great signing. Honestly, I've never really seen him play, so it's hard for me to say anything on that. But then again, he might not be in the question now if there's a takeover. Our net spend over the last 5 seasons has been 23.5 million. Exactly, it speaks for itself. You know what I mean? We're spreadsheet champions. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Spreadsheet champions. Mike Ashley is nothing but a greedy, fat fucking fraud. That's all he is. Absolute fraud, man. Absolute fraud. He's a fraudulent man, and I hope he's watching. And Mbappe plays for the PSG, the team that will hate you the most because of it. Do you know what I say? Let them hate. Let them hate. Fantastic. Who gets the 60 million that's owed to the club if the fatties profit would go to the new owners? Mike Ashley will probably get something. If say we were to sell, Mike Ashley will get something. If it happens, sell Atsu, Kraft, Mutu, Gale, and possibly Yedlin going into last year. Joe Linton released Elliot, Carroll, and possibly Darlow. I think that's what they would have been doing in the summer anyway, even if there wasn't a takeover. I think a lot of these players, I think they've done anyway. Like, our strike force, for me, it's piss poor. Dwight Gale, Joe Linton, Andy Carroll, injury prone. Mutu, not good enough. You could say he's not being given a chance, but he's piss poor. If he was that good, then you would be playing. You would be playing games. TOON black on my army, Saudi army. Honestly, mate, I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Should I build Newcastle United one? I think I've already seen that. Right. Will the pies be tastier than they are under the Mike Ashley regime? I hope so. They're fucking damn well expensive. I wouldn't. Do you know what? I wouldn't buy from the club anyway. I think the prices are absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Forgot to mention possibly Mancure as a want to release. You've got to do what's right for the club, haven't you, for the new owners, if they'll come in. Can't wait for all those sports direct signs to be ripped down and burnt in a pagan fire by the edge of the north. Honestly, they're an absolute eyesore. I mean, when I've seen fans ripping them down in the games and that, you just have to laugh. It's funny. If the new owners want to get us on their side, they should start putting classic Newcastle matches on YouTube at the weekends till this situation is over. Well, they were doing that, and then Meg actually decided to throw off the staff. So that, for me, when you do that, then obviously there's no YouTube. Like, why? Like, why? The thing is, what do you think about the throw off of non-playing staff? I think that's wrong. I think what he's done is wrong. I can't condone what Mike Ashley's done. Is this official yet? Not yet. I can't say that the takeover is official. Nobody's come out and said anything from Newcastle United, Lee Charnley, Mike Ashley. Nobody has said anything. So difficult for me to say right now. Let's have a look. More comments. I will get to your comments, guys. So just stay with it. Stay with the chat. I've got like 75 people in. If you are new, please subscribe. Help us out and help us trying to get to 3,800 subs. That would be amazing. Chris Caldwell, how are you? I am a Man United, but I love Newcastle for your content, mate. Thank you very much. I'm great, thanks, mate. It's good to have you part of the stream, and there'll be more content to come. First live stream on this program. Hopefully, it's going all right. With the current break possibly affecting FFP, could we jump forward a few years and splurge big time right away? I don't think they'll do that. I know, yes, we could have advantage, taking nothing away from the money we could be getting, but I couldn't see them just splashing the cash like that because, listen, we've had the likes of QPR make the same mistakes, and they've had to pay for it big time because small ground, don't generate a lot of fans, don't generate a lot of money. Now they're in the Championship. Look where they are now. I reckon if we had a decent striker, we'd probably be top 6 without the bloody takeover. Maxi, Almiron, and I'd say Danny Ings or similar because defensively can be okay this season. Yeah, we're just missing that striker, in my opinion. We're missing that 15 goal a season striker, if not more. You know what I mean? Joe Linton, for me, I've got no confidence in the guy. Best wishes, Chris, and they up the deal. Love the TOON. Hope it goes through. Let's see TOON win the Premier League one day. Honestly, before I die, I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Poch would be good because he's proven he can build slowly with Spurs and Southampton. Completely spot on. Southampton at the time, I think when Nigel Adkins left, when he got sacked, there were 3 points above the relegation zone. Got them into a 13th place finish, if I'm not wrong, and then got them into the top 10. And then he went to Tottenham and he nearly won them the Champions League, one of the biggest club competition trophies in the world. So he was playing up against a very good Liverpool side, which, listen, not many clubs these days are going to beat Liverpool. So good to have some positivity and hope for the TOON, even if it falls flat. We need this moment. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how many times have we been stung in the past? We've had egg on my face, and people have been let down. I've got to cling and hope that we can do something. We can get this through as quick as possible. What other fan channels do you like? I like quite a lot of channels, to be fair. I like all the Newcastle channels. I don't dislike anybody. I watch the Magpie channel. I watch Newcastle Fans TV. I watch PD Prologue. I watch HITC Sport 40. Big or small, like if I see you and you've got good content, I'll watch you. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't hate anybody really. I think hate's a really hate's a strong word, isn't it? Not everybody like what I do. That's completely fine. So Xavi, Lazar, Colback, some talent low. Yeah, they're not good enough. They need bin them. Also forgot to mention release Colback, Xavi, Lazar, Murphy, Aarons. Forget they were at the club. Yeah, completely agree. Next comment is from Jeff Grapes. I wasn't surprised he fell off the staff off. I was expecting it. Yeah, Mike Ashley's in it for the money. Once he found out that the government were going to pay 80% of the wages, Mike Ashley was straight on it because he's defined by greed. By the way, I want to know if everyone's got the cards out. Who's got the cards out? Let us know. Just Game Free subscriber Sharky, thanks so much for the shout out. Really hope this takeover goes through for you guys and you get the free case soon. Yeah, let's hope I get a free key. You know, it'd be fantastic. Keep growing the channel. But also subscribe to Lee Charles TV if you're new to the stream and you haven't seen him before. Blackpool fan, does a lot of Blackpool content. Absolutely fantastic. You'll not be disappointed. And himself and Jane, they have live streams on a Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Got all sorts of content. Go and check out the channel. Honestly, Lee Charles TV. Brilliant people. Couldn't highly recommend them enough. Peter Griffiths. Won't be pies, sharks. It'll be burgers with shallots. Probably, mate. You know what I mean? It'll be Saudi stuff next. Yeah, I agree. It's wrong. It's not like Mike Ashley's going to be homeless soon and struggling with money. So it's dreadful what he's done with the staff. Also, what do you guys think about opening up these shops? You know what I mean? Like that for me, that absolutely pathetic. We're in a pandemic and he's doing that, man. What a fat cunt. Great stream. Thanks very much, mate. Honestly, muchly appreciated. Honestly, it is. Everybody who's in the stream right now, please don't forget to like the video, subscribe, follow my social medias as well, like on Instagram and Twitter. TOON Army TV. Hopefully, Mike Ashley doesn't stay on as a minority owner. Nope, he'll be out the door. There was talk if Mike Ashley was to give up the club, Lee Charnley would be in for so long. If there's a chance of getting rid of him straight away, I would do so. Definitely. We need these people out of the club. People who aren't good enough for the club, get them out. For me, if I was in their case, these owners, I wouldn't mess around. Get them out as soon as possible. The fill of non-playing staff is like a total disgrace. I'm sure all players would be happy to support. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. The players are on 60, 70, 80 grand a week. There's no excuse. And really, Sterry, another one I forgot who plays for us. Yeah, he's been in the reserves for so long now. I remember I was like 10 years younger. I was watching him still in the reserves. So Titus Bramble, I've just seen there. Let's have a look at this one. This could be interesting. Titus Bramble to come back and show up the defence. Definitely not. No, don't remind me of Titus Bramble. Edward from Celtic is a young, potent striker. Yeah, I do agree. He's clinical. It is the Scottish League, I will say that. But then again, you've got the likes of Morelos as well from Rangers. He's a good player. But I hope I'm not annoying Rangers fans there. Joe Linton would struggle to get 20 a season in the Irish League. Yeah. Thing is, I'd love to see how Joe Linton does in the Championship. Mitrovic proved it. Who will he be having a party when the sports boards go away? Well, at the minute, I'm having a party on my own because I'm stuck in this house. I can't get out. By the way, I hope you all guys are well, whether you support Newcastle or not. I hope you're all good. Poch will be perfect manager for Newcastle as he will sort out your youth academy like you did at Spurs. Yeah, completely agree. We need somebody who's going to come in and hit the ground running. We need somebody who's going to come in, tell the players how it is, get the supporters on board, and get the owners on board as well, and get everybody. Everybody needs to stay connected. That's what I say. They should bring in a social media team that could be the go between us and the owners. Yeah, the social media needs improving. The YouTube channel's shit. The social media, the only thing that's decent at Newcastle is the Twitter feed. But then again, even that's been pretty bad at the minute. With its fail off leave. Loving the way the comments stay on the screen. I will take a look at StreamYard. It looks a decent platform. Yeah, StreamYard's actually not bad. I've got the watermark on because I haven't paid for it. But if you pay £20 a month or $20 a month or something, you can take it off. Definitely, mate. It's very easy to use by the looks of it. First time using it, so do bear with us. I'd love to see Rafa get the chance to carry on what he started, but also if it did go bad, wouldn't want the memories tainted. So we just have to leave it there. Maybe I'm conflicted. Yeah, like I'm in two minds. I think Rafa, he built something with no money. The reason why I'd want him back is because I think he needs that time now to really be proven with money. He's never really been back with money at any club he's been at. He's been sort of let down. But then Pochettino, for me, seems like everybody's favourite choice, you know, as a manager to come in. Next one, let's have a look. Poch, Black and White Army, I'd love to see it. Honestly, love to see it. Next comment, let's have a look at the next one. By the way, I will be streaming at about midnight, so if you want to, you know, come in and leave at any time you like, that's good. You know, I'll be streaming about midnight. Do you watch any other sport? And if so, what sport? Wow, basketball's not too bad, but I wouldn't watch yeah, I like basketball. That's pretty about it, if I'm honest. Doing a fantastic job. Thanks, mate. Much appreciated, Gary Finley. Thanks very much, mate. Let's have a look from Guybrush Fleetwood. I hope that's right. I don't drink, but I'm smoking a blunt. Stay safe, man. That's all I'm going to say with that comment. Let's have a look at the next one. Just bottles in the house, but one of the ones I got from my birthday does include brown ale. Oh, mate. How are the lads? Yep, how are the lads? Definitely. How are the lads? TOON Army together. By the way, guys, if you want to see more streams, just let us know. I just thought I'd chat to you guys about this takeover and stuff. Can you not tell by the amount of me comments I'm six in my PLs? Oh. What's the next comment? What have I got here? So let's talk NFC, Poch, Black and White Army by Ashley. Yeah. We just need to get Mike Ashley out. That's the main task for now. I think Stevie is going to go as well as she can. She has a she's a very stubborn woman. I'll give her that, man. She's been turned down on 2 or 3 occasions. I'll definitely give her that. She's been of a word, like, hasn't she? Kendo Arisuta, I hope I got that right, mate. Remember, sports director is a critical service. People are dying without their knockoff trainer. Mate, sports director is an absolute shithole. I wouldn't. Any of you guys in the comments, don't go. Honestly, you're better off going to DW or Primark. Liam, NUC vibes. Hi, mate. I hope you're well. Thanks for coming into the stream. Let's have a look at some more comments. When the deal is announced, I have a bottle of Captain on Ice Coke to mix it with. Hello, hangover next morning. Oh, mate, I'll break the lockdown rules if we get taken over. I will break the lockdown rules. I will go out and I will party. Trust me, if this goes through. Werner would be great for the Magpies. Yeah, he would be, mate. Anybody is better than Joe Linton, Andy Carroll, Dwight Gale, and Mutu. Should I build a Newcastle United Stadium? Go ahead. Go ahead. 13 years of Baron Greenback in 30. Yeah. You know, I don't really want to have any more years of Mike Ashley. Let's have a look at the next comment. Zoom, Skype, party if then goes through. Yeah, I think we should all definitely, as YouTubers, get together and do another one of these. Let's have a look at the next comment. I don't quite understand that, but if you could try and maybe translate it into English, that would be great. I don't have the power to do that. If I could, I would. I would get my magic wand. I'm expecting the Queen to make a statement and lift the ban for a day for a massive party if Cashley's booted. Oh, man. Honestly, mate, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, man. Get them out of this football club, man. Mate, I'll have the biggest party. There'll be a lot of sore heads in the morning. Trust us. Let's have a look at the next comment. What stuff would you change about the YouTube channel other than having weekly classic games until we play matches again? Well, the YouTube channel isn't doing anything at the minute. We've seen nothing for a couple of weeks. The last game, I think it was the Man United game. Won 5-0, then he fell off the staff, and that was it. Seen nothing since. So, difficult to say. Who's your top and worst player? Actually, Lawrence, if I go back on your question, they'll do what Man City are doing, where they'll go behind the scenes. Who's your top and worst player? Alan St. Maximin, I would say, for now. Worst player, Joe Linton. Yeah. It was Mitrovic, but now it's Joe Linton. Before each game, it should show a previous game of the fixture, yeah. Or on this day, Newcastle played this game and got such a result in play. 18 pack. Let's have a look at the next comment. Is from Liam NUC Vibes. I really want more streams. If you want more streams, just let us know down below in the comments. You know, we can chat about things. We can maybe do a post-match game. You know, if we're playing Sheffield United or something like that. You know, we can definitely get a live stream going. Definitely. We'll definitely get that sorted. Trying to move the channel on in 2020. Again, I don't understand what that means, but if you can transfer it into English, that would be great. Next comment. Stavely will become a Geordie sex icon if Takeover goes through, yeah. Oh, there'll be a lot of Geordies who already have a crush on him, man. How are you, Ratchawan UFC? Let's have a look at the next one. It's from Geordie. What you drinking when the deal is confirmed? Anything that's alcoholic, mate. Anything that's alcoholic. Tell us what it is, I'll drink it. As long as it's not going to kill us the next day, I'll be happy with that. Let's have a look at the next one. Has Poch said anything about this rumours? That's what I mean. Nothing has been said, but I'm sure he understands like what's going on. I'm sure he's like, please go through. How are you doing, Retro, mate? I'm good. How is yourself? Next comment, Peter Griffiths. Amanda Stabley wanted Rafa from the start of 2017. That's a fact. She'll probably have him back home now to steady us as a club. Knows what it actually means to us. Yeah, like I say, Rafa was building something, you know. First season back into the Premier League, 10th place. Last season, 13th place, but we had more points. He wanted better players that could push us on to the top 7. Not much to ask. Like I say, with Mike Ashley, money always gets in the way. And when money gets in the way, you're defined by greed. Owners get greedy and managers leave. For me, I want Poch or Rafa or the guy from Bournemouth. Not good with names, so I'm not going to remember this yet. Eddie Howe, Eddie Howe's taken Bournemouth from League 2 all the way into the Premier League and stabilised them. That is absolutely fantastic. Like, that's brilliant. Needs a bigger club than Bournemouth. No offence, if there's any Bournemouth fans watching, nothing on your club. I just think he deserves better. Best player is Dubravka. Worst player is Joe Linton as a striker. Dubravka, for me, has been a brilliant deal. Let's go back to the previous comment. Let's have a look. So why is Matty Longstaff's contract not being given? Why is Matty Longstaff not being given a new contract? I have absolutely no idea. Leave that at the club. Do you take an interest in Northern Irish League teams? I'll come on you, Glens. I don't actually, if I'm honest, I'm not going to sit here and say I do. I don't actually take much notice in the Irish League. I tend to have a look at the Scottish League to see how Rangers are doing, because I quite like them. But apart from that, I look at the EFL. I've already done Mbappe welcome to Newcastle United video. Love to see it, mate. Love to see it. Christian's messages translate to when the purchase of the club will be official greetings from Mexico. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Honestly, just have to wait and see. Sharks, you'll be drinking Pims and lemonade. Mate, I'll just drink anything as long as it's legal to do so. Oh, man, I'm loving. I'm honestly loving the chat tonight. Also, in the comments, let me know. I'm going to quickly go for a toilet break. Let me know what you think is going to happen with Steve Bruce, and then I'll be reading Jodie's comment when I come back. So literally give us 2 minutes. Right, guys, I'm back. Like I say, make sure you're liking the stream if you are new. That'll be amazing. Jodie, if you had to pick a player from your time supporting the club, apart from the obvious Shearer, who would it be? Oh, bloody hell. It depends. Because it depends on the time. Because we've had some all right players come through the club. Some have been let down. Say I like Kabay. I like Ben Arfa. Cisse wasn't too bad. Demba Ba was decent. Difficult to say, really. Have a look at the next comment. Just looked on Instagram. The takeover is meant to be announced on the 1st of May. I'd love to see it, mate, but after the end of May. That's just my opinion. Take that with a pinch of salt. The new owner will no doubt have the manager and transfer targets already lined up. You don't make that much cash without their plan well. But yeah, exactly. There's got to be a plan in action. Always, when you're doing something in business, there's got to be a plan in action. Totally agree. Let's have a look at the next one. So, I think Matty Longstaff will sign an extension once the deal goes through. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think he's an important part of our football club. I have heard that there's mould and stuff in some areas around the ground, so would love to see them spend some money to get that all cleaned up and also spend a little on the Lady Magpies side. Yeah, that is the truth. Like, there is a lot of mould everywhere. like, you know what I mean? They've still got EFL signs from, was it last season or the season before? I can't remember. I don't know if they've gone now. Saturday 3 p.m. clap for the new owner. No, it'll literally be walking out. Let the owner walk out and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Deal goes through. Bruce, I've just seen from Jay Colin. Bruce will be out after the season is done. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. I couldn't see Steve Bruce keeping his job if a deal goes through. I can't say it at all. Don't forget to wash your hands after you. Yeah, true, mate. Yeah, make sure you always wash your hands. Make sure you always wash your hands. Let's have a look at the next one. By the way, if I haven't read your comment out, it's probably because it's probably a repeat. What was that, number 1 or 2? I promise you it was the number 1. Has anybody got the One Football app? Nope, don't use it. Don't use it. I just use Sky Sports. I use my own app. I think Steve Bruce will be gone, but Steve Bruce will stay and get a better team. I cannot see these new owners keeping Steve Bruce on personally. I'd be amazed if they do. I mean, if he wins the FA Cup, possibly, but Bruce will be allowed to finish the season and we'll see a decent sum of money, which I think he will retire. Unless they give him a backward seat. Don't know. Steve's done better than we all thought he would. Yeah, I agree. I think he will be looked on kindly if he's moved on. I agree. By all accounts, a lovely man as well. Yeah, like, don't get us wrong. I mean, he wasn't my number 1 last summer. I didn't want him in. But he's definitely proved a lot of fans wrong, and that's what you should do. You know, as a, you want the manager to prove you wrong. Gavin Harwood, Bruce will be gone at the end of the season. Yeah, 100% agree on that. The next one is from Mr. PD Prologue, but let's just go back to his comment. You were right at the bottom, mate, so bear with me. I'll get that comment back up. There you are, Mr. Proudlock. Let's have a look. By the way, before I read PD Proudlock's comment out, please go along and subscribe to PD Proudlock. He's another Newcastle United YouTuber like myself. He's on the road to 600 subscribers. He does a lot of similar content in himself. So if you haven't seen PD Proudlock, please go along and go on YouTube, type in PD Proudlock and say Sharky sent you, okay? Help him to get a 600 subs. He's trying to get to 1,000 as well. So please do help him out. That would be massively appreciated. So PD Proudlock on YouTube does a lot of match day vlogs, a lot of talk of Newcastle. Please go along and subscribe. Anyway, thoughts on possibly the rest of the Premier League games being played behind closed doors but shown live on TV. Totally against it, but if it gets the season done, then I suppose we're going to have to go along with it. The next one is from the Pete. Sharky, no way did you sing happy birthday twice after your piss. Wash your hands, mate. Oh, did I wash my hands? I'm quite quick. I'm quite quick to wash my hands. Don't need that 20 seconds. Happy birthday, Sharky. Yep, thank you very much. Let's have a look at the next comment. Is from it's hard to know, really. It's hard to know. Lawrence Taylor, sorry, what did you say about my last message? Just got back, must have missed it. Don't have a clue, Lawrence. I've got that many messages coming through. So I think it might have been on Yedlin, I believe, or something like that. But don't take my word for it. Getting sick of these trying to stop the takeover. Why, when Newcastle getting something good happening, they hit on us like different? If it was another club, great channel, bro. Keep liked and subscribe it. Thanks very much, mate. I'm sorry if it has taken a while for us to get to your comment, but I am trying my very best. And yeah, mate, like, I think there is a lot of jealousy out there. Don't get us wrong. You know, you've got all the success down in London. You've got all the success down in Manchester, including Liverpool. In the North East, it's just been cast aside like it's nothing. And we are the biggest club in the North East. I don't care what anybody says. The takeover is happening. Hope so, mate. Fingers crossed. I mean, it looks a lot more like it's going a lot more forward than what it ever has done before. So we'll just wait and see. Let's have a look at the next comments. Same guy. I think he put almost done. We can't say it's almost done if nothing's being said from the Premier League, if nothing's being said from Newcastle United. We don't know anything apart from what Sky Sports have said. It's only reports. NUFC Ryan 2006. Imagine the scenes if the takeover happened and the lockdown wasn't there. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of fans are just calling out for the lockdown to be finished and we can actually go along and subscribe. Go along and celebrate. Do beg your pardon. Alex Ferguson, do you think it will happen? I'm a lot more 50-50 with it. Because it's gone to the Premier League, that's why I'm a little bit more confident, but I'm not at the point where I'm getting ahead of myself. You know, I'm quite I'm quite level-headed. Bruce can hold his held high. Yeah, he can. He hasn't done anything, you know. What was that? How's me bacon? Oh, that was funny. That was brilliant. Captain Jack, all right, mate. Good job. Wish this takeover would hurry up. Yeah, well, that's it. It is going through. It's a matter of when, isn't it? They're saying this week, come in next week. Lawrence Taylor, if Bruce goes, which I think he will, I wish him well and think his next job will be struggling Premier League side or Championship side, aiming for promotion. For me, mate, he'll be back in the Championship. No offence. Next comment. What's your favourite home and away kit of all time? Mine's the brown ale one, won by legend David Ginola. Yeah, same, mate. I do like the ones from 2017-18 season when we had was it the black and gold away kit? That was a nice one. Hi, officials in Saudi reporting out following NUSA account. I heard about that. I think it was one of the sports masters over in Saudi Arabia. They've actually liked Newcastle United's official Twitter feed, but like I say, take that with a pinch of salt. It doesn't necessarily mean that a deal's going through. PD Product, cheers for the shout out, mate. You're very welcome. Go along and subscribe to his channel. Help him out. Help him grow. The whole idea is to grow. Peter Griffiths, just give us the FA Cup early as we were the best goals in the cup. See, I wouldn't accept it. If we got given the FA Cup just by scoring goals against League One sides, it wouldn't feel legit. It wouldn't feel right. Unless we're lifting the cup at Wembley, then yeah, it would feel right. But to be given a trophy that's not rightfully ours, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be good. To repeat, I think Matty Longstaff will sign an extension after this goes through. Yeah, more than likely if it goes through. It's, you know what I mean. Right, channel. That's how you say it, mate. That, yeah. I'm sorry if I'm getting your channel name wrong. Moose Hunter, when are you doing the live stream of PD Proudlock? I'll try and get a link in now. 1 second, guys. If you just bear with us a second, I'll try and invite him in. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this one actually works. PD, if you're watching, I'm going to put a link in now to the stream. So you might get the link in the next couple of minutes. I'm just going to try Peter first to see where this goes, and then if it goes well, and then I'll get more people in. Okay, so just bear with us, bear with me. Also subscribe if you are new as well. That would mean the world. What's that like? Let's add him to the stream. Fingers crossed this goes through. Is that Mr. Proudlock? Is he good? I can hear you, Peter. Can you hear me?
Oh, good one.
You can, yeah?
Yes, I can hear you, man.
So how you found this remake of the stream then? What you made of the takeover?
What? I'm still taking it with a pinch of salt, just keeping an eye up to date. I'm not like getting way over ahead of myself because we'll all get down this situation so many times, and then both it's gone. But we're definitely.
What's your thoughts about like the human rights? You know, they've been talking about trying to get the deal off and stuff, and they haven't really got the full facts. Obviously, the Premier League they sent out a statement straight after saying it's up to us. We'll do what we need to do, and obviously they're trying not to get them involved. Obviously, we know they're a charity, and what's your thoughts about obviously Richard Keys, BN Sports? So I know you've had your say, but tell the audience what you think about Richard Keys and BN Sports and them trying to get involved in blocking the takeover.
Oh, Richard Keys. Sorry for me language here, but he's one of those Mike Ashley Orslickers. He definitely is. I absolutely hate the bloke. You imagine he got sacked from Sky for a reason, and this being sport, I mean, no offense, I wouldn't even watch that any day of the week.
The thing is as well now. Obviously, there was reports coming out the night that apparently one of the Saudi sports masters what have they done? They've liked, is it the Newcastle United official Twitter? Now, obviously, I don't know what you know. I'm taking that with a pinch of salt. I'm not going to suggest there's going to be any takeover, but it kind of makes you believe a little bit more, doesn't it? That something is happening.
It does, yeah. It does. But, yeah, we've just got to remain patient at this moment of time. That's the thing.
Do you think there's a chance that it'll go through? I mean, I know Amanda Stavely has failed on 2 or 3 occasions now. I think for me, this has got to be either a 3rd or 4th time lucky. And I think if this doesn't go through, you just can't trust her anymore, can you? I mean, I'm sorry, but it's the case. If this doesn't go through now, then the hope has just been sucked out of you, hasn't it? I mean, it's a case of it has to go through now. And I think it's a case of 13 years of dross. You know, we can't take it anymore, like, you know.
That is the problem. I mean, like, if it doesn't go through this time, I mean, I think we're going to be stuck with Mike Ashley for God knows how many years at this moment of time, and that is the problem. But it is definitely the right time for him to sell now, because with these businesses now closed because of the coronavirus pandemic that we're still under. And yeah, we got Lawrence joining in.
Just adding Lawrence into the stream as well. How are you? Right, Lawrence, we're talking about the takeover. What's your opinions on it? Do you think it's going to go through, or do you think it's all a load of...
I think it's going through. I mean, this is probably as far as we've gotten.
Do you feel confident? I don't know. Like, I don't want. You know what it is? I don't want to get ahead of myself. This is the thing. Like, I don't want to get to the point where I'm like super excited because, you know, didn't we go down this route before last summer with the Binzai group? I'm sure a lot of us, you know, we got a little bit excited. You know, Sky Sports for the first time putting out notifications. Sky Sports this time we've had 3 notifications. The first one was last Monday that they were in advanced talks. Last Wednesday it's gone to the Premier League, and now obviously there's something about a deposit or something like that. And Steve Bruce having 9 games. Actually, Peter, I'll go on to you first. What do you think? What do you think when you see the news come out on Monday that Steve Bruce could have 9 games left as Newcastle manager?
It was a bit of a shock, but I'm not really surprised by it because if we do get these like potential new owners come into this football club, they'll want probably someone who's got more experience of managing in the Premier League, and Steve Bruce, majority of his experience lies in the Championship a lot of the time.
Lawrence, what about you when you heard the news about Steve Bruce and maybe last 9 games of the season? I mean, my question is, what would happen though if Steve Bruce actually won us our first domestic trophy in 50 years, won us the FA Cup? How would that, if we got a new owner, how would that go to the next season? Let's just say he won the FA Cup. How would you? I know it sounds like a bit of a tough question to answer, but what was if he won us our first FA Cup? People don't think about that. If he won us our first cup, the one who wasn't wanted, you know what I mean? What do you think about that? If that would happen?
Well, it would just be kind of like a bit of a fairy tale story, you know. People writing us off at the start of the season, people writing him off, and then he goes and wins the FA Cup for like his hometown club.
Yeah. So, like I say, at the minute, all we know at the minute is that obviously it's gone to the Premier League, but we don't even know if that's official. Like, because I'll go on to you, Peter. Like, even the Premier League, the club haven't come out and said anything about a takeover. Like, this is where it's all confusing. Do you know what I mean? Like, nothing's being said. So how? I think in a pandemic, they should be coming out and saying something.
Oh, definitely. But we all know the communication from the club to the fans is absolutely pitiful. I mean, Warney, he had them like maybe once at the beginning and possibly at the end. I mean, would you believe it took Mike Ashley about, 7 years to give his first
8 years
interview, something like 7 or 8 years to give his first ever speech as Newcastle owner?
I'm just gonna have a look at the comments as well because there's a few coming in. So if you just want to chat amongst yourselves for just literally 2 minutes about the takeover and stuff, and I'll find some comments.
All right.
Let's have a look. Do you know what it is? I mean, I've got that many comments in the minute. I've no idea who to actually Let's have a look.
I'm sure I put a message in before I came on.
There's that many. I've got someone called Steve Cole said, so realistic top 8 finish next season with 5 signings: Jethro at left back and Babu at right back, Cyprian and Samori, I think, at centre mid, and Dembele as Usman. I know that guy's on FIFA. I think I've seen him before. Would you take them signings, and do you think they're realistic? I'm going to start off with Lawrence. So top 8 next season, is that it?
And Babu would be good. I think Rafa made a mistake in getting rid of him. I think, obviously, as I mentioned, you know, we could decide to cash in on Yedlin with it being a year left, probably sell Kraft, and I don't think Mankey will stay. Hopefully we'll sign Willems, but apparently Frankfurt are planning to have him in the squad next season. Might need to have, say, 3 left backs with one who can play right back if we're going to have, say, Willems and Dump in the squad because we're now injury prone. I think a midfielder, definitely midfielder at this point. I wouldn't sign Ben Taleb. Probably wouldn't sign him without a takeover offer. You know, maybe we could get a better midfielder than Shelby, but I don't know if he's going to leave. I mean, he's just signed a contract.
The only problem we got with Shelby and Richie, they've just signed new contracts. It was only recent as well. Like, you know what I mean? The 3-year deal. So I know Richie come out and said that he wants to end his career at Portsmouth. I know he's a Portsmouth fan. And if Portsmouth were to get promoted to the Championship, he's done it before with us, and he'll probably do it again with Portsmouth. He would probably drop in, wouldn't he? Could you see that?
Yeah, potentially I could see Richie going to Portsmouth. Sorry?
Possibly on loan next season. Possibly on loan next season.
Yeah, potentially, but we've got to obviously get the right bodies in. Personally, I would still sell Aptu ahead of him.
What about you, Peter, on that your top 8 next season? What do you think?
I think that would be a good start if we got these new owners, because you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves with people thinking, oh, we should try and go for the Premier League, we should try and get into Europe straight away. I think top 8 would be a good start off, definitely, and just build from there.
Well, yeah.
Right, one second, guys. There, I'm gonna kick one of you. Which one wants to leave? Who wants to stay? Because I'm only putting two in at the same time. I can bring you back in if someone drops out. There's a lot of people who want to come in. Okay, thanks, Lawrence. Thanks for coming in, Peter. You can stay. Just looking for one more person. If one more person wants to come in, what I'll do is I'll put the link in now, so one person can come in and chat. Be great to have you on. You know, if you want to talk about the takeover, you know what I mean. Right. So I'm gonna clip that in now in the comments. So first come, first serve. That's all I'm gonna say. First come, first serve. So be warned. Yes, I sound like a teacher there, don't I? Sound like a teacher. Be warned. Right. So first come, whoever I see in the third box, you get in. Just if you want, you know what I mean. You get in next. I'm sorry if I'm not reading your comments, by the way. There's just loads of comments. If you are new, please subscribe, like the video, share it with your friends. I will be doing a lot more live streams, so you can get on in the future. If you don't make it on the night, don't worry, you will get on. I'll be doing a lot more takeover live streams. If I have to do one every single day, I'll do it. So who's next? I have put the link in. Lawrence, you're welcome. There's a link there if you want to be part of the stream. There's a link just got in. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed to PD Prologue, please subscribe to him. He's on the verge of 600 subs. He's very, very close now. And if you could do that, he's a fellow Newcastle fan like myself, loves the club, does previews, does reviews. He does quick thoughts. He does match day experiences like myself. He'll be going back to games next season. He also does Gateshead vlogs. Peter, just sell yourself. Sell yourself to me channel, please.
As Shoggy's just pointed out, yes, that kind of content, a bit like what he does and some other YouTubers do as well. And a lot of people are probably going to be thought they could be surprised about the non-league, but it's good to go and watch some non-league. And as you can see,
I don't know if I can get it in. There you go. PD Prologue. He's on 588 subscribers. He needs 12 more to get to 600. So please get along and subscribe to him. Get him to that 600 subscriber mark. That would mean the world to him. So yeah, it's on screen for you. PD Prologue. And yeah, help him out, please.
Thank you very much.
Is anybody coming in the stream? If anybody wants to come in the stream, there's a link. If anybody wants to come in the stream, then you're more than welcome. There's a room for one more person. Room for one more person. Anyway, until someone comes in, we'll have a look at some of the comments. Let's have a look. There should be a link. Arsenal vlogs. If you want to come in the stream, there should be a link. The link has popped up. So I'll send it again. If it doesn't come through, I will send it again. 1 second. I'll send another one. You did see that go through, didn't you? Oh, hold on. There's Lewis. Unfortunately, it's his next Arsenal vlog, so you've just missed out. But I'm sure you can come in once this is done. Let's have a look. Don't need to do that anymore. Lewis, the stream. There he is. He's coming in.
You're right. You're right.
Lewis, welcome to the stream, mate. We're talking about the takeover. Obviously, Mike Ashley potentially selling the club after 13 years of hurt. Do you think the takeover is going to happen, or do you think it's all, yeah?
It's an awkward one, I think, because obviously we just found out, like, obviously the American one.
Is that are you talking about the second deal?
Take, yeah, but I don't understand how that's happened, because obviously the paperwork have been signed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't go back. I think once the deal once the deposit's been dropped to the Premier League, I believe once they've got that, that's it. Obviously, the only concern is, yes, the Premier League have put out a statement from what happened to Amnesty International UK, but they haven't commented about the takeover. Nothing's been said from the club. You know what I mean? I wish somebody from the club would let the fans know what's going on, you know, with this takeover. I think it's the only right thing to do.
Yeah, with the Premier League, the head of the state of the Premier League is stepping down.
Let's have a look. So, J. Cole, now if he goes, we don't need that comment. We've already seen that one. Is there any more comments coming in? Let's have a look. Could you sit down, Lewis, if that's okay? Just someone in the stream says he's getting dizzy.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's getting really, really dizzy. Thanks, man. Thanks for that comment. Just it keeps everybody in touch with the channel, you know. Let's have a look. Yeah, so ask him to sit down. You've seen that. Let's have a look. There's loads of comments coming through. Absolutely tons. If I haven't done deal. John, I'm going to go to some older comments just to see what's there and what I haven't said. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet just at the minute. People are saying we should go out the FA Cup early. What do you think about that? If the season was to be back up and running, I think if we got the FA Cup earlier, it doesn't have to defeat the objective of what we're trying to achieve this season anyway. Without this takeover talk, we wanted to progress in the FA Cup, didn't we? I think the club of our stature, we need that. You know, we need that that trophy over. You know that year, many years of winning anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? It would just be. I mean, it wouldn't be a case of going out early. I think we need to. The way I look at the FA Cup, you've got to treat it with respect, and if you do that, then you potentially win something. Just ask Swansea, ask Wigan. You treat it, you win it.
Like, you know, the FA.
Go on, Lewis.
If the FA Cup doesn't go on, or like if they say the season comes back again, all the people who have season tickets should be getting an access to the live games.
Do you know what it is? It's a tough one because at the end of the day, it's 6 and 2 for each because you can't go back to the games anyway, regardless if you paid for tickets. If you paid for a season ticket, like they're basically saying stay indoors. You know what I mean? If it's a way of keeping people indoors, I think money's not for them. I don't. You look what the government's done. They're handing out money left, right, and centre anyway. I don't think money's a massive deal at the minute. I think they just want to keep people safe, keep people. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to infect too many people. Anyway, Peter, Sean Flanagan, he's basically said, lads, as a Man United fan, I'm pretty sure we're getting took over and can see a signing a player of Harry Kane if he sees potential in the project and Benitez comes back. For a start, do you think we can get someone like Harry Kane, and do you think Rafa Benitez is coming back?
Oh, Harry Kane, I'm not too sure. Rafa Benitez possibly, because he said he wanted to build a project at this football club, but he couldn't continue it while the fact, who's still in charge of this football club. But if we do get these potential new owners, it's a possibility he could return to the football club, because think of the connection he had with the fans, and the day he left, you can imagine how how fans felt on that day when it got announced that he was to leave at the end of the season, and he's come out and said, I just couldn't trust them at the top to stay on with this football.
Arthur Vlogs has said, when do you think the footy will come back? He says 2021. I'll give my opinion. I disagree. I think football will be back soon, but they just don't want to put a date on it right now. Lewis, what do you think? When do you think football will be back? If you could get it, let us know in the comments, by the way. When do you think football will be back?
Some saying it's like going to be the 8th of May next month, but obviously it's going to be played behind closed doors.
What about you, Peter? When do you think football will be back?
Looking maybe around May or June time, but I think it definitely will be behind closed doors if it was to continue the rest of this Premier League season.
So I don't know if I've asked any of you. You're all 50-50, aren't you? Really on take. I think a lot of fans are, if I'm honest. Right. Anyway, guys, it's been nice to have you on the stream anyway. So I'll love and leave you, and I'll let you go back to what you were doing. If more people, just to see more people want to come in. And if not, I can get you back in. So keep watching the stream, and I'll get you back in shortly. Good talking to you, man. Stay safe.
Stay safe, guys.
Yeah, no problem, man. Right, guys, we've got a space for.
I'll speak to you later. I'll speak to you later on, because if you want to, just give me a buzz. You know I'm on.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll see you both soon, man. Okay, take it easy.
See you. Bye. See you.
You have to press cross to leave the studio. Yep, press cross.
Okay.
Yep, hopefully let's get it all done and we'll be all happy and like Larry.
Yeah. No problem, man. Take it easy.
But if the
Right, so that's Peter and Lewis's thoughts on a potential takeover. If anybody else wants to come in the stream, by the way, I'll leave a link if you want to chat. So let's have a look. I'll just copy and paste that now. If you want to have a chat with me about the takeover. Right, so there's a link if you want to chat in about the latest takeover. Let's have a look from Gavin Harwood. I'll just go from his comments onwards. Let's have a look at what you had to say. Oh, we've got Johnny. We've got Johnny coming in.
Nice.
Adam in.
How you doing? You alright?
Fingers crossed we can get him in. See where he is. See where he's at. Hey, Johnny, mate, how's it going? All right? You well?
Yeah, very good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, man. I know you've had a few things to say about the takeover. So, where are you at with the takeover then? How you feeling? Are you feeling confident?
More confident than I was at the start of the week, I have to be honest. I thought we were gonna. I thought it was pretty much done at the start of the week, but no, it seems that it's very, very close, isn't it?
Yeah, because I remember you talking on Newcastle Fans TV last week. You were talking about like the infrastructure and stuff, and you were talking about like what they were going to do and stuff if they were going to come in. You know, they had plans to build the academy. They had plans to build the club up. Try and get the best players in possible, but sort of build steady by steady. But have you been slightly put off with the human rights? Complaining to the Premier League. I know there's always the odd one or two that would do that.
It's not really our issue, is it? It's a government inquiry, really. No, I think it's more of a government thing, to be honest with you, mate. If it was more to do with Newcastle as a city, or in terms of like I don't know, the public, then fair enough. But it's stuff that we don't really know. It's all alleged stuff, isn't it? So unless the government were to say anything, then it'd be more of an issue.
Yeah, like I think with all the takeovers, isn't it? Because at the minute, like nobody's really coming out and saying anything. Like the Premier League, yes, they put out a statement about what was said for the previous statement for Amnesty International UK, but they haven't come out and said anything about a takeover. The club haven't said anything. This is what's really frustrating, because in a pandemic, surely somebody should come out and say something. It's the only right thing to do.
I think the problem is there's so many NDAs, and I think that's what's probably stopping a lot of things being said out in the public. I think everyone's probably saying that something could happen on Monday because of the new financial year starts on Monday. So people are saying, oh, well, it'd be the perfect time to announce something. So that's why people are saying, look, end of April, maybe the 1st of May, as some people are suggesting. But I think until it's 99.9%, you'll not hear anything, because, NDAs cost a lot of NDAs are part of a contract, and if you pay money into a contract or a legal contract, you don't want to be paying more money. So yeah, I would probably say you're going to hear something in the next couple of days. I would have thought. You'd like to think anyway.
I think they have to. I mean, it's been going on for if one Monday comes, it'll be two, isn't it? I mean, since the takeover, I would say it's been a couple of weeks in the making. Nothing's really been said. I mean, if it is legit going to go through, then I think yes, something has to be said on Monday. I've always said if there is going to be a takeover, I think it's not as easy as it's going to be done by the start of May. I've always said at the end of it, if we've been talking about it since the middle of April, then I've always said the middle of May. Give it at least a month.
Yeah, it just depends on how. Obviously, the coronavirus has had a lot to do with the speed of the process, but it depends how quickly, obviously, how quickly they've managed to do it. To be honest with you, it's probably the best time to do a takeover because there's no football on. So Steve Bruce is going to get asked every 2 seconds to go, "Oh, what's the latest? What's the latest?" So
I think he's done it at the club. I mean, I think he's he's been here long enough and he's destroyed the club. I mean, he's neglected it for 13 years. We've got, for me, probably the worst training facilities in the league. I mean, take that how you like to say it, but I mean, if you want to attract better players, you need to have a better training facility for a start. I mean, not just when Rafa was here, what was it? A wall painted in 3 years? Not good enough.
Yeah. Well, like we talked about on the radio show for YouTube earlier, and we basically said that
I'm going to give that a watch. I'm going to give that a watch later on. Give it a watch, mate.
No, good.
Where I am, I'm going to give it a watch later on. Don't worry.
No, it was a big talking point. It was obviously the training ground and the fact that it needs a lot of TLC to say the least, and we wanted to. Rafa said he only basically saw painted walls in these 3 years at the football club, which isn't good enough. And I would arguably say Sunderland have got a much better training facility than Newcastle, and they're 2 divisions lower, and they don't look like getting back into the Championship anytime soon. So obviously for us, it's worrying because you want to attract the best players, and if this takeover does happen, they're not going to be that impressed with what we've got at the minute. But they need to see something behind it.
Terrible. I mean,
see something proven.
Do you remember the old? I think the YouTube used to call it. Was it NUFC 24/7? Did you see where they were using paddling pools and wheelie bins for recovery? I mean, that's what's all that about in the Premier League: wheelie bins and paddling pools.
Exactly. Like, it's not good enough, is it? If you're trying to attract the best players, and everyone jokes about having Mbappe and Neymar and all these different type of players, but
see, you know what? I'm not deluded to think that if the takeover comes in, that we're going to start buying like all these players. Like, I think they're going to be very cautious at first. I think they're definitely going to want to build from the bottom down. I think that's probably the most sensible route to take. You're not going to expect Mbappe. You're not going to expect a Griezmann or anything like that. I think for me, you're going to have to try and buy players like a Zaha, someone who can take it to that next level and build.
You can possibly, but again, will Wilfried Zaha want to come to Newcastle? I don't think so. If I'm being brutally honest, I think he'll have his heart set on maybe a London club. He went to Arsenal, didn't he, in the summer? Chelsea have always been sniffing about, and Tottenham are probably going to be interested because it's in the same proximity. I think for Newcastle, it's just attracting the right player. You look at Wolves, you look at Leicester, they've attracted the right players, and that's why they're near the top of the division. For Newcastle, it's not about spending 100 million on a player or 80 million on a player. It's spending the right amount of money on the right players in the right positions. Because
they've got a good infrastructure, like they've built, haven't they? They've built steadily. I mean, you look at Leicester and Wolves. I mean, you can see how they've progressed over the years, can't you? I mean, it's not just been something that's happened overnight. They've had to work hard for it.
Sharky, both of them clubs that you've mentioned, have been in League One in the last 10 years. Maybe just a
Sheffield United, another one.
Exactly. So there's 3 clubs there who are all above Newcastle in the league.
Everton. I know I don't think you like them that much, but Everton or another one, like with Carlo Ancelotti, like they've got this apparent new stadium as well. Like what's going to happen with that? Where's that going to take them in the next few years? Do you know what I mean? Like what's going on with that?
I think Everton, but the thing is though, Sharky, Everton are the perfect example because in terms of having a lot of money, Mashiri's come in and spent a lot of money on 3 managers and a bucket load of players, and it hasn't really worked for Everton. They've probably moved up. If they've moved up any spaces in the league at all, I'd be surprised if they've just stayed in the same line. So, look, it's obviously going to be quite. It's going to be interesting because everyone's got so many different opinions. You've got your own opinions. Everybody who I do the YouTube with, the Newcastle Fans TV, have got opinions on who we should bring in and who should, where we can actually end up if this takeover happens. But no, it's interesting to see what happens because. If Newcastle can get 4 or 5 good players into the team,
what we need, it's evident. You've got 6 players that you keep. You've got 6 players now. You've got Dubravka, you've got Lascelles, you've got the Longstaffs, you've got Alan St. Maximin, Almiron, and Hayden, possibly the rest of them. I think they're all battling for their futures. The ones I've just mentioned there, they're fine. The rest are all battling for their futures.
Possibly, but you've got. I think the thing is you've got similar positions that need a bit of TLC. I think we could do with a couple of midfielders if we're like maybe 2 very, very good centre midfielders if that was the case.
What on Richie and Shelby then? If Shelby, because Shelby and Richie recently have just signed new contracts. Obviously there was talk of Richie potentially going back to Portsmouth. Obviously Portsmouth lad, isn't he? He dropped with Newcastle in the Championship. If Portsmouth were to get promoted, do you think he'll go? I mean, if a takeover happened, I think that could be part, or a loan deal. A loan deal, I think that could happen.
Depends if there's players brought in. At the minute, we can't afford to let anybody go. You know, if the club was to get taken over, for example, and Shelby and Richie were two players that weren't getting game time, then yeah, fair enough, you can say that. But Shelby's still one of the best midfielders at the club. I don't care what anybody says.
I think you know what it is, those Hollywood balls. That's what does it to me.
Yeah, for sure.
I think,
like,
yeah.
I'm just going to say Richie for me. You can't get rid of Richie either. You know, yes, he might not be first choice left wing back or first choice left back or first choice left midfielder, but you can't tell me he's a good option off the bench with what we've got at the minute. It's better than Atsu.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like I think he's my favourite player at the club because he's got that passion. You know, I mean, Richie for the club, he wants the best for the club and he wants to do well. He wants to achieve something. He wouldn't have left Bournemouth for nothing if he knew there was no potential at Newcastle. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I'd say he's been mugged off the last 3 years personally. That's my opinion. But I think with a takeover, it might actually make him a lot better than he is. I don't know if you like Alan St. Maximin, Almiron, you know, that relationship.
Possibly. Like, I think for me, he's underrated a little bit in what he does because he's a workhorse. He just doesn't have the quality going forward at times. At Premier League level, at Championship level, he's fine. So I can understand people putting up links with Portsmouth, but Portsmouth again are a League One club, and they're a big club in League One, but they need to be a minimum Championship for Matt Ritchie to even consider them. I think Matt Ritchie would only go to Portsmouth. I think he's a fan of the club, but if you need to be thinking that they're going to try and get back into the Premier League, I think that would be the first thing I'd be thinking if I was Matt Ritchie. I'd go, well, I've just signed a new contract at Newcastle, so I don't really want to go anywhere anyway. So it's probably at least another year. Maybe 2 years like that. Pardon?
I was just saying he's settled at the club as well. You know, he's got that connection with the city as well, hasn't he? I mean, he's been here long enough.
Exactly. I think he cares for the club, same as Shelby. He just cares for the football club, which is nice to see because you don't get that with a lot of players. You really don't.
Johnny, I was going to ask you a question actually. I was going to ask you a question. What's your thoughts? Obviously, there's talk of Steve Bruce. Apparently, he's got 9 games. What's your thoughts with him? If someone was to take over, who would you have as manager? Even if the ones who haven't been mentioned, who would you have? Who's perfect?
Again, this is another part in the radio show for earlier, but look, obviously the names that I get mentioned are Rafa and Pochettino, and I think Pochettino would be a perfect appointment. I think Benitez would be an okay appointment as well. Like, I wouldn't be too concerned if it was any of them two, but I think what people forget is that Bruce has done a very good job. You know, he come in where fans didn't really want him in at the first place. He's come in, he's settled the club down. You know, it's not a hysteria all the time. It's just getting on with it, and you know, Bruce has done a good job. FA Cup quarter-final still potentially could happen against Manchester City, so he's done a very good job. If you're asking me who I want at Newcastle, I'd be happy with either Rafa or Poch, but I think Poch is a bit more exciting. He's a bit bigger, but I think both tactically are very, very similar in how they actually want to play the game. The reason why I think Rafa hasn't had it the same way as Pochettino, because at Newcastle he had to play defensive because he didn't have the players going forward. Pochettino, when he comes in, or if he comes in, rather, I shouldn't say when, it's not even done yet. Will have a different mindset about how he wants to do things, but it's gonna be fascinating because all the noises you hear, you would think it would be Benitez who would be coming in because he has that relationship with Staveley.
That's what I thought.
Big ahead of this takeover if it happens. So, I'd like one of them too, but I think I would think. Personally, I think Rafa will probably come in, but I would probably rather have Pochettino come in. But again, I'm not going to grumble about Rafa Benitez coming back to Newcastle because, you know, it's an improvement on what we've got at the minute, even though Steve Bruce has done a good job.
That's how I look at it. I think obviously Steve Bruce, he's obviously come in. Nobody really wanted him. It's going to divide opinion because if he comes in, obviously if we get the season up and going again and he wins the FA Cup, with these new ones, do they give him next season? Imagine if Steve Bruce was the one who no one wanted. He wins my first domestic trophy in 50 odd year.
Oh, Sharky would go down as a legend. He'd have to, because obviously no one's really come close to winning a trophy in the last.
That's the reality. That's the way I look at it, mate. Honestly, I think if he wins something, if he wins it, Surely he deserves a chance,
Well,
like anybody else. He's done better than Rafa then, in that case.
But yeah, of course you'd have to say that because obviously all Rafa has done is kept us in the division. Like I still think Rafa getting us to 10th in our first season back in the Premier League was an amazing achievement when you look at the players that we brought in. Like we brought Jacob Murphy in for £12 million, who isn't getting anywhere near our squad at the minute. He's you look at he's doing a job at Sheffield Wednesday, but let's be brutally honest, Sheffield Wednesday are a mid-table championship club at best at the minute. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Bruce to keep his job by the look of it, but it depends if this gets done.
The only thing is, if he wins the FA Cup, if that actually happens, I think it buys him time. I would say it has to. Domestic trophy. I mean, if it doesn't, then I can understand. But I would like to think in normal footballing terms, it would keep him in his job just for maybe a few months into the new season, see where he goes. But obviously, there's no guarantee with that. Obviously, you talk about Pochettino. Sorry, I'll go with Rafa first. Rafa, because he knows the club. Obviously, he needs to be backed with money. But Pochettino, like he's an up and coming young manager. Obviously, he's got European pedigree. He's done really well at Tottenham. He got to the final against Liverpool. But I thought he was unlucky. Not many clubs are going to beat Liverpool. In this day and age, not with that squad.
No, definitely not. Liverpool are obviously of the league more or less. I think they needed one more win anyway. But look, not many teams are going to beat Liverpool this season. But if you look at Newcastle under Bruce, he has stabilised the club. He hasn't had a say. He hasn't had a say which sort of players have come in. Like I see Joe Linton's come in and hasn't hit the heights. He's had St. Maximin come in who, he's got the tricks and the flicks. He's got the relationship with the fans. I'd just like to see a bit more end product from him because I think he's capable of doing that. But he was kind of growing in the team. Almiron's growing into this team as well. So he's got little bits and pieces. It just hasn't got the full lot at the minute. But yeah, if at the start of the season, if someone said to me, "You're in an FA Cup quarterfinal and you're sitting on 35 points with 9 games to go," I'd have said, "Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much." And I'll take.
The thing is, as well, though, the thing is, if he was to leave and we were to finish mid-table, which is what's going to be likely, we're only 1 win away from doing it. I always say, like, he walks away with his head held high, like he's done a job like impossible, next to no money. Obviously, nobody really speaks at the top, and like I said in the video, like if he was to be brought up in a conversation, I think a lot of fans will say actually he didn't do too of a bad job, given where he was before.
No, definitely not. Like I say, none of us, I don't think, really wanted him. I can't name any fan that I interviewed or any fan that I spoke to that wanted Steve Bruce in as Newcastle manager. I think you've been on the radio show and said like Steve Bruce wasn't your first choice, but he was the chosen one. If I don't use that word wisely, but he was chosen. He was basically right. Who can we bring? Will definitely want to come to Newcastle, and Steve Bruce, no disrespect to Sheffield Wednesday, he was always going to tell Sheffield Wednesday. That's
where I feel sorry for him in a sense, because that's where I feel sorry for him, because I know fair enough he's had a few problems in life, but he obviously got the job at Sheffield Wednesday. He was there short term. He obviously had a plan to get them promoted, didn't he, this season? And we've obviously haggled to try and get him a contract, and obviously Mike Ashley had the problem with paying the £2-3 million compensation. He's obviously coming to Newcastle now because he knows he's getting on in management and he wanted to take his boyhood club on. The thing is, was he ever given that 3-year contract as a 3-year contract to build the club in 3 years, or was it just because he was a cheap option to get rid of him at the end of the season to bring someone in because of the takeover? Do you know what I mean? It's difficult to really know if there is really a 3-year plan.
It's a bit of both, though, Shai, because if you're being brutally honest, at the start of this season, I don't think many Newcastle fans are expecting any takeover, really, because it went really, really quiet with the BG, so everyone kind of assumed that there wasn't going to be any takeover on the cards. So they had to give him a 3-year contract because it had to be stabilising the football club. There had to be some sort of stability at the higher end. That's why they wanted to give Rafa like 5-year contracts and 6-year contracts to keep at the football club, because they wanted that stability. But for me, I think Newcastle didn't do anything wrong by appointing and giving him a 3-year deal, because it was probably a cheap option. It was the cheaper option. If they went and got somebody at the same caliber as Benitez and were in the same boat, then Ashley wouldn't win. Really, he wanted a head coach. He wanted the likes of Pardew, McLaren, Carver, those sort of managers, because they just do as they're told. And to be fair, Steve Bruce has done that.
It's funny when you say that. It is true. The thing is, when Benitez left, you could see exactly he wanted the head coach because there you go, Perez left. Then obviously Rondon was leaving. He wasn't bothered, was he? It was about the pound signs then.
No, he wasn't. Like I say, the thing is, at the time, he would have gone, right, Premier League, back at Newcastle, a bit closer to home with everything that's been going on. I think he lost both his parents 12 months beforehand. So, yeah, obviously it's very, very tough for him on that point. But look, you're not going to turn down the Premier League. It's the Premier League. It's the best league in the world, and no disrespect to Sheffield Wednesday, but they're nowhere near the size of Newcastle. So he was always gonna go. But people probably will remember him as a player or as a manager that did well for the football club in difficult circumstances and won a few people around. And look, he'd be able to come to Newcastle and no one will say a bad word about him. You know, there's been players and managers that have come to Newcastle who couldn't come back to Newcastle now. I don't think Alan Pardew could walk back into Newcastle without people.
Definitely not. He's just because he kept him up because their league's now finished. It's been cancelled. There were 6 months off something like that.
But yeah, but like I say, I'm saying Pardew couldn't probably walk back into Newcastle without getting a bit of abuse because people didn't take to him. Where with Steve Bruce, yes, they probably didn't take to him, but he's done things the right way, and he's done little things to improve the relationship with the fans. And I think obviously if he was to leave at the end of the season and say all he did was to keep us up in the division, and he didn't win an FA Cup, but he got us to the quarter final. People will be like, yeah, fair enough. I'm quite happy with that. But
I know what you mean. I buy your point with Steve Bruce because I think when he first come in, he was struggling big time with the formation, wasn't he? I mean, I went down to Leicester, no organisation. And then he finally, changed the back. The defence was starting to play a lot more freely, like with actually, creating opportunities, starting to get wins. And even Southampton was my last win, obviously, last game to 1-0. We could have won by more, but the players were starting to express themselves. You can see them now. You're playing as a team. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, but I think he was starting to really. I don't know what it is. He was building something anyway. We're winning more games, picking more points.
Yeah. Look, the games we've won haven't been the best. It hasn't been a pretty football, But to be fair, it wasn't really like that under Rafa. Rafa got some fantastic wins. I think the win against Manchester City for last season for Newcastle with Benitez and Charles was one of the best tactical performances I've ever seen. If you look at this season, you look at the big wins we've had this season. Has Bruce really tactically done anything different to Rafa? Probably not. I was at Spurs earlier on in the year. It was one really, really enjoyed it. We went with Lee and Paul and Kyle. It was a fantastic day, and
They stadium as well. Best in the league.
It's probably the best in the league by a mile. Best in the league by a mile. I went to Chelsea. We didn't really create anything. Went to Burnley. Didn't really create anything. Went to Liverpool.
Just average, weren't they? Just average performances. Not even that, but just scrapping it really. Like Man United and that, 1-0. Chelsea 1-0. Just scrapping it. Tottenham away 1-0. Scrappy. Just get it done. Southampton, get it done.
Apart from the FA Cup games, I think Newcastle scored 3 Premier League goals in a game this season.
Struggled big time. I mean, 1 goal by Joe Linton. That's for me worrying. People will say, well, he's not playing in his natural position, but it's worrying.
You're telling me that we should have spent there's no way we should have spent £40 million on Joe Linton. 100%.
No chance. I said that before we even signed him. I said it. I called it. I said, Johnny, I didn't want him. I said I wasn't too keen. I said I wanted to keep Rondon and Perez, but if not, I wanted to keep one of them. Not both of them. Not get rid of both of them.
If I was paying £40 million for a striker, and I don't watch a lot of foreign football. The only really I'll watch is Premier League. But if I was paying £40 million for a striker in the Premier League, I'd be looking at somebody like Jimenez at Wolves. That's the sort of player.
Good finisher, mate. He can do a job. He's strong, big, powerful, strong. He can finish. Brilliant. Mm-hmm. All round finisher. What we need.
That's the sort of player I would expect for £40 million.
He reads the game very well, though, doesn't he? You can tell why he's come from in the Portuguese league. He reads the game very well. And for me, Joe Linton doesn't do that. He doesn't read the game very well. People can say, well, he's up front by himself, but you see him off the time he's in the middle of the pitch. You say, get forward, you know what I mean? Do something. Make yourself a presence.
Yeah, look, for me, I think he's not a number 9, but he's got the number of the number 9, and that's a big issue. If he was played out on the wing like say Maximo Almiron, he wouldn't get half the hassle or half the stick. But he's been bought as a number 9 striker, and people want want goals essentially, and one goal against Tottenham and a couple of goals in the FA Cup doesn't really do it for a lot of Newcastle fans. I think what will happen is that we'll keep a hold of him regardless if there's a takeover or not.
Put it this way, Johnny. Right? Put it this way. Say we get a takeover, right? What happens to Joe Linton then? Do you think he gets sent out on loan to the Championship and then potentially try and get someone to buy him, or?
No. If he's going to get sent out on loan, he'll go back to Germany because he's tried and tested there. No one will touch him in England in the sense that because they've seen what he's like. Would he get if you look at the bottom of the league and you look at Norwich at the bottom of the league in a minute, is he better than Pookie as a number 9?
No, definitely not. I mean, I look at Norwich. I think they're just generally all around poor. I think they know that deep down. The Pookies, they're better player, but without his goals, for me, they're even further rock bottom. For me, they're not even where they are now.
Yeah, like I went to Rochdale in the FA Cup third round at the start of the year, and like me and my dad went and I met Lee after the game, and we all looked and we spoke about Joe Linton for about 5 or 10 minutes after the game, and we were just thinking, what on earth has happened to that lad? Like, in terms of confidence, in terms of wanting to score goals, he just didn't look great. The only thing I will say is that he at the start of the season he didn't really get a lot of help in terms of people creating chances for him, but I just think he didn't have the heart for the battle in some games. I'll remember that I think it was the Southampton game, and I was just raging because I just thought, you just don't want it. You just don't have the heart for it. You just don't want to. You don't want to fight for every ball. You don't want to do what Rondon essentially did last year and bully defenders and get players in the game.
If that's the thing, he doesn't do enough of that. That's the problem. That's why we're not scoring goals, and we're just toothless. We are honestly toothless. Like, Dwight Gale has been our only sense of hope, and St. Maximin actually doing more than he does on the wing. Without that, we're knackered. Andy Carroll, for me, but where's Andy Carroll? You know what I mean? Like, our forward lineup, it's invisible. Like, where all like Mutu's never been like chosen. Like, I mean,
Muto for me is not good enough. Muto's not good enough.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, where are the strike? Like, where is our forward? Like who is our better striker? Do you know what I mean? Like, we got obviously Andy Carroll's. For me, I think he's done. Personally, that's what I'm saying.
If you look at all our striking options, Joe Linton not good enough, even though we paid a lot of money for him. Andy Carroll is not fit enough.
Andy Carroll is a nice guy, but Andy Carroll is done at this football club. I don't care what anybody says. He's done. Yeah, he might assist. Fine. Yeah. But he's not what he was 10 years ago. He's, you know what I mean? He's injury prone to hell. I mean, he's been to Liverpool. He had his golden chance to win something. Didn't do it there. West Ham completely went tits up, and then look where he is now. I mean, yeah, he's a few assists this season. I'll give him that. But he's spent more time on the treatment table than he's been on the pitch.
Exactly, like Andy Carroll. He's a lovely lad, Andy Carroll, by all accounts. And
that's what I'm saying. Nice lad. Just done. He's a nice lad.
It's a fair enough point, Sharky. It's a fair enough point. He is a nice lad, but he's not going to guarantee you 10 goals because he doesn't stay fit enough. He hasn't got 1 goal yet for Newcastle. Dwight Gale, we had a great debate about him on the radio show not long ago about Dwight Gale because I think it was, who was it that was banging on about him? I think it was Isha. I think Isha was banging on about him even at Aston Villa away. I think he only played 15-20 minutes, and I remember interviewing Isha after the game. Says we need to play him more because what he does is that he tries to get more involved in the game, and he makes.
I've said that all season, mate. I've said that all season. I forgot what game it was. It was the New Year, and I was like, if he's fit, you play him. You can't keep persisting with Joe Linton. You come into one of the games. Yeah, he didn't score, but he made an impact. If someone comes in and makes an impact, it does something and actually gets a shot on target. That it gives you a little bit of confidence, doesn't it? It seeps into the side.
He doesn't, like we talk about Muto. Muto for me is just not good enough. English football just does not suit him. Like he makes runs. He does make runs, to be fair to him, but has he really, apart from maybe Man United last year at Old Trafford where he scored, I can't really go to he's done well this season. If all strikers are fit, I'm starting Dwight Gale. I think it was Burnley. He had about 3 or 4 chances. The problem with Dwight Gale is, and this is why people will have a go at him, because people will say he's really good in the Championship and not good enough for the Premier League. Dwight Gale has 3 or 4 chances in the Championship and will score 1, maybe 2. Dwight Gale has 3 or 4 chances in the Premier League in a game and doesn't score because the chances he gets is more pressure on him. he knows he's going to get more chances in the Championship. Look how many goals he scored in the Championship for Newcastle and West Brom in the last couple of years. It wouldn't surprise me if he scored just under 50 goals.
Was it 20 or something like that for West Brom last season, was it? Something like that?
Yeah, I think he scored 20, 25 goals for West Brom, something similar when he was at Newcastle. So it wouldn't surprise me if he scored just under 50 goals in the Championship in his last 2 full seasons in the Championship. He's a fantastic Championship striker, and that's why.
Yeah, he is. I think in the Premier League, because the defences are closed down a lot quicker as well. So as you say, his chances are very limited. Whereas in the Championship, they'll open up. You know, what I mean, it's quite expressive, isn't it? You know, it's quite fast.
Oh, it's massively. Like when he played against Burnley the other month, before obviously everything happened with coronavirus. We were saying Paul gave him a mark. I think we gave him 7 or 8 out of 10, and literally the only reason why he didn't get a 9 or a 10 is he didn't score. And that's
what I'm saying. When I watched that game, he got into some very good positions on the field, and especially in the box. And you're like, just hit it, son, hit it, finish it, son, finish. And that's the one thing that let me down in that game. If we had finished, we would have won that game 2 or 3-0 easy. I don't think Burnley whopped them much. I really don't.
Burnley at the end of the day, you know. Sean Dyche, he's done an excellent job for Burnley since he's been at the club. Like what Burnley have done over the last 6 or 7 years, you can only admire from a distance. But look, Burnley at the time were about 6 or 7 points ahead of us, and they just needed a point at St James's Park. I think, to be honest with you, I think if they were to play the rest of their games, I think they probably just need 1 win, just to 100% confirm that they're going to be a Premier League side. They're definitely going to be in the Premier League next season. Newcastle probably in the same boat, need 1, possibly 2 at the very most. Wins to stay in the Premier League, but no,
I think we'll do it.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. You look at the game. If we play football again, and the season doesn't finish, I think we've got 5 home games. I think we've got Sheffield United, West Ham, Villa, Liverpool, Tottenham. Apart from Liverpool, the 4 games are definitely games we can get points from. Spurs weren't pulling up any trades before everything broke out. West Ham are. I literally don't know what you can get from West Ham. You could beat them 5-0. You could get beat off them 0 by the way they're playing. Villa, it'd be nice to play Villa towards the back end of the season, whenever that is. If we could relegate them, that'd be fantastic after what happened a few years ago against Aston Villa. And then you've got Sheffield United and who was the other one I forgot to mention? Sheffield United and somebody else. But Sheffield United will be a tough game. Sheffield United will probably be the toughest game.
We've had no football for so long, I forgot. Yeah, I've even forgotten the fixtures. I just remember we've got the likes of Bournemouth and that coming up with Sheffield United and that at home. It's just Man City coming up in the cup. It's the thing is, Johnny, no pressure, yeah, but when's the season starting? When's it recommencing? What's going to happen?
From what you hear from reports, you think early to mid-June, but I don't think anything will be. We're not going to be able to go and watch the games at the ground.
How do you feel about that? How would you, as obviously working on Newcastle fans TV, obviously you like to go to games that boycott the season, so it's easy for me to say that. But how would you feel over? I mean, a lot of fans would be very miffed off. I know if we're in a pandemic and there's bigger things going on, but you'd be very miffed off the fact you can't. There's been a lot of fans, who paid for season tickets and paid to go to the Man City game. What happens with the money? You know what I mean? Mike Ashley being owner, is he going to refund it by law? They say you have to. What's going to happen with that? There's a lot of questions that need answered.
Look, if you can't go and physically watch a game, you need your money back. It's as simple as that, because it's almost like it's a contract, isn't it? It's part of the contract. You're supplying us with the entertainment, and you're paying for it. The only thing that could stop them from doing it is if, say, every game that Newcastle have from now to the end of the season, you have to be a season ticket holder to watch those games. It won't happen because Sky and BT.
People can get access to individual games. People can do it anyway, but it's probably easier now to get access to games. It's not difficult. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Like for us and of the channel, and it'll be the same for you, Sharky. It'll be the same for the Magpie channel, etc. They need football matches to keep the season going. The only thing that's, in terms of, obviously the only thing that's happened is the fact we might be having a takeover. That's been the talking point of English football for the last couple of weeks. So. For me, I love going to the games. It doesn't really matter. As long as
we're all fans. We want to get behind the club, don't we? We're all fans at the end of the day. We want the best for the club.
Of course, and for me, I like watching the games because I like watching a game of football every other week at St James's. So it doesn't really matter who's in charge. I'm just there. I'm there as a fan that wants to go and watch.
Exactly.
Newcastle. But look, if the season does happen, I don't expect me to be actually watching Newcastle at the ground until whenever the start of next season will be, and that looks like it's going to be around about September time. You'd probably guess, but
Well, what's
who
happening?
knows?
The thing is, especially if the summer window as well. Obviously, the Euros are being moved. What's going to happen in the window? Is it even going to be a window? Do you know what I mean? Or they're just going to go straight into the?
No,
I'll extend contract for 1 year or what?
There'll have to be a window, and because obviously contracts run out, and you look at Matty Longstaff, he's in the perfect example. He's in a fantastic situation, by the way.
That's why we need to take over, because I don't trust Ashley. That's why we need to take over. I wouldn't trust Ashley. I wouldn't trust him. You know what I mean?
Just hold back and wait, and just go and see what happens. If a takeover does happen, he's in a fantastic situation because they can have fresh contract talks. He can find out what their situation is with the new owners and saying, right, what's your plans? What's your ambitions? Do you want me part of it? And then if that's not the case in Matty Longstaff, he can then go, do you know what? Let's go to a different club and let's see if we can try it in a different league, or maybe another club in the Premier League might take a chance on him. He's then got other options. Where at the minute it looks like he wants to stay at Newcastle, and as long as the new owners agree that they want.
That's what I'm saying. With Mike Ashley, I wouldn't be confident, because, like I say, we've been down this route before. Andy Carroll, you know, when they said, "Oh, we'll not sell him," you know, we'll not sell him for 35 million, one of our own, and then he goes and does it. Do you know what I mean? This time, obviously, his contract's running out. That's the difference there. But I'd like to think if a takeover goes through, we can get it done. Or if it's going to be the point where Mike Ashley stays, they can get something done. Because for me, £800 a week's not a lot of money. You know what I mean? In football, like, it's pennies. You know what I mean?
Well, I wouldn't mind £800 a week. No, in all seriousness, I think his goal against Manchester United at St James's was probably the moment of the season. You know, 25 yards out, 20 yards out max.
The celebration as well, what it meant to him as well, you know, for himself, you know, for his family. The Gallagate, like Almiron, you know what it means to score the Gallagate, scoring your first ever goal. It's brilliant, isn't
it? Yeah, of course. For me, it was. I remember going to the game, and I actually fancied Newcastle that day. I don't know why. I think Man United were in such poor form, and I just thought Newcastle would go in there and get at least a draw at worst. And
I actually went for a win or a draw. I can't remember. I'll have to look back, but I don't know. It was just a case of what was going on with Bruce. Like, you think, are we actually ever going to get a win from somewhere? Like, is it going to be? Are we going to beat the big boys, or is it going to be a case everyone's still protesting, people aren't going back? Like, was it going to have such a poor atmosphere that it was going to have an impact, especially on the younger players like Mike?
It was like, I think Matty came in, and I think it was perfect that Sean was next to him, because he just had him by his side, and just, you know, he just told him, just stay with me, he was always had somebody to tell him what to do almost. But no, he's done really well this season, Matty. I think he's been a bit unlucky not in some of the squads in the last few games. I think he's had some really, really good games. I think he stood out in a few games this season. But I think obviously the contract talks haven't helped his situation. I think that's why he hasn't really been getting much game time, which is not right, but it's the way it is.
What's your thoughts on Sean? Do you think Sean's been a bit quiet, hasn't he, the last few months before this happened? I mean, some fans were starting to question whether or not he was really in it, or, you know, was what's the matter with him. I mean, I didn't have too much to say about him. I was kind of like, he'll get back into it, won't he? But a lot of fans weren't too sure because of what Matty's been doing.
Yeah, I think obviously,
Johnny, I think you're cutting out, mate. Johnny, it's cutting out, mate. What I'll have to do, mate, you'll have to come back into the stream. Guys, I'll be literally 2 minutes. Just it's cut out for Johnny at the minute. It's cut out for him. So right. I'll be literally 2 minutes, guys, okay? Be straight back. Right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Johnny, if you are still watching, you can again and we can rechat. But if you have to go, that's absolutely fine. We've had one from Lee Charles TV. Sorry that I haven't managed to hit your tweet, your comments. Been talking for that long. Let's have a look. Right. Right. So, if any, you're back in, mate. Let's have a look. I'll put another link in there, Johnny, though, just in case you haven't got that one, because there was a problem with it. I'll put the chat back in. You should get that in a minute. Yeah, the problem we had. Stay tuned. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone who's been in the stream tonight, by the way. We're still going for about another hour. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned. If anybody wants to come in the chat, you're more than welcome. Add Johnny to the stream.
Hello.
Hopefully we've got you back.
Hello, you back? Can you hear us? Hello? Can you hear us, Sharky?
Johnny, you can you hear us, mate?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You were just cutting out before, that was why.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. Where we were at, we were talking about, was it Matty and Sean Longstaff we were talking about?
Yeah, Sean Longstaff. Look, I think he's had an okay season at best, if I'm being brutally honest with you, Sharky. But it's been tough for him. Like I think he's seen Matty do so well, and then he's had to come in and try and get the performance like he did last season, and it hasn't really worked out as much. But I wouldn't give up on him. I think he's still got a lot to give.
What about if there was to be a takeover, though, and obviously a new manager comes in, new ideas, that's your only concern, because obviously they might not want him. I mean, he's got to be in the plan somewhere, of course, but like if you start attracting some better players, you know what I mean? If the new owners are like, actually, hold on, you know, we've got some wealth here, we can go and spend maybe 30 million on a midfielder or something like that. I mean, I'm just guessing here, you know, but they might come in and say, we want such and such a player. Or
Well, it's not the worst thing in the world, because you can learn off better players. Like, I think he's done really well under with Isaac Hayden. When he was supposed to be, he allows him to express what he's got and pure talent. But I think surely better going than he's sitting, because I
Johnny, it's cut out again.
I'll leave it, Sharky. I'll let you. I'll let you continue, because I think it's my internet. So I'll leave you here. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem, mate, man. It's been nice chatting to you. But like I say, before you go, make sure you subscribe to Newcastle TV on YouTube. Like I say, go and check them out. Good people, and yeah, continue to grow, man. See you soon, mate. All the lads.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
So yeah, that was Johnny. Now, like I say, I'm going to be putting you in the chat, obviously. Have a look, Liam, UFC. You want to come in? So, Liam.
Downloading the app and getting the most from it. Search that way.
Can we see you, Liam?
Who?
Rabbit tracks. Experience the gravity. Use your
Liam.
imagination and
Morning, Liam.
What's up?
Right, let's have a look. I can vaguely see you, but if you're not going to say anything, then you will be leaving the stream. Right, gone. Right, so I'll put another link in if anybody wants to chat about the takeover of Mike Ashley hopefully selling the club up after 13 years. It's about getting him out of the football club, isn't it? That's the main aim. Right, so I want to see what you guys have been putting in the comments. I know a few have said things, so I do apologise if you have made some comments and I haven't said anything. I can only apologise. Obviously, I've been talking to Johnny, obviously friend of mine and friend of obviously Newcastle Fans TV. Doesn't matter who you support. If you want to come in and chat, let us know. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
What's your thoughts on the takeover then?
I think it's just crap.
You don't think it's
I
going to
don't
go through?
Nah.
All right, nice one. Right, who we got here? We've got Jay coming in.
Oh, mate.
Hello, Jay. What's going, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I had to the live
Right.
stream for 1 hour.
When you got your stream?
I did one before. I had Jonathan Young came in, and I had David come in. I have a live for 1 hour and odd minutes. 1 hour and 50 and 1 hour 40 minutes.
So what's your anyway, Jay? What's your thoughts on the takeover then? Do you think it's going to happen, or do you think it's all a load of?
End of the day, it will happen. End of the day, behind my brain, it will happen. I'm telling you, it will go through like a storm. We need this to happen. We need the players. We need players in. We need new players, new faces, new background stuff. Rafa's doing a good job. Steve Bruce is doing a brilliant job. Steve Bruce, as you know, he's coming to the club.
I think the way I look at it is Steve Bruce obviously wasn't everybody's number one choice, but he's come in and he's obviously done a good job in the short term that he's been here. But I think it's a case of if a takeover comes in, there's going to be more money, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? With more money, more ambition, as you say, new faces, new players, and I totally agree.
So, how's it going anyway, Soggy? How's the live stream been going on for the last 2 hours?
To be honest with you, it's been going all right. To be honest with you, I think first time using it, obviously people coming in and chatting, which is great. Just kept the stream going. Yeah, like new, and people are enjoying it. So people are going to keep enjoying it. I'll keep doing it. And, we've had a good audience. Right? What a really good audience. Obviously, we had the hiccup at the very start. From their point of view, not my point of view. Their point. So it's a case of just a few hiccups, but we're getting back. We're getting back to reality now. So
that's good, man.
it's a case of getting people to talk about the takeover.
Yeah, I want to see it happen in the day. It's people's got different questions on it. People's got different views on it. I want it to happen. We need this to happen. I love Newcastle. It needs to happen. We need it all now. We need the stadium. We need to do this more with the stadium. Make it more bigger. You know what I mean? Make it all like bigger.
Well, we've had a comment from Jody. He said, "I'm fully backing the takeover to happen this time. I believe the reason we have not heard a word from either party is because of the NDA, but I will not be getting too carried away." I think that's correct. I think obviously the Premier League and the club itself haven't actually said anything. They're not really coming out and saying, that the club's getting bought or it's being blocked. I think I wouldn't say it's right, but I think somebody should come out and say something.
Yeah, I think it should. Yes, that's right. That's very true. I enjoy putting you there, like very true that.
But do you think? Do you think? The thing is, with a takeover, obviously everybody will have expectation of obviously we're we want to be spending £40 million here, 50 million there, 60 million there. I don't know if you're on the same wavelength as me, but I've always said we need to buy slowly, invest in the training facilities first and then build the club up. I don't think it's a quick fix.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, because if we do that, that'd be more better. Put more space, the players to get lots of training, more inside of the training ground.
Yeah, when you look at the whole club at the minute, it's just been neglected. Obviously, the stadium
needs done.
Yeah, it's not even looking at the minute. But the thing is, a White Trout channel, he basically said, hopefully we do get took over, but every magpie has thought like you about another takeover. It's a bit crap. The thing is, with this second, obviously they're Americans, aren't they? Yeah. I think if a deposit's already gone to the Premier League, I don't think they can really pull out.
No, they can't.
By law, I don't think
no.
The Premier League have to look at it. They can't. Do you know what I mean? There's all this talk of obviously they've got a criminal background and things like that. Now, what have you made of the obviously allegations from the likes of Richard Keys from BN Sports and from the Amnesty International UK group, charity?
I would say Richard Key can get some cameras and stick them on his face. I don't like Richard Key. Apparently he's an idiot. I know why he's saying that for. He should be coming now about Newcastle in the first place. He does different sport. He does that sport. It's like Newcastle is. He shouldn't be coming about Newcastle lad. It's wrong. It's just wrong. Why he's coming about Newcastle lad. It's not nice to hear what he's saying about Newcastle, our club. Why is he saying that for? I don't know why he's saying that. It's a bit nasty. And the comment's nasty. What he said about being a sport about it to kind of do that.
Andrew, NUFC said Keys is a clown. I mean, this is why I don't like to speak too much on Keys because for me he's just irrelevant.
If you want Keys, Harry, I've got Pro Keys here. Pro Keys.
But anyway, Jay, it's been nice having you on the channel anyway, mate. I'm going to leave a link for somebody else to come in, okay?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll take it easy. Watch what you're doing. So, Jody put, who would chuck 70 million for a deposit if the consortium was not 100% certain they would get through a test? Yeah, exactly. I mean, £17 is a lot of money to lose, obviously. Amanda Stavely, the Reuben brothers, and the PIF, which is the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, they've basically, they've obviously put that investment in and they don't want to lose it. Is it legit that that's gone through, though? That's the thing. We've heard nothing from the Premier League. Difficult to say. Let's have a look. So, Liam, NUFC vibes. What I don't get, it's football, not the end of the world being super sport hypocrite. Yeah. You'll get people who are jealous. TOON, yeah. Cans. Get your cans at the ready if there's a takeover. Guys, by the way, if you do want to come into the live stream and chat to me for the very first time, don't be shy. Even if you come on for 5-10 minutes and you want to get your opinion, that would be amazing on the takeover. And what I'll do is I'll leave a link right now in the chat. So if you just want to pop in, if you've obviously got the knowledge of Newcastle, that would be a massive help. She led Arst. I think let's have a look at this. And you buy bankruptcy companies. It's not something I can really comment on, mate. At the end of the day, we just want Mike Ashley out of the club. 70 mil, not much to Saudi zone. Yeah, exactly. They're absolutely raided with money. You know what I mean? They're going to be they're the sort of type of people who wouldn't invest in a football club if they didn't see that a club at Newcastle didn't have real potential. Obviously, Newcastle, our club's got real potential. It just needs to be shifted in the right way. It needs to be directed in the right way. It needs to go forward. Under Mike Ashley, there is no way of going forward. Sean Lynch said, hi mate, welcome to the stream. If you're new, please subscribe to the channel. I'm sorry, I was just shy. No, that's absolutely fine, mate. Maybe next time we'll try and get you into the live stream. But if there's anybody else who wants to come in and chat all things Newcastle United, there's a link right here. If Peter's around or if Lawrence is around, anybody, if you're around, if you want to come in and chat, feel free. and Arsenal blogs, whoever you are, just come in and chat. That would be amazing. But like I say, Al, if you're new to the stream and you just don't know what's going on and what I'm talking about, so basically I'm talking about the takeover, obviously what I've got the information. So last Monday there was a notification on Sky Sports that apparently advanced talks were underway with Amanda Staveley and the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund with Mike Ashley to try and get a deal done. Then on Wednesday last week, the Premier League were going through their fit and proper persons tests. That was another notification I received from Sky Sports. That's where I think a lot of fans started to believe that this takeover could be happening. Richard Keys, and obviously he was criticising Newcastle, saying, "Oh, why Newcastle, etc., etc." And he was having his little hit out at Newcastle and trying to report us. And then on Monday this week, there was another notification from Sky Sports, and this was apparently Steve Bruce has got 9 games to apparently save his job. Take that as you wish. Obviously, managers such as Pochettino, Rafa Benitez, and who's the other one? Allegri were linked with the post. The likes of Eddie Howe that haven't been spoken about, could he have potentially had a shout? And then obviously Tuesday, Wednesday this week, Amnesty International UK, they had, they wrote a statement to complain about Newcastle and the alleged takeover. Obviously, it's against the human rights of what's been going on in Saudi Arabia. Something, again, I won't comment on because that's not my area. Same with BN Sport, a TV broadcaster in Qatar, which Richard Keys and Andy Gray, they feature on. They've also had their report sent to the Premier League. That was then a day later retracted. They've obviously, Premier League come up and said that, that it's with them. They need to do their fit and proper persons tests. So nothing has obviously been quashed. We're still, talking of a takeover, It's not a case of nothing for me is... nothing's concrete, but I wouldn't say nothing is... Nothing's been said of that it's going to collapse. That's the way I look at it. And then obviously... at the minute, everything's up in the air, so we just don't know at the minute. There's been so many different reports coming out right now. That's all I know. Let's have a look at the chat. Can they trade during Ramadan? It's a serious question that runs to the 25th of May. That's difficult for me to answer. I couldn't come out and just say that they could start trading. Because if I was to say that, I could land myself in trouble. Do you use NUFC 360 on either Facebook, Twitter? I find them decent. Anything related with a club? Yeah, I do actually. I've got the NUFC 360 on YouTube, I think, and Facebook. I've definitely come across them before. Good people. Whoever runs it, yeah, it's good. There's a Saudi man named Turk Al Sheikh who bought a Spanish club. Could you let me know who that Spanish club was? That would be. I'd be interested to know who that actually was. Obviously, the Saudis are in Sheffield United as well, so it's not a case of they can't be that bad. Dean, would you like the rest of the season to be played behind closed doors? Only if it's going to get the season complete, but I would be totally against it. If fans can't go to the games, then you've got to feel sorry for the guys who paid for season tickets and those who bought single tickets for like Man City, the FA Cup, just single general sale tickets for Sheffield United. How are they going to get the money back? It's a difficult one to say right now. The next comment is from David Waller. Newcastle United takeover deal. In the minute, it's just a case of watch this space. We can't speculate. All we can do is just hope. Amnesty International have wrote some dubious letters in their time, and I know that much. Don't want to get political though, because that's not what football is. Yeah, exactly. I could talk about them if I really wanted to, and talk about how corrupt they really are as people. But I won't do that just for the sake of their identity. Lehman, Paris and Jermaine chairman own beIN Sports because they took over by mid-season. Whatever. Not something I can really comment on. Let's have a look. Do you think there should be a cut-off to the restart of the season? Holland avoid the season. Do you think we'll go down this route? I think if it continues the way it's going at the minute, I think if we can't get games played, and if we can't get games played behind closed doors, then it might do. It's not something I really want. I'd rather see the season, gets to its conclusion. I'd rather see fans be able to go to the games and support their respective clubs. Again, it's a difficult one to answer. I can't just sit here and say that, you know, they're going to avoid the season or they're going to play behind closed doors, because at the minute we're up in the air with this pandemic. We don't even know when the country's going to get back on its feet again. The economy is literally on its arse. So, but that's for the government to sort of look into. But for now, I don't know. I can't see any football for a while, if I'm honest. Unless things start to improve in May, then possibly there might be something in June. But that's just me being optimistic. Very, very optimistic indeed. No fans, no football. Yeah, exactly. Football is nothing without the fans. You know, without the fans getting behind the squad. You know, the fans always eat off what the supporters are like. If the supporters are in good spirits, then you tend to play really well. If they're not in good spirits, then you don't play so well. If there's no atmosphere, that can obviously affect the performance. But hopefully next season, if we get this takeover, the performances will be up there and we'll have, you know, decent atmospheres as well, you know. Just imagine if we've got a takeover, man. The stadium would be rocking. I'll jump out my window if this goes through. Be very careful. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Be very careful. Boris is back to work on Monday. He'll sort it out. Yeah, exactly. There'll be a plan in action. It'll not be a case of, well, oh, he's back. Things are going to get back to normal. It won't work like that. It'll be a case of they'll look at the matters and what they're going to want to do going forward. Because, like I say, it's not a straight up task of like, oh yeah, everyone's going to get back to normal, or we're going to play games behind closed doors. Because then again, players are in the dressing rooms. You know, they're still mixing with each other, and they're talking about social distancing. You know what I mean? It's a case of, yeah, what next? By the way, guys, if you are new to the channel and you haven't seen me before, I'm Sharky, a Newcastle fan. Do a lot of Newcastle content. Hopefully try to get back to games next season if we can get the season up and running again. As you can see on screen, subscribe to TOON Army TV. I'm on the verge of 2,800 subs, so if you can go along and help me on my journey to 3K, short-term 2.8, but 3K would be the long-term. If you could do that, that would be amazing. Also, as well, if you're in the stream, please like the video. It's free to do that as well. The more likes we get, the better. The more traffic that that we can generate as well. And also, if you haven't followed me on social media, on Twitter and Instagram, it's literally TOON Army TV. Drop me a follow and I will follow you back. So that'll be TOON Army TV on Instagram and Twitter. Anyway, let's get back to the comments to see if we've got any more. I'm going to be streaming now for another hour, so you've got plenty of time to get your comments in. The next one is from Jason Carter. Politics and football should never mix. Completely spot on, mate. Football is football and politics is politics. Completely agree. Should never ever mix. I also think there'll be a next year. Do you think there'll not be a next year, or do you think there will be? Difficult to read that one, but if you can put your comment in, I'll read it out for you. Jody put, I reckon Eddie Howe would be a decent manager to establish us now until we grow much bigger. Yeah, I think, like, no offense to Bournemouth in any way, but he's taken them from League Two, you know, small club, probably favourites to go straight back down from the top flight. He's kept them in it for 5 seasons. He's built that club. Yes, he's been given some funds, but Bournemouth, like, how far can he take them? Do you know what I mean? Like, can he get Bournemouth into top 7? Probably not. I know Burnley did it, but Bournemouth, I don't know. They are in the relegation zone. I mean, how far can he take Bournemouth realistically? I don't think he can take them that far. With Newcastle, I think you do really well. I think a young up-and-coming manager, you know, get maybe the club into Europe and build his CV from there, you know. Chris Hughton was a nobody before he came in. Yeah, he was a technical, what was he? He was a second coach at Tottenham. Came into Newcastle at the Championship. Look where he was now. He went from Newcastle to, like, Brighton and clubs like that. So, you know, it's a possibility, mate. It's a big possibility. Newcastle, if he was to get backed, I think he'd be a good manager. Obviously, there's talk of Martinez as well from the Belgian manager. Wrestling is still on. Why not football? Well, I didn't know that. So, just fingers crossed we can get some sort of normality back. You know, that's what we want as football fans. Not just as a Newcastle fan, but I think everybody wants to see the football back. But like I say, there's bigger things going on in the world. Also, with the takeover as well, we just don't know where we are with that. Like, nothing's been said from the Premier League. Nothing's been said from the club. You know, I wish personally that the club will come out and say something. I think the club need to come out and tell us, the supporters, what's going on, because, you know, why should we, you know, build up all this hope if potentially there's nothing? Obviously, fingers crossed, you know, that we can get something going and we can get a takeover, because I'm sick and tired, you know, of going down these routes of, oh, we're getting taken over. we'll live off hope, and then all of a sudden, bang, back to reality again. You know, it's really, really, really frustrating because all I want to see is the club do well. I want to see the club progress. I think the club's got real potential, and I'm not saying that because I'm a fan. I just see it as it is. You know, in what Mike Ashley's doing, he's killing any sort of hope that we've got. Bournemouth are living the dream. They are an average League Two side. You know what? I'll class them as a Championship League One side now. I think they've earned that right with the Premier League. Cavani will go. Well, I'd love to see it, but we'll wait and see. NX, I would shock you, mate. I'm good. How are you? I hope you're well. Like I say, guys, if you are new to the stream and you haven't seen me before, please subscribe for Newcastle content. Like the video and put your comments down below. Jody, we've never had communication from the club, so I don't expect it now. Exactly. You know, anything that Mike Ashley tries to do with the fans, those bridges have been burned. Like, there's no way he's going to, you know, get the fans back on his side again. I mean, he's promised so much and then he's delivered very little. And when you do that, you know what I mean? I think a lot of fans, you know, speaking outside in, they know exactly what's going on. Jose Rodriguez, Roblox, and more. I hope I said that right. Why don't Bournemouth get their stadium expanded? Well, I'm sure if I'm not wrong, within the rules, it's got to be 16,000. If they keep staying in the Premier League, eventually they're going to have to get that built. Hopefully this summer. If they stay up this season, it's good. I think they're scared to build it just in case they go back down again and they don't get, you know, the big attendances of what like we get, you know, like big away attendances, because not everyone's going to do it. Liam, NUC vibes, football is a sport and wrestling is a soap opera. There's literally no comparison. DNM, not Liverpool, since the coronavirus come. I don't know. I still think Liverpool have won the league. Personally, in my opinion, I still think Liverpool are going to win it. The Premier League will do everything in its rights to get the games back on, if and when it's safe to do so. Obviously, Liverpool are 25 points clear, and it would be an absolute shock if Liverpool didn't win 2 games for their remaining 9 that they got left. Listen, and plus they're still in the Champions League, I think, if I'm not wrong. Oh no, they're out. They went out. Yeah, they went out after Atletico Madrid, so they still had that at the time. It's crazy now where we are at the minute. Next comment, let's have a look. The International Stadium is bigger than Bournemouth Stadium. Yeah, it is. I've been to the International Stadium a few times actually in Gateshead. I'll be doing a lot more Gateshead vlogs next season if we can get the season or the new season up and running, because their National League North season's actually been cut short. So yeah, we don't know where that is at the minute. True, but I wouldn't have fancied being gorilla pressed by the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, very, very true. Like I say, if there's any Newcastle fans and whoever you are, if you want to, you know, if you want to be part of the channel and subscribe and hit the like button, put your comments down below. What do you think will happen with this takeover? Do you think it's going to go through, or do you think it's a load of rubbish? What's going to happen with the human rights saga as well when they've been complained to the Premier League? Do you think that might scup at any takeover? Let us know down below in the comments. Liam, NUC vibes, but I'm glad school I get bullied. I don't like bullies, mate. I can't stand them. You know what I mean? They're not big and they're not clever. They just get put in their place. Hello from Stuttgart, Germany, by the way. Yeah, welcome, mate. Anybody, don't care where you're from. Germany, England, France, you're always welcome on this channel, man. It's great to have you on board and that, and great to have your comments. They're always much appreciated and always will be read out as well. So, great to have you part of the conversation. By the way, guys, if you want to see more streams, just let me know down below in the comments. More streams, just let me know. And I'll do more, I don't mind. Have a look at the next one. I think I clicked it and I clicked off. Give me a big up, Liam, lads. But honestly, you know what? I really can see a takeover. Like, I don't want to be fully confident, but I can see some legs on this one. Like, I can just see that Mike Ashley might just leave now because he hasn't got the money. Obviously, with his Sports Direct and stuff, he's losing money there. Debenhams, he's House of Fraser, whatever he owns, you know, he's losing money. And now I don't think he can afford to run those businesses and Newcastle United. Plus, there's been no supporters in the stadium, you know, for the past month. So Newcastle United, again, have lost money. That means he's lost money. If we're not putting money into the club, he's lost money. Do you know what I mean? That's how business works. Liam Vibe said more streams. Yeah, I'll definitely do more streams going forward. I think you seem to have enjoyed this one. So I'll definitely do some more as we keep going forward. Liam, NUC, I've seen something before. What did you say? Keep your head, son. Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody deserves to be bullied at the end of the day. It's not right. Jason said if Ashley backs out now, it'll cost him more than he can afford. Yeah, exactly. Like the reason why, I want this takeover is because if it doesn't go through, then Mike Ashley's not going to have any money. He's not going to invest in the club in the summer. I mean, yes, okay, other clubs aren't going to invest either because financially there's just nothing there. There's been no money made. The economy's on its arse, obviously. But Mike Ashley won't really develop the squad. It'll just be left to rot. Players will be on contracts where they'll just be left to run. Matty Longstaff, I would definitely fear for him big time. I would. If Mike Ashley stays, I fear for him. It would be obvious to give him a new contract, but you'd have to fear for the lad's future because I do believe he's got a future at the football club. Arsenal Dogs, yeah, mate, you can come on. What I'll do now, mate, if you're in, I'll drop a link. Anybody who wants to come and join the stream, you're more than welcome to. Don't feel like you should be denied to come into the stream. You're more than welcome. I'm going to be streaming for the next 50 minutes, so I promised on Instagram and Facebook I said I'd be doing a stream for about 4 hours. So if not, I might even stream at 12:30 because listening at the start of the stream didn't work. So I'll be making up for that. So if I have to make up in about half an hour, I'll do it. I don't mind. Like I say, guys, if you are new, please sub to the channel as well. That would be amazing. Also, vlogs, I've sent you a link, so you should have got that. You should have got that. Let's have a look at the comments before you come in as well. Just keeping up with everybody. By the way, if you don't see your comment pop up, I am going to read it for you, so don't worry about it. Let's have a look. After watching Sunderland Till I Die, did it make you laugh at them or respect them more? I'm busy. I'm watching it. I've still got to watch 5 and 6, episode 5 and 6 of season 2. I wouldn't say respect them. I think it was well put together. You could see, the troubles that they're under. They haven't got the money. Stuart Donald and obviously Charlie Methven were working on a shoestring budget or whatever that budget was. But it was amazing how it was put together. But I thought the deal for Will Grigg was a bit over the top. I wouldn't have paid that sort of money. I don't think that the Premier League will reject Newcastle's takeover because if they do, then there might be problems. Yeah, exactly. If they do that, then you have to investigate the rest. Honestly, you have to investigate the rest. Awesome streamer. It's good. It's great to welcome all comers. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, guys, if you're watching, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who you support. If it's the Premier League, Championship, League One, League Two. If you're overseas, it doesn't matter. If you support Newcastle, whatever, you're always welcome on this channel. Please get involved, Obviously, this takeover, yes, it's about Newcastle, but a lot this is creating a lot of worldwide news. So a lot of you guys are coming in to want to have your say, and it's you see me doing videos, but it's great just to be able to interact with you. I think that's the most important thing. Do you know what I mean? So, like I say, you're always welcome on the channel, honestly. Also, vlogs just setting up. That's fine, mate. No worries. We'll see you in the stream in the next few minutes, whatever that is. Maybe it's so because they already have paid deposit. Yeah, exactly. There's been money got into the deal. Stuart Donald must be skint by now. He couldn't afford the club when they were playing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like with Stuart Donald when he come in with Charlie Methven, I think it was a case of they were managing a non-league club in Eastleigh where there's not much money. They thought they could make a quick buck. They generally thought that they get Sunderland out of League One straight away, make a bit more money from the Championship, and then they thought they'd just keep building that rapport with the fans. It's not easy. It's not easy to get out of League One. Just ask Sunderland now. I mean, they're struggling. Obviously, they've made a bit of a comeback now, but it's not a case of like how easy it is to get out of that league. You know what I mean? Ask the likes of Portsmouth. The Prem will want the takeover because of the fact the amount of money the Saudi Prince has, which will surely grow the league. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think a lot of people are missing the point with these Saudi people. They've got a relationship with the government, with the Queen, with the Prime Minister. Saudi Arabia do a lot of trade deals with the UK as well, and they wouldn't want to damage that relationship. And like I say, right, the government, if I'm not wrong, they've said that they're not going to intervene. So if they're not going to intervene, then surely the Premier League, it's up to them what they want to do next. If, and fingers crossed, something is happening. I'm just hoping, like all Newcastle fans, something is happening. If it doesn't, I won't be disappointed. But I'll say this on record right now. If this deal doesn't go through, I'll be disappointed inside, but I won't be shocked. Because I've been down this route so many times before. 13 years of utter dross. You know what I mean? Mike Ashley is a complete fraud. Mike Ashley, if you're watching, you are a complete fraud of an owner who has left this club to dry you've just left it to rot. You know, a club that's got real potential of doing something. You know what I mean? We've got ambitions of doing stuff. Let's have a look at the comments. We'll have some more coming in. So let's have a look. Jason Carter, Jody, excellent point, mate. I've said that all along. Fingers crossed. Yeah. The government and Queen trust the same bloke that wants to buy Newcastle. Surely that speaks volumes. Yeah, exactly. Like, because Sheffield United, obviously they've got their Saudi owners. You could say, well, it might be a different guy from a different company within Saudi Arabia. They probably haven't got a criminal background, but like, you've still got to do those checks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we don't get our takeover, then you've got to question their ownership. You've got to question the Glazers at Man United. You've got to question the Chelsea owners. You've got to question the PSG owners. You've got to question them all along the board. You can't just look at one owner and think, actually, no, he's bad. Let's not give him a takeover, but actually they're fine. Works both ways, doesn't it? That's the way I look at it. The Mirror are running away with the Keegan story. They'll be doing that to try and get clicks, to try and obviously try and push this takeover if it is legit to go through. Also, vlogs, here he comes. Add him to the stream.
Hello, mate. Welcome to the chat.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
Good. Arsenal Vlogs, make sure you subscribe to him as well. He's another YouTuber, Arsenal fan. Does a lot of amazing content. MK Don's Vlogs, Arsenal Vlogs. So if you go along and sub to him as well, that would be amazing. So, yeah, mate, nice to have you on as well. So, obviously, we'll talk a bit about Newcastle. Then, obviously, if you want to jump in with Arsenal, we could definitely do that. So, so obviously, your thoughts of the takeover then from an Arsenal fan looking in?
Well, thanks for having me on at first. But no, I think what I said the other day, I think with Newcastle's takeover, I think it's 85% done, in my opinion.
Are you that confident?
Yeah,
confident?
Yeah, I'm being serious because I actually think it will happen because despite Mike Ashley does own House of Fraser and Sports Direct, I actually think it will happen. I actually think there's something going behind the scenes during this coronavirus lockdown. But in my opinion, if it does happen or not, I think it's a good thing for Newcastle. It gives you an opportunity to think and get rid of the dead players, get rid of the likes of Andy Carroll and all them lot, and then end up flipping looking for the future. And I feel like Newcastle can have a look. Like there's been talks with, obviously you see online all this paper talk saying about these prediction lineups, like you can go and get anyone in the world. Look, I can't see you lot go and get players like Mbappe, but I feel like
the thing is you've got to draw a line, man. I mean, there's a realism. Like at the end of the day, right? People look at our fan base as like, oh, we just want to buy this, we want to buy that, we demand this, we demand that. We don't, honestly, mate. The way we look at it as a club, right? We demand a team that tries. We demand that we have communication from the top. We demand that we'll have a manager that knows what he's doing, and we demand the team to go a long way with the club, to try and progress it to the next level. We want to build, for what we have. We're not asking to buy titles. We're not asking for the best players. We are just looking for a bit of a direction, a bit of a going forward.
You need to rebuild as like a direction. You need to rebuild as a football club. You need to take things slowly, gradually. Like someone who came on your live stream earlier in this stream said something about you need to obviously target maybe 6th, 7th or something like that. So
was that Johnny from Newcastle Fans TV?
I think so. Yeah. So he said basically Newcastle should be target maybe something like 6th, 7th at first, at best.
I've said that all along. I said Europa League is probably where it's at. In every video that I've ever done, I've said it's all about baby steps. First of all, if we finish top 10 first season, brilliant, that's great. But then 7th place, the Europa League is literally, if you look at the 7th spot, it's been neglected like a rotten tomato. Like you've got a Burnley, you've got a who else we had there? Wolves, we've had and somebody else, but Everton, obviously, no one's really like nailed down that 7th spot. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, Arsenal have obviously fallen down the league a little bit as well, but nobody's really nailed down that 7th spot. Top 6 is what it is, but it's been neglected. Do you know what I mean? Like I think you think as you were talking about Arsenal as well, obviously saying that we could be going ahead of you. I don't believe in that. I believe in like short-term stability and getting going forward from there. Like not just buying like this, that, and the other. I think for a club of our size, obviously we need to be building slowly, not just throw money at it. That's the wrong thing to do. Look at QPR. Look at your neighbours from down the road. QPR. Look what happened to them.
Yeah,
gotta be very careful.
Look how QPR have turned that out. QPR nearly got relegated a couple of times and could have been into League One with MK Dons. So the thing is, the way I look at it, right, like what you've just said, I feel like not get too ahead of yourselves. All these rumors coming out, you don't know what can happen. And like if you see a rumor, like I mentioned about Aubameyang being linked with Chelsea on my previous video I made a few days ago, and I said once when you see something on the news, it's like a population. Like for example, on Twitter, like the Sun or the Mirror, they're not very good at reporting, and once when someone sees that, everybody goes meltdown. Everybody goes meltdown. Like our fans at Arsenal, we're all panicking about Aubameyang going to freaking Chelsea. Even I'm panicking as well. But getting back to Newcastle situation, we don't know if the takeover is going to happen because it's still going on. But I seem to look at it, think it's gone quiet for the last couple of days, and I look at it like something's not right. It's not quiet, so there's got to be something going on behind the scenes.
That's why you said obviously we're 85%. That's why I'm 25 to 50%. Like between that, I think it's because nothing's being said from the Premier League, and you say it's gone behind the scenes. Obviously, nothing's being said from the club, and nothing. Obviously, there's probably nobody in. But somebody like Mike Ashley or Lee Charnley, right, in a pandemic, should come out and say something. Do the right thing. There's people in this world, right, who are dying, right, of a disease that's invisible, right. And the last thing that we want to be talking about is a takeover if it's not true. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And for me, there's something needs to be said. And if it's not said by Monday, then I think it's all wrong. If they come out in a few weeks' time or whenever and say this is off, and they should have said something weeks ago, then I think it's wrong, disgraceful.
See, this is why Mike Ashley is similar to Stan Kroenke, isn't he?
He loves a bit of. The thing is, Mike Ashley loves a bit of publicity. Like he loves his money. We know that. We know that Lee Charnley obviously is his little puppet. He'll speak what Mike Ashley tells him to. But do you know what? Something needs to be said because at the end of the day, obviously that's the only thing at the minute that's keeping this channel going is probably the takeover talk. And obviously, otherwise, I'm like every other channel, right? It's dead. There's nothing to talk about in football.
No,
like Newcastle. Obviously, there was talk of obviously Steve Bruce. What do you think is going to happen to him? They were saying last 9 games of the season. Do you think he's got a future? I mean, and also, do you think he's got? He's in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup.
He is, but I think what I heard tonight about obviously football could be coming back closed doors on normal channels, which is very good.
As an Arsenal fan, obviously you can't go. What's your thoughts on that as well? Obviously, being an Arsenal fan, obviously watching MK Dons as well, of not being able to go to games behind closed doors and stuff. Because football's nothing without the fans, as Robbie would say.
What Robbie said right a few streams ago, and I watched it as well, and he said right that it's not right without fans. Like literally, like I don't see the point. Obviously, like what I heard on the news coming out, like in the next few weeks, football could be returning. Liverpool could be having the league. The season could be carrying on, but in closed doors. But what I heard tonight was that Arsenal's players will be doing like what Bayern Munich did. Will be going back to the training ground next week, but they'll be training individually. But they'll have to, like, for example, if they're going to be kicking a ball, they're going to have to kick a ball like individually, like a long distance because of social distance. I look at that right and thinking, like, at the end of the day, right, football is not the same without fans, and I think they should avoid the season. Yes, it will be nice to carry on. Yes, it is a bit 50-50 whether you look at it right, thinking 1 minute you're thinking, okay, we need to carry on with the season. It doesn't sound right. Like, if you go back and watch this season, it's going to feel weird. Previous seasons, the season finished in May. Because if we didn't have this situation, the season would have finished in a couple of weeks. But
yeah, exactly.
I just think overall, I think they need to avoid the season. And I'm not saying it as my persuaders that will get Europe next season, Champions League or Europa League or whatever. But I think overall, I think they should avoid the season, and they've got to worry about people's health and all that. Because a lot of people are dying. I heard something about 813 something are dying. So with Mike Ashley, has he even come out and admitted and said, I don't know if he's actually come out and admitted and said, oh, the Newcastle staff, right? It's the same as Stan Kroenke. The only thing Kroenke's done, although he's took £3 million out of the club before, but Kroenke's actually done something like he's willing to pay players tax because of the 12.5 mil. But other than that, he hasn't kept an eye and say, how the club is doing with this whole virus situation. He
We
hasn't
don't get any
really.
of that. We don't even get that. Like, it's literally copy and paste. You get one at the start of the season, and you get one at the end of the season. You get nothing
do.
in the middle of the season, like, oh, the season's been good or bad. Merry Christmas. We're going to do something in January. It's like, yeah, just keep flocking back and just keep backing us, and we'll not back you in return. That's literally what our club's about under Mike Ashley. Literally spend as very little as possible. That's why we want him out. Doesn't care, man. Neglect
Because
wrong.
Another thing, what I will say is, I don't know if you know the Man United owner Ed Woodward or not.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
He come out in the meeting and said that Robbie was touching on this today, and he does his morning dailies and even dailies. He said that apparently Ed Woodward came out and admitted the Manchester United owner says that the transfer window is going to be completely changed. People are not going to have no money to spend because of the whole coronavirus pandemic whenever this lockdown ends. And people were saying that you're not going to get much people spending 100 million on the player. You might get one or two good deals, but you're not going to be able to. It's not going to be like previous summers where people go mega big. Like, for example, you're looking at Chelsea. You look at the rumours, they're actually being serious now. United are being serious. You lot could be serious with the takeovers. We don't look serious. We don't look like we're serious. Like, we've been linked with about 20 centre backs. So at the end of the day,
you need one of them.
We do actually.
No, obviously there's a question up from Jody, and you might be able to answer this yourself. But his question is regarding what would happen to League Two sides as well. Obviously, if football was to be played behind closed doors, obviously they're talking about TV and stuff. Apparently, games getting played on TV for free. What would happen to the Championship League 1, League 2 sides because they don't really generate enough anyway? Do you know what I mean? I know the Premier League said that they've got £1 million to give all these clubs, but what happens to them? Like, their futures don't really look.
Well, do you reckon? Because what I heard, right? I was speaking to a friend of mine who I know supports Luton, and the thing is, he was saying to me that football teams, football league clubs could go bust. Like even some in the Premier League.
Even Burnley, I think their owner was saying, was it 2 weeks ago, it came on Sky Sports actually. Apparently, if they don't make that TV money that they're meant to be getting every month, because obviously there's nobody coming through the turnstiles. Apparently, if there was no football by August, Burnley in the Premier League could go bust. Burnley.
Yeah, pretty much.
The thing is, it's becoming a bit of a trend with the Northwest clubs. Obviously, Accrington and Stanley are another one. Apparently, they could be going bust. Bury or
Fleetwood won't go bust because Fleetwood have got a very rich owner.
He's a good owner, isn't he?
MK Dons won't as well because obviously their owner.
I don't know how he financially keeps that stadium going. The fact they don't even fill it.
Because apparently what I heard with us with MK Dons is apparently something to do with the government. Like they're covering the costs, they're covering the government, so the government's getting it to cover. So like they've got a Premiership stadium. Yeah, they don't fill it. It's 8,000 home capacity, but other than that, I don't know really. So
I gave the question. Yeah, obviously Jeff Graves basically said, with the home crowds, obviously they rely on the crowds. Like obviously Arsenal, Newcastle, playing behind closed doors as well. There's a bit of a disadvantage, obviously playing behind closed doors and stuff. You know what I mean? Like if Newcastle were to play against Liverpool, obviously that's our last home game of the season. Like that, I know Liverpool obviously would have won the league then, but the point is that if we had our fans behind our side, we could actually win that game because of the fans.
Pretty much.
Whereas if we don't, there's no atmosphere to walk in the park, in my opinion, to walk in the park.
Because, like, we still have to play, like, Liverpool at home. Robbie was saying, I was watching, they filmed it yesterday, the Bias Premier League show with what Troots and Robbie currently do on a Monday or a Friday, but to review the games and preview games, which the games were going to predict if the games were ahead. But we were supposed to play Tottenham this Sunday and tomorrow in the North London derby away. And the thing is, he said, like, what would it be like if football came back with a North London derby?
I'll let you keep talking. I'm going to find out what Newcastle's fixture was. Just keep talking, mate. I'll find out what our fixture was.
Fine, and ask people in the chat. But no, basically, what I think right is people in the chat and you as well, Toonami, is that I think overall with the North London derby, right, it would be weird with no fans if they're going to play it close doors. Like Liverpool, we still have to play. We still got to go to Wolves. We still got to go to Leicester. I mean, we play Leicester at home. We still got to go to Wolves. We still got to go to Villa. We still got to go to City, Southampton, Brighton. We still got to go to these teams. And if they're going to be playing open closed door matches, it's not the same without fans.
Well, I'm trying to have a look here to see who we would actually had. April 2020 postponed. Where we're now? Are we 25th?
We're 25th, nearly May.
We were supposed to be in London today. We were supposed to be at Vicarage Road playing against Watford. And I think, for me, that was a game I was actually going to go to as well. It would have been a winnable game. Watford.
Wow, man.
Yeah, they're on a good bit of form, but winnable.
Watford's not far from me, mate. So...
Jody also said the same thing. Obviously, I can talk about the rivals. He basically said, if it popped up, but anyway, he basically said that the likes of Sunderland could be in trouble as well. Obviously, League One side, obviously with Stuart Donald.
That'd be good for you, Sunderland. That'd be good for you for Sunderland.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't like. It's funny enough to say, I wouldn't like to see Sunderland go bust as a Newcastle fan. Would you, the derby? It's good. It's good for the economy.
I don't think they won't because they're a bigger club. Like you look at it, right? Burnley are a big club when they're not big club like as we are.
I wouldn't let it go bust.
But Sunderland are pretty much like when you look at them in League One, you're thinking they were a Premier League team a couple of years ago. You're thinking they're staying Championship standard.
It is Premier League standard, but then you could say, well, actually, Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, they're the same. Leeds United. I think with Sunderland, I've always seen them as a Championship club. I don't see them as a Premier League club. I know I'm not saying that I'm being big-headed or because we're a rival. I don't think they've got ambitions for the Premier League. I don't. I think they're a definite top 10 Championship club, but I don't think they're the Premier League for me.
I think with Sunderland, I class them as a Premier League Championship stadium, but
the state definitely. I'll give you that.
At least maximum Championship. League One, I think they're too good for League One.
Well, they shouldn't. The thing is, they shouldn't have went to League One to start with. They only went to League One because they were badly mismanaged by those at the top. Obviously, the ownership situation had a problem with the manager as well.
See, that's what happens to football clubs. Like Blackburn Rovers have been in League One before, and they were in the Premiership quite a few years back. Bolton Wanderers, you look at them. They what's going to happen to Bolton Wanderers due to this coronavirus? Will if the season gets avoided? Or it gets continued. Like, for example, if it gets continued, then they'll go into League Two next season already because they're already relegated. Or if it doesn't get continued, then it gets avoided. What will happen to the minus 12 points? Will they do that into next season again in League One? I don't know what will happen, but...
Tough, but like I say, it's a tough one to answer at the minute because obviously at the minute we're in the end of obviously April. If nothing improves next month, then they've probably got no choice but to want to play it behind closed doors. But that's where I think it's going. It's not something I want. But if if fans obviously are wanting the football back, obviously the government, it's not on there like saying it's obviously what the government.
Apparently, like I said, apparently that they're obviously going to be. Obviously, they're going to be putting it on normal TV. They might put it on BBC and ITV for the moment, like the old days. So they might put it back on there for the time being. At least positive thing is, okay, people are dying every single day, and it's showing a little bit of positivity. It's slowing down bit by bit, but we might not be improving as much. But it's little positives is if the government obviously award us to show a bit of sport on TV. At least we're actually watching. At least we can actually do watch-alongs again. I miss my watch-alongs. I haven't done a watch-along since West Ham. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, not just that though. Not just like supporting your club, but the fact that you can meet all your mates whether you do YouTube or not. Like you get to meet people like in football. You get to make friends. You know what I mean? And you get to you miss the fact of like hanging out outside the ground, or you miss the fact of maybe going for a drink. You know, all that stuff that comes with football. You know what I mean? Having a sing along, getting behind the side, whether you're a big club or a small club. I think football it brings everybody together, and you miss that, don't you? Especially when you just
football will be football and pubs. That will probably be the last thing to come back. Like
easy. That's what I mean. That's their second choice, unless they're trying to get
saving it for something for us. They're saving it for us. So they're saving it for an exciting party. But when this lockdown's over, everybody's going to go mad and clubbing and that. But I think to put it this way, I think they're saving football and that for last. So obviously, if we got to see if anything improves within next month, because what lockdowns within like a week and a half, 2 weeks until the next step, May the 7th.
Honestly, like the way I look at it is, I don't know how they're going to actually get the season up and running again. I really don't. It's
neither do I.
You know what I mean? I don't.
This could go on to next season as well. How you meant to know the fixtures? How you meant to know if we were supposed to play you next season at St James's Park? Like I was planning to come down to St James's Park.
What happened with the? They've obviously pushed the Euros now, haven't they? So obviously that was supposed to take place this summer, so that's completely gone.
Yeah.
The fact that they thought they were probably trying to get the football back around, obviously May, June time, that's why they moved it. The fact we're still in this situation now, I think it's got to concern the Premier League. It's got to concern the Football League, because with all these fixtures that remain, they can't just suggest, we're going to get all these fixtures done in 56 days. I just don't think it's possible. People have still got Champions League, Europa League, FA Cup. They've still got games to play, like in the league, in the Football League. They've got like
how you
Tuesday.
Games? It's so confusing due to this coronavirus pandemic. Like it's worrying. It's like scary times in football, because okay, people might not be affected and worried. Like what I mean is, to put it this way, right? I'm thinking, how are they going to fit all the Champions League? Like next week, UEFA are going to be having a meeting. I think it's Thursday. This Thursday coming. Next week, they're going to have a meeting whether the Champions League is going to go ahead, because they might do it into mini tournaments. Thinking, right, like Chelsea, obviously, I'll give you a game, for example. They haven't finished their second leg. Okay, they weren't obviously going to come back from a 3-0 first leg, but they would probably want to finish that off. And like,
it just looks really tough. Like, I just don't know how and what that solutions are, to be honest with you. I mean, I would hate to be in the position now of the Premier League and the EFL trying to fix all this up, because I don't know. It just, for me, it looks like the impossible task. It really does.
It does, because like, if fans, like I heard MK Dons, right, our fans, we're not allowed to come back until October, and that was according to the Milton Keynes Citizen paper. That's the local paper. But the thing is, Milton Keynes, right, Dons, if the fans are not allowed to come until October, then how are you going to obviously like get into the next seasons? Because what I would suggest to do is avoid this season. Yeah, it will be disappointing to obviously for other clubs not.
Well, we're mid-table anyway. We're in the FA Cup quarter-final. It's not where I'm exactly
what I was in the league. We're ninth in the league. We want to try and push for at least a Europa League spot, 5th, 6th at least, and if that doesn't get finished, people were saying that Arsenal will go into the Champions League next season. But at the same time, I heard another rumour that the positions where we are all now will stay the same, and it will go up to points per game. Arsenal will finish in 8th for some reason. We'll finish ahead of Spurs. The top 4 will look the same. It will be similar as the table, just be 1 or 2 places up.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think where we are at the minute, I think that's where we deserve to be. I mean, we're 13th at the minute. I don't think we're any better or any worse than 13th. Like, you know what I mean? The thing is, where we are in the league, that represents Mike Ashley's an owner, you know, like mediocre club until he obviously leaves. And the thing is, we're without not sounding too big-headed, we're on 35 points. We've got 9 games to go plus an FA Cup game. Thing is, mate, we've got winnable games, you know, at home. We've got winnable games away as well. And I do trust.
Winnable games, like our fixtures, like Man City away, we were supposed to play. That when that first week came, where it got postponed, then we were supposed to.
The thing is, for us, top 10 isn't like obviously where we are at the minute. Top 10 isn't impossible, but obviously getting into the top 7 would be. That's why I think the highest we're going to finish is 10th. It's nothing special. It's mid-table. Do you know what I mean? Like,
would you accept top 10 for this season if the season did come back?
I would take top 10. Of course, I would. I mean, I would take a lot higher than what we are now, but realistically, we're not going to finish any higher than mid-table, because we might have St. Maximin, we might have Almiron, but we just don't have the squad, and we don't have the people at the top who run the football club the way it should be and to where the club should be at. Like, you know what I mean? There's a place and a place, and I think with us, I think where we are is at the minute, I think it's false. If you give us a new owner, a fresh investment, I think it's false. Like, you can tell between a big club and a small club, like, you know what I mean? for places and stuff. But like Arsenal, for example, you shouldn't be. Where are you now in the league? Where are you now?
We're ninth in the league. We're ninth in the league.
You're a lot better.
Really
As a club, you bit more investment. You're a lot better than that. Like for me, you are contenders to go for the league. Theoretically, I know you haven't done much in years for the league, but theoretically, you have got what it takes. You just need investment. When you got the likes of Leicester doing better than you and Wolves, I mean Sheffield United, I mean I can understand they're better than us because we're mid-table. That's fine. Well, we haven't done out for years, but for Arsenal, I'll be very concerned. Like I think it's a case of like, whoa, like Leicester, Wolves.
Everton. It's worrying because to see us in ninth, we've absolutely been crap. We've had 2 managers this season. Unai Emery, we know the reason this season. He should have gone after the Europa League final. Emery had to go because the players weren't, like I said in my streams in the past. Unai Emery had to go because the players weren't communicating under the manager and he couldn't get the best out of them. Players lost interest, didn't want to play. Then Arteta was obviously linked with the job, and then I had my debate whether is he good enough. And now since Arteta's come in, okay, that Olympiacos game was a horrible night. I was there. I got really pretty much decent views. I got 18k on those views.
Exactly that. It's a football.
But other than that, it was a horrible night. Completely shocked. I was expecting to win, qualify, but other than that, he's lost 1 game.
I think he's
Chelsea, and we haven't lost a game in 2020.
I think with Arteta as well, I think he's definitely obviously his experience. Of course, we know. Well, I would say experience, but he's got the experience. I was meant to say of Pep Guardiola. He knows exactly what he wants. He got the legendary status at Arsenal. Of course, he has winning the FA Cups.
But my only worry with Arteta is like this Aubameyang rumour now. Like, does he really want to keep Aubameyang? Is Arsenal Football Club holding Aubameyang? Because when we sold Robbie Van Persie to United back in 2012, Van Persie said that we weren't ambitious enough as a football club. Well, like, literally, he wanted to stay, but the club were messing about. Like, with Aubameyang, what I want to say about Chelsea, I would hate it if he goes to Chelsea or not. A lot of people have been messaging me saying, "Nah, calm down, Luca, calm down." I don't think
you will. I think with Arsenal, I think at the minute, is it a question if Aubameyang wants to go? Does he want to go and prove himself elsewhere? He's obviously been through a few managers, or as you say, is it not the owner wanting the money for him? Like, is he not holding out for a bigger offer? Like, he's paid obviously such and such.
But why would you turn down Real Madrid or Barcelona? Because it's all hotting up, like on the paper talk. Like for example, TalkSport. Aubameyang was being linked to Man United last year. TalkSport were the ones who report, and I think TalkSport are very bad at reporting now. And
do you know what I call them? Do you know what I call TalkSport? Talk shite. That's what I call them.
Yeah, I agree, man. And apparently Robbie did a video today, and with DT about a New Gun Blazing podcast, and it was a very, very good podcast, and I listened to it very, very well. And Robbie did a video yesterday with Cheeky Sport, and it was very, very entertaining to watch. It got me out of my seat. But he was saying that apparently Aubameyang's father, that picture, obviously that picture was old because that's when he first signed for us 2 years ago. But Aubameyang's father came out and put an Instagram yesterday, and he said, "You know what you have to do." Does that mean whether he wants to stay at Arsenal? Because his father's been watching games at Arsenal, and he's very, very good friend.
Does he want to contract extension? Does he want more money? There are also other questions you need to answer as well. Is he not getting? Is he not? Does he feel like he's not getting paid enough a week? Do you know what I mean? Does it? You know what I mean? Like,
Aubameyang's on like 200k a week. He wants £300,000 a week. But
that's one thing.
Yeah, but do you feel with this Chelsea rumour, whether it does happen or not? Do you feel like he wants to stay? It's another RVP situation, but the club are the ones saying, "I'm afraid, I know you want to stay, but we might have to sell you, I'm afraid, because we need money." But I think it's rubbish. It's like if Mike Ashley said that for Newcastle sold their best player, whoever that is. If you sold him and Mike Ashley was still in charge, Newcastle fans would be rating at Mike Ashley. They'd be thinking, "Why have you sold our best player?" like for the money, you're thinking like you've got money here. There's no reason why. Like for example, Aubameyang, you let him go. Like it's more likely he'll go in the summer, and we don't know if we're going to have this transfer window or not. It might go into next year's window now, and contracts will probably get extended by a year. But other than that, if you're going to get rid of Aubameyang and let him go to a rival, you can't do that. Like, how many
I
times?
think with your owners, I think the whole now. I think what they'll do is they'll hold out for a price for him. If someone comes out and says, right, actually they're offering a bit more than we actually paid for him, or like if he's not willing to accept a new deal at the same price, sorry, the same how much he gets a week, then obviously their hands might be forced in that sense. If he doesn't want to. Thing is, you just don't know where his head's at. You don't know if he doesn't want to be there. You don't know if the club don't want him. If the club just want to offload him, especially the pandemic as well. I mean, Arsenal must be losing loads now. Your owner must be losing a bit. Also,
still got money, surely.
Not to forget as well, your value for Aubameyang will also go down as well. Everyone's value is going to go down this summer. That's why you'll lose.
It will. That's why we're losing money. That's why we might have to cash in and get rid of him. And like, Aubameyang's money might go. I heard a rumor it might be 30 million.
30 million. Wow. How much did you pay for him again?
56.
56. Wow. I think you could easily get more than that off of Aubameyang, but like I say, with the pandemic, a lot of
if someone offers 70 million, take it. And if Chelsea come in, okay, like DT did a podcast with Robbie and he all gone blazing. DT was probably saying it as a joke. Offer 100 million. No football club ain't gonna worth 100 million for Aubameyang at his age because Chelsea would probably want to bring him in. I
know Chelsea haven't spent, but where they get that money from? They're going to be in the same boat. They haven't like.
They'll use Hazard's money. They'll use Hazard's money because they've got a transfer ban. They did the smart thing, and what they did is they got a transfer ban. They did the smart thing.
There might still be rules in here, so they might have had the ban lifted though, but they still might have. The FA and UEFA, they might still have put something in place to say you can only spend so much or how much. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can spend maybe a couple of 100 million, but it's got to be spread out. You can't just go out and spend 100 million because if Chelsea get themselves back into that again, they might be in City's situation where you look at City now.
What might happen is we would probably, I don't know whether contracts will get extended or not. We might have to let them go on free, and then Chelsea.
By the way, you're going to like this comment. You're going to love this comment, by the way, but it's going to pop up.
And Cronky is a rat. I agree, Jeff Grapes. Nice picture, by the way, Jeff.
I think, you know what, he's very similar to Mike Ashley. The only thing is, the difference is with Mike Ashley, though, he's literally run our club like to the ground. Like, you come in and there's been no plan from him. It's literally take. And don't give back in return. And that's why I'm saying, obviously, with this takeover at the minute, like, are we the difference with Newcastle losses is we're mid-table. You've gone from like top 4, like top 6. Now you're not even in there. Like you're literally between like 6 and 9.
Like if we get rid of Aubameyang, we have to all but pray for him to sign a new deal. Whether his father.
Joe Linton's going, by the way.
Joe Linton. I'm not having Joe Linton at Newcastle.
Well, mate, if we get this takeover, we might have to flog him off.
We might have to flog Aubameyang to make money. Like literally, we're gonna have to say, sorry, mate. I know you want to stay. This might be like, I mean, he might come out in a minute and say like, oh, they weren't ambitious enough. Like, you're not offering me 300k a week.
Obviously, I hope he don't lose him. I hope he can keep a hold of him. But then,
I hope so. But otherwise, his contract expires next year. Lacazette's contract. I think Lacazette will stay. In my opinion, I think I'm not sure if he'll sign a new deal, but I think he'll stay because his contract expires in 2022. So
Joe Linton is a tea towel.
I know, but we've got.
No, honestly, you know what it is, right? If his father's saying something as well, it could be the fact that Arsenal are like 9th in the table. Like, he should be. He's a lot better than that. Like, he's a lot better than 9th in the table.
Yeah, because some people think, most people have obviously said Aubameyang's a world-class player. Like, he's come to the Premier League, everybody's thinking
he is a talent.
He's world-class in my opinion. I think he's probably like the 5th, 6th best centre forward in the world in my opinion. Take Ronaldo and Messi out of the equation. I think he's the best centre forward in the flipping.
The problem is with Arsenal, you've got problems everywhere. Though. Not just up front. You've got a problem with like Ozil. You've got your problems at the back. Obviously, you've had your manager problem as well. Like I think it's before this pandemic, you needed like this season to end now, so then you can get into the summer and really rebuild. That's what you needed. Obviously, it's difficult with obviously what's going on.
Good if Aubameyang. The thing is, Robbie van Persie, right?
He was never kicked on. He was never ever. He
didn't want to leave, but he was saying, right? Why don't I wanted to stay? I want to become a legend and all that stuff. He was promised, right, that we were going to bring players in, we were going to build around him, and this is the same with Aubameyang. Like if we do keep Aubameyang and not let him go to Chelsea, then other than that, we can buy some creativity midfielder because Aubameyang's. Like, I've seen him defence this season. He's been doing tracking back, and he's a guy like when he was at Borussia Dortmund. He's actually kind of stank a little bit. There was rumours that he didn't want to play. He was a bit like Ozil. But now he's come to the Premier League. He's ready for a game. He doesn't want to be... He's got that mentality, like something which other Arsenal players don't have. Like
you were talking about promises though as well. Like I think the way I look at it, and we've had the same with Ashley, actions speak louder than words. You know what I mean? You can talk the talk, but if you don't put the actions into place, this is why clubs fall apart. You know, like Newcastle and Arsenal. That's the way I look at it, and that's why we're asking for Mike Ashley out. We might finally get our wish. Obviously, Kroenke, I don't know what his future is, but Arsenal, I don't know what he's going to do with your club going forward. But we, obviously, with my club, Newcastle, we obviously...
I don't want to see our football club...
Everybody knows what he's done. Where we are leading.
Look, I worry about this, about our football club all the time, man. Like, literally, I worry about the Aubameyang saga. Like, as soon as I saw this rumour a couple of days ago, like, literally... I just couldn't believe it. Like, I'm thinking for surely not Chelsea because Chelsea need a striker, right? And it kind of makes sense if he goes there because he's in London, he's round the corner, it's not far. But Chelsea have tortured us over the years.
They might get Giroud back.
What?
They might get Giroud back. If they get a Aubameyang, if that's okay, if he goes, they can get Giroud back. But like, I'm glad we've never bought. I'm glad he's turned us down the many times he has done because he might be a finisher. But for me, I like a fast-paced striker. I don't want someone who's like slow and just.
I think Giroud. The thing, Giroud was average at Arsenal. He was a mediocre player. He was average, like. He'll go on about 4, 5, 6 games. He'll get goals. He's a super sub. Now he's getting to a point in his career thinking he needs to go and play for a team like you, for example, or West Ham, or an Everton, or a Burnley, someone like that. He needs to go play for someone like that.
Okay,
we've got a question. Arsenal are a great club. They'll be fine, I think.
Yeah, we're not all that bad.
Wow. But no, as I was saying, would I want Giroud back? It will be like a reversal. Like you're thinking, you might as well let Chelsea go for Aubameyang because they tried to get Aubameyang a couple of years ago. Chelsea turned it down. They decided to take Giroud and then thought we let Arsenal have Aubameyang. And other than that, do I really want Giroud back? No, I wouldn't because, yes, I think Giroud has been a good player for Arsenal.
Yeah, great.
Is he a legend at Arsenal? Not really because he's gone to Chelsea. But I know he hasn't won the Premier League with Chelsea and his career hasn't turned out. Yes, he's won a Europa League. Yes, he's won an FA Cup.
Well, actually, NX actually disagree with me. Actually thinks that he would have been a good signing because he's obviously better on the ball. He's got a good heading ability, which I do agree with that. I'm not going to lie, but
yeah,
can you see like obviously the wages he would have been on at Chelsea before that Arsenal? Mike Ashley's not going to pay stupid weekly wages though. He hasn't got that sort of money.
It's mad, isn't it? Because
another question for you as well.
Yeah,
do you think that Danny Ceballos has a future at Real Madrid, or do you think he should move on? Obviously, he's on loan, isn't he?
Thanks for your question, George. man. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, Arsenal Vlogs, and check out the
Yeah,
content.
on YouTube if you haven't already.
TOON Army will probably put my channel in the link. But no, but as I was saying, very good question, Jordy. I think Danny Ceballos this season, he's had a few injuries, but I remember that second game of the season, the first home game against Burnley after when we beat 1-0 at St James's. But I think Danny Ceballos was absolutely brilliant that day, and I thought he ran his socks off. But I feel he's not the midfield what we need to take us forward to replace Sam and Ramsey. We need midfielders who are going to score goals. And yes, we've had Aubameyang and Lacazette this season. Aubameyang overall has been getting the goals for us. And I said time and time again, Aubameyang, where would we be without him? But with Danny Ceballos, I wouldn't keep him, in my opinion. And Real Madrid, obviously, apparently want to keep him. But how highly do you rate Eddie Nketiah? I think Eddie Nketiah has got potential. Thank you, Andrew. He went out on loan to Leeds, got a bit of game time, and now he's come back on. I think he's been very, very important, scoring a very important goal against Everton. I was at the game. He played against Newcastle. Okay, he didn't score against Newcastle, but he played well. He caused problems, and I think Eddie's good for the future. And I feel, will he make it to Arsenal? He's got potential, but it's depending what's going to happen with Aubameyang. If he's going to go to Chelsea, Real Madrid, Barca, Man United, anywhere like that, then we're going to have to bring a centre forward in. And then what's going to happen with Eddie Nketiah? Oh, there was another question.
My only concern, though, that's my only real concern I've got for Arsenal. I think if you let Aubameyang go and you don't get the correct striker in, what's going to happen to Ozil? Is it going to obviously what's with him? There's been talk of obviously he's meant to be. He's donated to the NHS. I get that, but where does he lie at Arsenal? What's his future? This is a guy, by the way, who I used to rate at Real Madrid. I thought when you got him, I thought, wow, that is a statement. You go to Real Madrid and get him, that is a statement.
I think, in my opinion, with Ozil, I put out a video the other day, last week. I don't know if you watched it, but you guys in the comments and you too now, we can go back and explain what I said about Ozil on my channel right here. I think, in my opinion, with Ozil taking that pay cut, not refusing to pay that cut is absolutely silly, because you pay £350,000 a week for a guy who doesn't even who I don't rate at the football club now. And when we first bought him in, I was thinking,
he doesn't want to be there.
No, he doesn't want to be there. He's only there for the money. He wasn't given the contract. Arsene Wenger, Ivan Gazidis, and Stan Kroenke, when Gazidis and Wenger were there, the football club and the board, they were the ones who gave Ozil 350k. And he thought, you know what, I'll take it. I'll be the spotlight. I'll have something to prove. And he hasn't proved anything. Away from home, he's been absolutely awful.
He's non-existent. When I watch you away from home, you're a bit like us at times. You're a different kettle of fish. You're a lot better at the Emirates, but very similar to Newcastle. When you go away from home, he's a non-existent. We are the same.
Yeah.
It's hard to put your finger on why. It's a bit like us against the smaller clubs. Why can we play so well against the bigger clubs, but we can't play so well against the smaller clubs, home or away? I can't quite put my finger on it.
It's like with Ozil. He can have one or two good games at home, and everybody ticks. And we have a massive fan base. Arsenal Football Club has a massive Ozil fan base. Arsenal Football Club has a massive, massive fan base when we go out on tour, and we're probably the massive fan base around world base. But Ozil, you have a lot of Ozil lovers, and you have we have a bit of connection with Ozil. 1 minute you have fans who are on Ozil.
Well, you got to remember, he was a big signing from Real Madrid. You got to remember where you bought him from. You know what I mean? Obviously, you want the best.
Oh yeah,
for him.
he was a record signing before Aubameyang and Lacazette and Pepe came in. But I think other than that, he needs to go. We need to. Stan Kroenke's got to obviously.
That's where I thought Arsenal might have kicked on, because obviously Ozil was a little bit all over the place, and then when you got Lacazette, Aubameyang, Ozil, you're thinking, wow. Then you got Pepe, you're thinking something's got to give. Yeah, something has to give. You're bringing all these players in with potential. You're not spending pennies on them. You're actually going out and spending money. And you're just thinking something's got to give, and something hasn't. And it's just I think Arsenal, very similar to Newcastle, like us, you need a clear out, massive clear out.
Oh yeah, 100%. when everybody is
Or
thinking
whatever
we're
that is.
attacking, you're thinking, oh my God, you've got one of the best attackers in the Premier League. And on our day, with that attack, we could beat anyone on our day. Like
Anybody can beat anybody. I've always seen football. You've got to get it right.
The thing is, you've got to get it right on the circumstances on a regular basis. And I just feel with Ozil, his income he gets is 18.5 mil. He takes home 9.8 mil. And he earns 8 million tax. So that is a lot of money what Ozil earns. He gets 1.4 mil for national insurance. It's a lot of money,
I've got
isn't
a message. 100% mag. Let's have a look. Let's put him in the comments. Let's see what he has to say. How's it going, mate? How's the stream been? It's been good, better than when you started. It was worth. What do you think of the stream yard? Yeah, it's fine, mate. Just takes a little bit of time. First time ever using it.
Is this the first time you've used it?
Yeah, I seen all you using it, and I thought StreamYard. Hold on. I say YouTube's all right, but the fact you can't. I'm one who I want the fans to come in as well. I'll be subscribers. Like the idea of just talking on YouTube by yourself and not letting other people join in just seems a bit like. Do you know what I mean? I like how this allows you to communicate with people like yourself and other fans. I think it's communication's massive, especially on YouTube. In a pandemic like this, where everyone's closed down, everybody wants to be able to communicate. Like, hopefully, in this 3-4 hours live stream, people have been entertained in a sense. They've had something to watch. You know what I mean? They've not just been stuck being bored. You know what I mean? Like, even if you do a video, or if I do a video, hopefully, even if it's like 4, 15, 20 minutes, if someone enjoys it, do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Let's have a look. I think. Actually, you've got a lot of questions, mate. There's a lot of questions coming your way.
Good,
I don't know how long
get them to subscribe to my channel.
Yeah, guys. By the way, subscribe to Arsenal Vlog. I couldn't put your link in because it's going very slow. But what I'll do is at the end of the video, I'll put your link in. So Ozil should agree to take a pay cut at Arsenal and other players. I'd rather have Chelsea in the team than Ozil.
Keep sending me the love. Keep sending our questions in, man. Keep this channel going. Subscribe both of our YouTube channels. I'd really appreciate it.
See what else we got for you, mate. I think there's a few.
Ozil, Shelby are more similar. Both can pick up pass, assists, and goals. Yeah, I think they are similar. Like, I think John Shelby is past it at Newcastle. Like, I forgot about him. Like, literally, does he even play? Does he even get into the first team?
Yeah, he does. He's just lately he's had a few injury problems, but he's obviously better for what we've got now. Don't get us wrong, he does add some sort of creativity to our side. Obviously, the Hollywood balls and that. But when I compare Shelby with Ozil, let's just say, for example, Ozil didn't go to Arsenal and he continued his hot streak of form of what he was doing at Real Madrid. For me, he wins titles in the Premier League. I'm not like putting Arsenal down in any way. If he didn't have all his problems with the owners and all that, and obviously the manager and that, if you put him in a Man City, right? Man City or a Man United or a Chelsea, he wins something every season for me. He's such a good midfielder. Has he been overdone? I don't know. Has he?
I don't know if he's actually overdone. Like, I think.
Are you over relied on him? He can't do it. Has he been over relied on? In fact, he's given up.
He has. I think he has, because I genuinely think overall, when Ozil first came in, I feel like Ozil from like Troops did a video the other day, and with Robbie or something like that, and he was saying about Mesut Ozil when Ozil came into like 2013-14. I feel like when we won the FA Cup in 2017, I feel that was the time where I kind of feel like Ozil's career was off peak, and I feel like he had a good 3 or 4 years in him. Then other than that, he's just not been the same player. And
he's got another question for you as well. Do you think Arsenal fans have had any regrets over the way Wenger was treated in the final years at the club? I actually think you did treat him really bad towards the end. I think he wasn't. You look at your problems now. I don't think it's any different than the way Wenger was treated. I think he did win you something, but Wenger was probably the same. He wanted to win something. Like, he wanted some backing from the owners, and they still had no ambition. Like, you got Emery. Emery, right, was a good manager at Sevilla. Sevilla won 3 Europa League titles on the bounce. It's hard enough to win it once, never mind 3 times.
Yeah, but do you feel like, the way I look at it, like, do you actually feel like it all comes down to the board, like the owner of the football club?
Your owner needs to have one hard look at himself. The board, like the same could be said with Newcastle, but obviously we're talking Arsenal. Like, you know what it is? I did feel sorry for Wenger. I know fair enough his time was done, but like before that, I still think he could have won more Premier League titles if he was backed correctly. Like, you got rid of the players when you
But
did.
do you think Arsene Wenger played the part of this? Because like him and Stan Kroenke had a very, very good relationship. Like, do you feel
think,
like?
Do you know what Arsene Wenger reminds me of at the end? Right.
What?
I think he was just trying to play devil's advocate. Like, I think you look at Pardew at Newcastle. He's just trying to be all nicey with Mike Ashley just to keep his job, like just to stay a little bit longer and see if he could do something. Listen, you know something was wrong at Arsenal when you're just winning FA Cups. You've gone from winning Premier League titles to FA Cups.
To go. Like, I feel like I was a Wenger out.
You did, but you kind of felt sad for him. I felt sad for him. I thought, you know what it is, like, you know what's going to happen with the next manager, Emery. I thought you might have turned the direction you haven't. Arteta now, like, what does the future hold for him? Like, you know what I mean? If someone gets up, if he gets off, my only worry for Arsenal, right, if he gets off to a really bad start next season, you can obviously this season you can have this season. Don't get us wrong. Next season though, if Arsenal get off to a really bad start, right, and the fans start turning, I don't know what Arsenal fans are like. I like us, they'll turn on him. I've got to feel, how is he going to get about it? You know what I mean?
But will they turn on Mikel Arteta though? Because
football's a funny game. Football is a funny game.
This is the problem with our fan base, and I don't want to be critical to AFTV. I know Robbie out of AFTV. Don't get me wrong, because we used to do Google Hangouts before AFTV existed, and obviously he used to get me on every Monday and all that shit. Blah 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 blah. But other than that, forget about that. I feel this is the problem with our fan base. Like when Miami first came in, I was one of those fans thinking Claude was saying on AFTV, I know Claude as well, and he was saying to me that Unai Emery should have gone after Baku when we lost to Chelsea in the final 4-1. And I'm thinking, I agree.
Mags is joining. Mags, if you can hear me, I've sent you a link so you can chat to both me and Arsenal Vlogs. So hopefully you should have received that link now. So come in the chat and we can all chat together.
But no,
Mags, if you're watching, sorry, Mags, go on, mate. Continue. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. That's all right, mate. But no, as I was saying, Claude was saying about when Unai Emery obviously lost the final, right? Yes, it was a horrible night in Baku. We could have got Champions League anyway, but other than that,
you were shocking in the Europa League final, man. You were
absolutely shit. And I wasn't confident going into that game. A lot of Arsenal fans were overconfident thinking we'll batter Chelsea. But I feel overall, hello, mate. How are you? I'm good, man.
Mags,
all right, yeah?
Are you alive, mate?
Doing good.
But
you're not bed.
I feel...
It's not your bedtime.
No, not bedtime.
By the way, before Arsenal Vlog speaks, if you want to subscribe to 100% Mags, please do. Another fellow Newcastle United YouTuber does a lot of streams. He does a lot of match previews, reviews, the odd vlogs as well. And just go and subscribe to him. Also, if you don't see the link, I'll leave a link down below in the description once this video is done to subscribe to all these channels who have been on tonight. So good to see you, Mags, as well. Obviously, what we were going to say. Arsenal on to Mags.
No, but do you feel, going back to your question, do you feel like the fans will turn on Mikel Arteta? Because this is the problem with our fan base. Like,
football's a very fickle.
Football is a very fickle game. Everybody laughs at us because the AFTV, everybody watches us, and we're classes as a laughing stock. Like, if something goes wrong, if we lose to a club like you, then it all goes wrong, don't it? Like fans turn and thinking, "Oh my God, Newcastle! We've been laughed
at since 2007. We've been laughed at since 2007. Sports Direct Arena and all that clown stuff that he's been doing. You know, Sports Direct Arena, but tax fraud and what else has he done? Oh, opening these shops up. What else has he done? Oh yeah, giving people jobs that don't even deserve jobs. John Carver, Steve McLaren. Two relegations to the Championship. Shefty Kuchi. People like Joe Kinnear who can't even say players' names properly. The list could go on. I could do a video. I could do a 4-hour video on Mike Ashley, how bad he is as an owner. Trust me.
So many bad stuff that Ashley's done. So many.
On your point though, Arsenal Vlogs, I think, I think you're getting laughed at for the fact that your owner's not taken any notice of him. Look what he's done in the MLS. He's got a club in the MLS. Why would you want to invest in that club when there's no relegation system?
That is what I don't get. That is.
He makes money off the revenue of the MLS.
He does. Stan Kroenke owns not just Arsenal. He owns the LA Rams. He owns Orlando Rapids as well. He owns.
That's politely. I'm going to make a drink.
That's fine, man.
So he's talking about Arsenal.
Yeah, we were
talk about whatever.
Earlier. Yeah, we were speaking earlier about Aubameyang. Do you think Aubameyang will go to Chelsea? I really hope he does not go to Chelsea.
I think he might go to Chelsea, but I don't see why he would want to go to Chelsea, to be honest, because
the reason why he'll go to Chelsea is because they need a striker. It kind of makes sense. He will be perfect for them. So Chelsea would obviously come in and offer, say, we would have to make an offer. And Chelsea would probably say, you know what, we'll take it. Because TOON.
It would have to be a pretty big offer, though, don't you think?
It would, but apparently we could be losing money.
And I think
I hate saying this, but I actually think he will go to Chelsea because the rumours are hotting up.
Yeah.
A lot of people said to me, no, Arsenal vlogs. No, calm down, Luca, calm down. He'll go Real Madrid or something like that. And I'm thinking, okay, if he goes to Real Madrid, I can accept that. But yes, it will be horrible to see and sad. The day when this virus and lockdown's over, whenever that is, then this year, next year, then the day I don't want to see Aubameyang go to another Premier League rival because how many times have we seen this? Like Ashley Cole, Fabregas, Nasri,
exactly.
Kiki, Van Persie. Like I was saying to TOON Mads, that Van Persie wanted to stay at Arsenal. He even come out in a meeting and said, but the club weren't ambitious enough. Arsenal were obviously, the football club was obviously playing a part for it. But I don't know if you saw on Instagram, Aubameyang's father put out.
I've seen that,
Yes, obviously that picture was old because that's when he signed for us 2 years ago. But he put out and says, you know what you have to do. Does that mean whether he wants his father that actually comes and watches games? Does his father, Mads, thinking that he wants to stay at Arsenal? I don't know what it is.
Like I was saying, I don't think he would. I don't know if he would go to Chelsea or not. Personally, I don't see why he would want to because, like, he's already at Arsenal, and Chelsea. There's not really much of a difference between the two teams, and I don't think Chelsea would have the money to bring him to them. You know. With this pandemic going on, there's going to be a lot of teams lacking in the money-wise.
Honestly, there's no money, mate. I don't think Arsenal really want to cash in on Aubameyang this summer because they know for a fine fact with been no money, his value is going to drop anyway. Every player's going to drop. We got Joe Linton for £40 million. I mean, didn't get as long. He was shite anyway. But even if he turned good, right, he was like, he would have dropped. He would have dropped from 40 million anyway.
The trouble is, what you just said that we don't want. Obviously, you don't think we're not going to cash him in. Then we're going to end up letting him go on a free, though. We're going to let him go on a free, and then it's going to be people going to question us as a club, thinking.
No, I don't think it'll be free. I don't think you'll sell him on I don't think you'll go on a free. I think like I was saying, it's like with the pandemic and that, right? Obviously, a lot of the teams aren't going to be able to afford to go out and buy these players like Aubameyang or Lacazette. So they're going to be doing maybe something more like a trade. You know, like, I'll trade you, say, Ozil for, I don't know, somebody like Barcelona or something like that. You know, so that's possibly what's going to be ending up
because they could give us maybe someone like a Moss Barkley or something like that. We don't want someone like that. Like, it's like Mkhitaryan.
I think that's what it's going to be.
At the time, Mkhitaryan was on good form at Man United, and everybody was at present at the time thinking, you know what, that's a good deal. And when Mkhitaryan first came, when we finished that 2017-18 season, he was our best player in the Europa League, and he kind of dipped. And the only way we can try and offer Aubameyang 300k, there's another thing you can do to get him to sign that contract. Is Mkhitaryan. You look at Mkhitaryan's on loan. We don't need players like El Neni and Mkhitaryan. Mustafi's on 90 grand a week. Mkhitaryan's on 100
money. Is that true?
Yeah, that's very, very true. It says, what's the question, mate? What's it say?
Oh, no, he was just saying apparently Arsenal have been linked with Thomas Partey. I just wouldn't get your opinion on that. Like, I mean, I know Arsenal. I think Arsenal have been linked with everybody from A to Z.
They have, mate. We're Link FC, mate. That's what we are. But what I will say is we're banter with Link FC, mate. But what I will say is I think Thomas Partey will be a very, very good signing. Whether that involves with the Lacazette deal and how much we've got to keep Aubameyang, I think with Lacazette you can get rid of him, build Martinelli and Eddie Nketiah, get someone young that is like a Dembele or Edward. Then I feel get rid of Lacazette. Partey will be a position where you're looking at maybe someone like an Ndidi or a Thomas Partey, because you need to get someone like a Kante, like a Vieira type. Like Kante and Ndidi are the two recognised best DMs, I say, in the league. So I would maybe get someone like a Partey. I think you add something to midfield. I think he could be the answer to our problems. And I thought he had a good game against Liverpool, and I feel like he was absolutely brilliant in that game when they knocked Liverpool out in the Champions League last month before. So I think he'll be quality. I think I'll take him, and I'll take him. Where is it going to happen? I can't see it happening, but if he comes, mate, it's all about a party, mate. So.
Anyway, Arsenal Vlogs, we're going to get back to talking about the takeover as well, because obviously we've got Mags in the chat now.
Mate. That's fine, mate.
You're more welcome to stay in it. If you don't want to, it's up. But we're going to move on to the takeover.
Might as well stay, mate, and finish your live stream. Why not?
No problem. No, that's absolutely fine. No, if you want to chip in, you're more than welcome, mate. But obviously, Carl, welcome to the stream, mate, first and foremost.
Hi, mate. Nice being on.
Yeah, so obviously I was in your stream the other day as we were all talking. So the latest obviously news is the takeover. As you know, it's been going on for about a week and a bit now and getting a bit tired. I just want to see something happen. Any more thoughts? Are you still skeptical? I mean, you were quite upbeat, weren't you, the other
day? I'm still pretty upbeat, to be honest. I wouldn't take any notice about this rumours going around at the moment about this second bid. To be honest, I think I know who it might be.
You did say it was 85%.
Well, I think you spoke to it. To be fair, I've always said from the minute, even though I put all these videos out, I'm literally 25 to 50 percent of confident of something happening. I do think there is something to the deal. I really do. I think obviously there was talk tonight of, apparently one of the Saudi Arabia sports masters who was quite important over there has actually followed Newcastle United's official Twitter account.
Yeah, the Minister of Sport for Saudi Arabia. He's actually went and followed the Newcastle United Twitter, but basically, it really looks like it's going to be getting done really soon. Probably in about the next few days, something like that. I would think.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like obviously all this human rights things are it's. I think it's fine. Obviously, there's some sort of criminality background. Obviously, something's going on.
Yeah.
Are you not sort of concerned though that the Premier League and that the obviously football club and Mike Ashley have not said anything? Are you still a little bit skeptical?
Basically, I don't think the Premier League can really say anything because they're obviously under NDA, and Ashley's obviously under an NDA as well. Because that's something that you've got to do when you're doing a business deal. You've got to go under an NDA, which is you're not allowed to disclose anything of the business, which is pretty common thing in a business deal of this size or just any business deal, to be honest. And
I think he hits the nail on the head though. He put, I will believe it when it's done. You know what I mean? On the holding the scarves and the shirts and stuff, black and white.
But that's I was looking on the net before. Obviously, I come onto the stream, and Ashley's plane, his Falcon 7X or something it is. His helicopter G-Mato went from Luton to Miami, and his Falcon 7X is going to be landing at back in the UK on Sunday night at 9 o'clock. But if you look on Company House, like for the Mash Holdings, which controls like all of Newcastle United's stuff in there, there's obviously the stakes for Newcastle itself. Then there's the stakes for like all the other little things around the club, like the club shop and all that. That's going to actually be expiring on a Sunday.
Do you mean the club shop that sells like Barcelona stuff and like England and other things that don't even relate to the club? Like our club shop has literally turned into Sports Direct.
Yeah,
2.0.
That's actually linked in with Mash Holdings. So
absolutely,
like that actually comes to an end on Sunday night.
How do you know that? Wait, you
on Sunday night on Company House.
Who you been talking to?
I've just been looking it up on Twitter and all that, and I've been checking up on Company House.
Is this something I'm not reading?
Yeah, it's all over Twitter. It's on Company House and everything.
Yeah, honestly, mate, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I really don't. I want to get excited, but I'm sort of like quite inside. Like I think with this one, because it's gone to the Premier League and like I don't know if it's official. Like obviously I can't come out and say it is, but it's a fact that everyone's excited. Obviously, that there's been no the takeover hasn't been quashed. Nobody's like blocked anything. You know what I mean? Human rights. The Premier League were quick. The Premier League, the day after, were very quick to say to these human rights people to say, actually, we've got to do our tests. Like, they haven't come out and said, actually, our deal's blocked. You know what I mean? Richard Keys.
Exactly. Richard Keys can say all he wants.
I don't know. Like, I'm 25 to 50%. Like, I don't know. I'm around there.
Probably about maybe 90% sure it's going to go through now. Definitely a little bit more certain. What was that? Sorry, Sharky, I didn't catch your call. It was Charlton.
All right. Yeah. I was about to say, if the deal was to go through, what happens to Steve Bruce?
Out the window. Out the window for me.
Did you give him that?
Definitely. I wouldn't give him the time of day with the remainder of his contract. Nah, he's got to be gone.
Well, do you know what it is? I would, just for the fact he wanted to be one. The reason why I would is because he got in the FA Cup quarter final. I'll be nice. I'll give him the end of the season. I think just the thing is, though, people don't realise this. We didn't want Bruce to start with, but what was it, Bruce? I know Arsenal. Obviously, Arsenal are still left in the FA Cup as well, so I can't just think like no one else is going to win it because obviously we've got Man City. Just our luck. But what was if Steve Bruce was to win our first major trophy in like 50 years and then that's it, they just toss him out. The manager who nobody wanted, like everyone classes as like the championship manager. What was if Steve Bruce was to win us the FA Cup? Like people don't think
it'd be
that.
Like sorry to hold you up, but it'd be like if Steve Bruce won the FA Cup, you're looking at it thinking like Wenger should have gone when we won the FA Cup, not in 2017 but in 2014. Like you're thinking, like he should have gone after that, after winning with 9 years without a trophy from 2005. You're thinking like Wenger should have gone then, and then we probably would have obviously gone on and maybe could have challenged for the league in 6 years from that. But if Steve Bruce does go on, make you win the FA Cup, if the FA Cup suddenly does come back or not, you're thinking, you know what, with the takeover coming in, a lot of positives. You're thinking, like, thank you very much, Steve Bruce. You haven't had a decent season. You've had not a bad season overall. Pretty decent season, not the best. Get rid of him. Get someone, pass the torch to someone like that. Maybe get someone like Rafa Benitez or Allegri in.
Do you not think it'll be the perfect send-off? Like, Steve Bruce is getting on now, isn't obviously he's turned Newcastle down before because obviously where the clubs he's been at. Obviously, he's come in with very little money again. And then obviously, if he was to leave Newcastle, and obviously, I don't think he'll get a job elsewhere. If he does, it'll be back in the Championship. But like, if he's going to manage his boyhood and do what no other Newcastle manager's done, you can talk like Bobby Robson, you can talk like Kevin Keegan, and wins a League Cup, an FA Cup. That's he's won something. And actually, to be honest with you, Mike actually said, right, he'll leave when we win something, FA Cup. Just get it won, we'll get him at the door. But the thing is, he says obviously Champions League. We're never ever going to get Champions League because we keep getting rid of our better players. We never build on the squad that we've got, and this is the problem Arsenal have got as well. If you get rid of your better players, you pay the consequences.
Yeah.
It's like
I don't know. I just think Steve Bruce.
But can you literally say?
Go on, as you were saying.
I'm saying, can you literally say Steve Bruce actually winning the FA Cup of that though?
In my opinion, right,
he's got with everybody that's left in the last eight's got an outside chance. Doesn't matter how big. Just ask Wigan Athletic, one of the smallest clubs probably that ever won the FA Cup that I've seen in years. Wigan beat Man City, the big boys. Man City with loads of money, Mancini as manager. Obviously, everything was stacked on Wigan. They obviously got relegated the same season, but I don't think they really got they didn't really get remembered for getting relegated.
We relegated.
They got remembered for
anyway.
Wigan got remembered for winning the FA Cup.
But the thing is with Newcastle, I think you like what you just said about. I think you've got a good chance of winning the FA Cup. Anything can happen in the FA Cup. We're the kings of the FA Cup, don't get me wrong. But other than that, we've won the FA Cup more than anyone else. But what I will say is Newcastle have been good this season. I actually think you've actually done all right. You haven't had...
Towards the second half of the season, we've picked up. We've definitely picked up on the second half of the season.
Yeah, well, I think you have obviously picked up the second half of the season, before this whole thing happened, what's going on right now around the world. But I think you can win the FA Cup.
Yeah, exactly.
It's whether the players have got the mentality and it's whether you have actually got the squad to defend.
But
guys, think about 14 minutes because I'm going to get the stream about 4 hours, so about 15 minutes if that's all right. If you don't want to do that, 50 minutes it's fine, but 50 more minutes. Now I'm going to make a wrap.
How long was that, mate, Sharky? I didn't get that.
About 15 minutes. 1-5.
15. Yeah, got it. Got you.
Just to get it to 4 hours. Just to get it to 4 hours.
Right. But like I'm saying, do you really think Steve Bruce though actually got with the quotas? Because it was more like Rafa Benitez's work. You know what I mean? It was more like.
I'll actually give that to Steve Bruce. I will, because Steve Bruce has always been a cup manager. Look what he did with Hull. He got them at the final against Arsenal. I thought, to be fair, against you, I thought they were very unlucky. They went 2-0 up, and if they've got that third goal before you pull them goals, I think they win that. I think they beat Arsenal personally. Any Arsenal fan will tell you that. I think they went into a good lead, but they showed that inexperience, and Arsenal obviously deserved it. The end won it, but imagine if obviously Hull had all them chances at 2-0. If they got that third goal, I think Arsenal are coming back. They might get a couple of goals, but I think they win that game 3-2 for me. But there we go. I don't know, Steve Bruce has always treated the FA with respect. I'll give him that much due.
Personally, from my opinion, I think Steve Bruce is basically just been using Rafa's tactics all season. He used his own tactics for the game against Arsenal, and it went to crap against him. And then from there on, he just used Rafa's tactics the entire season. And the squad as well. The squad as well, though. But the odd player here and there, most of the squad was what Rafa had already built up. Fabian Shaw, Jamal Lascelles.
Yeah.
They were all already there when Rafa was there. There wasn't really much Steve Bruce brought in.
The thing is, I look at Bruce, I think actually Steve Bruce was given a 3-year contract. Do you really think Mike Ashley has a 3-year plan for Steve Bruce? Let's be honest.
I don't think he won't. I don't think. I actually don't think.
I think he knew.
Man, there's no way Steve Bruce will stay in 3 years.
I think he knows in his own mind he was either going to get sacked in this season or you only had a season as a manager. That's it. Because he kind of knew in the back of his head that obviously he's the cheaper option, isn't he? Mike Ashley obviously needed to find somebody to get bums on seats, to get a local man in charge who, But the thing is, he knows he wasn't going to last very long. I mean, obviously, don't get us wrong. I can't be disrespectful. He's still in the job, Nothing's happened yet, but let's be realistic, though. Was he really going to stay on? I mean, is he really going to stay on if a takeover happens? I can't say it. Sorry.
Nah.
Well, no,
definitely not.
Because with the money what you're going to have.
Same Arsenal. If Arsenal get a takeover, I think Arteta's staying. Not a chance.
No chance.
Nah.
No chance. No chance. If that ever happens in history.
The thing is, these people, these well, if you honest, don't mess around. If these come in and they want to invest, right, big or small, they're going to have a plan in action. For Newcastle, there'll be a plan in action. by the way, get that training facility sorted out, because that's, for me, that's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw
Exactly.
the picture the other day. The training facilities was horrible. I don't
We've got the
think
worst
it
training
went that
facilities.
great.
We
Wheelie
have got
bins
wheelie
alone,
bins.
man.
By the way, what about my I've got a spare one if you need one.
Because I think your training facility is not that great. It's like a championship training ground, something like that.
Yeah,
So
it's not even that. It's not. Don't be
Championship
too nice.
grounds have better.
Do not call us a championship facility. We are not. We are really bad. Like literally, like I've seen. No, Burton Albion. They've got St George's Park. Wow, Burton. We played them a couple of years back. Burton,
Exactly.
Bournemouth, little Bournemouth, better training facility than us. We've got Barnet of non-league have probably got a better training facility than us. We are awful. We are like
Even
by the way,
Gates, that's got a better training facility.
We've got awful training. The thing is, that's what happens if 30 years of neglect. 13 years, that's what it gets you. Poor facilities, poor everything. By the way, with poor training facilities, how do we attract the better players? How do we do it? They will look at your training facilities and they'll think, hold on, you might have a big stadium, but if I haven't got a good training facility to train at, I'm not playing
but
for
that
you.
means players are not going to be able to come. They're going to be looking, thinking, right, how am I going to get my?
Yeah, you might have a big crowd, you might have a big stadium, you might have that, but they're not going to play for you. Like hold on, that training facility is a bit simple, isn't it?
It is, but we've been at our training ground for a very long time. Like even when we were at Highbury, we've been there.
Is it better than Ozil?
Say that again, sorry.
Is it better
Is
than
it
ours?
better than ours?
It is 100%. It is 100%.
Exactly. There you go.
Ours is terrible, man. Absolutely terrible.
It's not that though. Like you look at the stadium, right? And honestly, like when Rafa was here, it was what was it? It was a lick of paint on the wall. The training facilities were never improved. The stadium, right? I'm sorry, I was in the stadium a couple of years ago. Obviously, I've been going ever since. But when we first got promoted to the Premier League, then even the second season in, last season, they were still using AFL stuff like from the Championship. I'm like, how long? That was like 2-3 years ago. Like, what are you doing? And I think it's still there now.
There was still Christmas one. There was still a Christmas one in there from I think 2012 or something like that as well. That's how bad it is.
Honestly,
mad.
That's why he's doing, the Milburn stuff. You notice how they've been improving around the ground, where the statue is. They're doing that just to try and get a deal, get the club sold. Because the thing is, what else has he done wrong? The thing is, how you notice how he's never done the outsides of the ground, like the East Stand, the Lees, the Gallagher. That hasn't been done, hasn't been touched. Milburn, I know no problem, but what's he trying to do? He's making he's never invested in 13 years. I don't buy anything he's done. Like even all this like painting and stuff. Like what are you trying to leave on a good image? Like left a good image with me.
It's not leaving a good image. To be honest, this is a couple of cans of paint and a little bit of a bloody wash around a few areas, and that's it. It's just beyond a joke. For 13 years, I've run the club.
Obviously, don't get. I love the state of it. Obviously, you can't beat a Champions League night or Europa League night or something. At the ground, you can't beat any Newcastle game when it's buzzing. But like when it's so flat like it is, with Meg Ashley in charge, it's flat. I know you say the same with Arsenal. What's it like at the Emirates? I'm sure it's pretty. I'm sure it's.
I think
dead.
What the pitch?
The whole atmosphere.
Like atmosphere.
At the Emirates, the atmosphere is very, very bad. Like the only time we'll get a decent atmosphere if it's like a decent European night. Like I remember semi-final of the Europa League, not last season when we lost in the final. The season before, Wenger's last season, we got to the semis, and I was at the first leg, and we drew 1-1 to Atletico before we lost 1-0 in the second leg. And the atmosphere was pumped. It was an amazing night. Yeah, Koscielny did mess up the goal from Greensman and should have kicked the ball to Rosette. But other than that, on European nights, right, we get decent atmosphere if it's a good knockout stage and it's against a big team. But other than that, our atmosphere is so dead at home.
The thing is, you know what it is though. That retracts from your owners. If your owners don't share the same ambition with the fans get sick. And when the fans get sick, don't get us wrong. We in Max will probably echo what I've tried to say, because you went to a couple of games under Rafa. We tried our very best with the Gallagher flags to try and persuade Ashley to do something and buy some more, better players. We had Gallagher flags. You've probably seen them that behind the goal and that, trying to get an atmosphere going. Once Rafa left, right, and I think the Gallagher flags, they're spot on what they said. They'll never ever turn up while Mike Ashley's here. But once you get rid of your better manager, right, and it's not Bruce. Bruce isn't the problem. It's the owner. If you keep shifting the goalposts every 2 seconds, then you're going to lose. The thing is, you're going to lose that atmosphere. Like, we went from 50-odd thousand to, what was it, 43,000 before you start giving the half-season tickets away for free.
Wow.
Well, I mean, now we know.
Yeah.
Right?
That was great.
Away. At the start of the season, we had 43,000 going to the game. Normally, it's full houses. People had enough. He gave the free half-season tickets away, right? Fair enough, okay. But I think he now knows, is he going to make those 10,000 half-season tickets back next season? Are people going to go back? No. People are just taking them because they're free. It's a free thing.
Well, yeah, they will.
When he knows he's financially out, he knows he's not going to win. We're back. Like the Kroenkes, right, at Arsenal. If fans are starting to see their back, the problem is you've got a lot of worldwide support. Like, that's why you fill your ground, right? We've got a lot of local supporters, and we could do it. Obviously, fair enough. Yeah, they'll say, yeah, you can't protest. Thing is, with Arsenal, they'll all keep filling the stadium. They'll go back. The thing is, and I don't like it when fans keep away, but it's got to the point now for us where we've had to do it. Like, we've had to do it, and yeah, fans have gone back, and it's 50-odd thousand. I get that, right?
Yeah.
But I think you now know he's probably thinking ahead for next season. Is he really going to get 52,000 next season for stay up or not? No, definitely not.
Well, I genuinely don't think he won't. Like there was a rumor I heard that Newcastle. I think I saw it on another Newcastle channel, and they said that they might be extending their stadium to 65,000 to 70,000, and I'm thinking, there's no freaking way that
Can't do it.
Obviously not
No,
going to
we can't do it. No, in a very good moment, we can fill that ground. We can get more than 52,000, right? We can do. At the minute, right? Thing is, for one, there's a lot of listed buildings around the stadiums, and plus they've got a plan in action to build flats and whatnot, right? But the problem is, we're not going to, at the minute, we're not going to get 60, 70,000 while we're in this problem. Like, if we have the good times, don't get us wrong, you'll get a lot of plastic fans coming. If we get a takeover, we're going to get a lot of plastics. No, we will.
Definitely.
I don't want to. We're not going to get a lot of plastic. People only go when they see the glory, A bit like a Man City, the plastics, they all turn up. But apart from that, they're pretty quiet. But the thing is, right, that's what's going to turn into the plastic. So obviously we'll get a hard bunch of core supporters who turn up.
It's going to be like, if
that's my only fear of the takeover. That's my only fear of the takeover, the plastics.
That's what happens with takeovers. Like for example, if you get, I don't know if you get Arsenal fans in Newcastle or not, but other than that, if
plenty.
There's plenty.
There's loads, yeah.
For example, right, they might sell into Newcastle fans.
Sunderland, right? They're going through a bit of a dodgy period. Even them will be going from red and white to black and white. They'll see bloody Aguero up front. They'll be like, oh yeah, we're going to Newcastle. Let's go. No, honestly, trust me, I'm nothing against supporters or anything like that, but that is literally what it's going to turn into. If we get a takeover, that's the only problem I've got with plastics. Once you want true passionate fans who wouldn't have been going if we. Would you have seen those plastics, right, in the time now that we have? Or would you have seen the plastics in a time where we are failing big time when we're on a real rock bottom low? No, you wouldn't. Because they go where the glory.
But it wouldn't be anything new, with Newcastle, because even in the 90s, everybody's favourite second team was Newcastle United if they didn't already support Newcastle. So
back in the day, you lot had
it won't be anything new in that aspect. Yeah, exactly. So it won't be anything new. It would just be like that.
What manager would you go for next season? And obviously, there's been talk of Rafa coming back, Pochettino, Allegri. What about the ones who won't be mentioned? You could talk about maybe Eddie Howe at Bournemouth. You could talk about maybe a Sean Dyche. Sean Dyche, I know his football's not fantastic, but it's Burnley. What else can he do? You could talk about Martinez. What's his face at Belgium? You've got is it Nigel Nagelsmann or what it's called? I think that's his name.
Nagelsmann at RB Leipzig. Julian Nagelsmann.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and you got Houghton. And is anybody out of a job that you know of that I don't know of that is? Fill us in.
Luis Enrique.
Who would you
Enrique?
like?
Would he come though? Obviously, what's happened to his daughter and that.
I don't think he'll jump back in very quickly. I don't think he will.
I would probably go with maybe Poch because he's young, he's ambitious. You know, he got Tottenham to the Champions League final against Liverpool. He shouldn't have really got sacked from Tottenham. I don't know why he got sacked from Tottenham, but he shouldn't have.
Spending very little money.
He'd be great.
That's what from their club.
I think he'd be a great manager to come in, and one that I've always wanted, but I don't think would get him because he's already in the job. Is Mourinho.
Mourinho.
Go on, Arsenal Vlogs, what were you going to say?
Would you get Diego Simeone?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd take him.
Yeah,
I'd take him.
But the thing is, I don't think he'd come though. He's too connected to Atletico. He's got that connection with him. That Atletico is like Newcastle, right? If you get it right, he's got that bond with the fans. You can see, like, obviously they've moved into the big stadium. I don't see him moving anywhere. I think he'll want to win a Champions League there. He knows with that squad he can build anything at that club. He can literally build anything. You know, he's built that club for me. He's built where they are now. Their success. It's been built through him.
I think
a lot of people when Simeone was linked with the Arsenal job one time, and this was before Arsene Wenger departed in 2018.
Yeah,
people were saying that we should not bring Simeone because of the style of play. He'll ruin people's attack. And I'm thinking, right, hold on a minute. I'd rather take Simeone's attack because I think he's a very, very good manager. I think he's one of the best managers in the world. I think he can do it in the Premier League. And that's it, really. So
I think Poch for me would be. I've obviously always said Rafa because obviously he built that connection, you know, with the fan base and the community. That's why I go with Rafa because obviously he didn't really get backed properly with money. But if Pochettino was to come in, I think I'd be excited by Pochettino. I really would. Like, I think he's got that drive, you know, who can kick a club on. I think he's got that motivation level. Obviously, with being an Arsenal fan, I'm sure, if I'm not wrong, before Arteta came in the job, I'm sure he was linked and there was chat of, like, how would you accept Pochettino if
he
you got
was
linked to
linked
Arsenal?
with the Everton job. Like, Pochettino was linked to the job. And I heard a rumour on the One Football app that Poch wanted to come to Arsenal. But we weren't obviously offering it because Brendan Rodgers.
Would you take it? Would you welcome Pochettino as fans? Would you welcome?
I would have took Poch. I would have took Poch. He would have been a different manager. He's young, as what you said, and I think he would obviously give those players a good kicking. I actually think he'll bring something to the table, and I think he'll prove us and get us into the Champions League. So I feel at first, I think Arteta is going to be all right for us. Not sure if he'll be there with his 3.5-year new deal. He's been with us within a few months now, since December, and we're nearly in May, so about 5 months he's been with us. I feel the only problem is I wish we did bring maybe someone like Brendan Rodgers, but the trouble is we know that the board obviously weren't going to pay him.
Him though before Rafa, you know, when they were saying that Rafa, you know, last season when they were thinking, he won't sign a new contract, you know, and Rodgers was linked with the job when he was at Celtic. I thought if that wasn't the case, we've missed out big time because I thought Rodgers would have actually taken Newcastle. I really did.
Would you take Sam Allardyce back?
No.
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 He was as negative. He was as negative as they come, and he was like, but Mike Ashley wasn't my man on Sky Sports. Yeah, because Mike Ashley didn't want you. That way, he didn't want you either. It comes in twos, doesn't it? Get away, leave.
What about Chris Winder?
Yes.
Nah.
No
for me.
No, not for you. I would take Wilder because obviously I'll let you have your say, Mags, but Wilder because I think he's do you know what it is? He tells you as it is. Like, you know, if Sheffield United have beaten someone 1-0, he doesn't just accept a 1-0 win. He's like, actually, we should have played better. Like, he tells it as it is. Like, he's seen him on his press conferences. Like, actually, yeah, we might have beaten Man City 1-0, but I'm happy with that performance. We could have done a lot more. We could have scored a lot more goals. Bruce was like, I think we passed the ball really well. I think we made 2 passes and got the ball. And I was like, anyway, Max, why would you go Wilder? Max, why not Wilder? Why not?
I just don't think it's his first season in the Premier League, you know, and I think he's gotten lucky, to be honest, with the way it's going. You know, it's beginner's luck in the Premier League. You see it with a lot of managers, they get a good run and then they just don't seem to like be able to take it the next time. You know what I mean?
What about Wilder at Arsenal? Would you have taken him before Arteta?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I don't. It's hard to say, but
I would personally. I wouldn't even say no to him. Like I would. I think he's for me. I think he's done enough.
Probably,
Like I think even thing is, and fair enough. Yeah, I understand where Marcus is coming from. Like it is first season thing, but like I think he's like the older type Eddie Howe. Like Eddie Howe's obviously younger. He's trying to build himself up, isn't he? Like in the European clubs and that. But you look at Wilder. I think he's like. But the thing is, he does it right though. Like with Rafa, right? Yeah, he was very defensive, negative football. But the thing is with Rafa couldn't actually build to attack because if we got promoted to the Premier League like we did, if he attacked, we got relegated. Like he can't. Off one, no offense, it's not as strong as what like Liverpool or Real Madrid is. Like if we went into the Premier League in 17-18 and we attacked it and we lost games, we would have been relegated. Like lack of experience. He just built
pretty much.
He couldn't. The thing is, Rafa could never attack because the board level, like Mike Ashley, would never invest in the club properly. Yes, fair enough. We had a good season with Perez and Rondon. We found that connection, but that season when he wasn't back, I still think that season he wasn't back correctly with Rondon and Perez and that, right? Obviously, I say Rondon's the one who were bought, and obviously Fernandez. That season could have went very badly wrong if Rondon didn't get the goals he did. That we could have been relegated. You take those goals away, like. If they didn't have that link up, we would have been relegated. I can hand on heart say that. It could have went badly wrong. And that would have been down to Mike Ashley's lack of ambition. Same now with Joe Linton. We're finding it out now.
Like I was reading something on Twitter, and this guy says, like, oh, do we really want Rafa Benitez to be coming back? Yeah, he did a great job for the first time round. But do we really want him to come back? Because what if it doesn't turn out to be as good as it was the first time round? You know, you don't want it. Do we really want it to taint the memory?
You've got to give him a chance. I think, at the end of the day, right, I think if Rafa was given some money, I think you would still play his defensive way, but you'd still want the team to attack. Like, I think you mix it up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? He's got that knowledge of how he wants his team to play. Like, you know what I mean? When you're on the back foot, he knows how to defend. He knows how to wind up the opponents, you know. I think for the big decisions, I think he was very good. People say he wasn't a very good manager, like he would never come for players and that, but like I think that was a way of telling them like actually you could have done better, like he wanted more.
But did you not hear the story about Rafa, like for the man management? I think Rafa has perfect man management because like if you heard the story I think it was advocating.
No, I'm saying in the Liverpool days he would never like sort of like pat them on the back. So say for example, Torres for Liverpool the game 1-0, he would never like say, "Oh, you've scored a hat trick. Oh, well done, you've got a hat trick." Like, or he would just say, "No, you should score more goals." Like that was a story that come out this week. But the thing is with Rafa though, in a sense, if you cuddle every single player, they might get complacent. I think complacency is something you don't want. Something Arsenal had complacency. When you get promoted to the Premier League, Rafa had sort of no nonsense sort of like style of play. Like you can't be complacent. If you get complacent in the Premier League, you lose games. Simple as that. Can't afford it.
Exactly.
We can't. As a club, we can't afford complacency. Like Bruce now, he had at the start of the season, you were saying he was using Rafa Benitez's tactics, right?
Yeah.
And we were very complacent because we didn't have a structure. Now we're starting to win games because he's doing it his own way. Yes, it's took him 8, 9 months, whatever, 7 months. But the thing is, we can't afford, as a club, even now, we can't afford to be complacent. We don't have the team. Can't afford it.
It's like if you look at the Newcastle game against Norwich at the beginning of the season, the second game of the season, I did a video on my channel about that, and I literally had a rant in a video about the way we were playing in that game because we should have seriously beat Norwich. We should have actually beat Norwich in that game. We should have never lost to Norwich in a game like that, and especially when they're newly promoted side as well. It just made Newcastle look really, really quiet.
You beat Norwich this season? Or have you played them? Lots of vlogs there?
Oh, sorry. I froze. Oh, sorry, my bad. My thing was frozen. What were you saying?
Max will tell you.
We played Norwich away.
He was saying Norwich, about Norwich.
Yeah, we played Norwich away, and we came back behind twice, and we were losing 1-0, and then obviously then we were losing 2-1. We drew 2-2 in that game. Aubameyang scored twice in that game, and then Campbell Pukki scored. We still got to play Norwich at home. That's another team I forgot to say, and I was supposed to go to that game, and obviously what's been going on with the virus, so I feel that I remember that game, Newcastle and Norwich. I feel like you lot did not deserve to lose that game. And,
oh, we did. Which one? The home game?
I actually don't think you didn't deserve to lose.
Was it the home game or Carroll Road?
Which one was it you lost? Was it the home one?
Carroll Road. Carroll Road
was shocking.
Absolutely shocking. Terrible game.
That's when we thought Norwich were actually going to stay up. I genuinely thought they could have actually finished mid-table, but obviously we've seen their true colours. But that's because the squad is the way it is. But like at Carroll Road, we were shocking. That was like. The thing is, I went to Leicester, and I know Leicester are a good side, but we got beat 5-0, and we did.
I remember I watched your vlog, and you were like, Steve Bruce out, Steve Bruce out.
He's lucky he won the games. I'm still convinced by Steve Bruce.
Do you think he's done a turning point after that Leicester 5-0 loss? Like, he must have done a turning point. Like, you've got to give him a chance. Yeah,
he was moving the fans. He had no choice. We all lost the plot when I went to Leicester. Obviously, I was just annoyed of the whole day. The fact it was pissing down the rain, went down, right? And then the fact, like, none of them showed up. We got a red card, fair enough. But, like, there was no plan B. Whereas, there was no Alan St. Maximin coming on the pitch. He was one of our better players, stuck on the bench. And Leicester for me, they could have won that game double figures. If they didn't take Liddy on, we would have lost double figures. Like I said, by the way, if you think 9-0 at Southampton, 9-0 at Leicester for Southampton was bad, if we could have been the first club to have lost double figures, we were that bad at the King Power. Horrible. Nice stadium, by the way.
Would Steve Bruce would have got? It is a nice stadium. I've never been inside. I've been outside it, but it is a nice stadium. I've been outside it, not inside it.
I could do 3 seasons of Steve Bruce football. Like, personally, that's not being disrespectful. But obviously, we don't have a say on who, like, gets us back, who comes in. Do you know what I mean? Like, next meeting now, we could keep Mike Ashley, and then Steve Bruce would get the sack. Next week, Steve McLaren's back. That wouldn't surprise us.
Oh, God, no.
I'm not saying not hope not, but nothing surprises me with this football club anymore. Like, I mean? Like, John Carver, Steve McLaren, Joe Kinnear, the list goes on.
It does. It's the same as Arsenal. Like, you can't trust the board whether this takeover is definitely going to happen or not.
I don't trust any of our board.
I don't trust our board. I don't trust our board. I don't trust our board whether they're going to come out and keep Aubameyang or other players over the past. Like, it's just they're not ambitious enough. They're not going to the players and end up saying, "We'll offer you this amount of money, take it or leave it." They're not even coming out and saying that the player wants to make a statement, and at least actually he can say that, "Oh, hey, I want to leave. I said my statement." The board are not doing it. It's like Newcastle as well. Like, your best player, what if he wants to leave? They're not saying anything.
Would let him. Well, if we get a takeover, I'd let him leave. If we get a takeover, they get replaced then.
Well, I wouldn't let Alan St. Maximin leave. Like.
Do you think Stan Kroenke will ever leave?
Being unrealistic and big-headed, I could say, well, actually, if these bigger players want to leave, then let them go, but they can be replaced. But obviously, I know deep down there's about 5 or 6 players that we can build around. Obviously, you've got Almiron, you've got Maximin, the Longstaffs, we've got Lascelles, we've got Dubravka. The rest of them, obviously, you've got Hayden, the rest of them, they're all playing for their futures. If that goes through, they're playing for their futures.
What, obviously, Matty Longstaff?
He'll get his contract. Trust me, he'll get his contract.
Even Fabian Shaw?
I'll keep him. But the thing is, like, how many can we keep? How many? You know what I mean? Obviously, he's a good player. I do rate him, but like, how many are they going to keep? You know what I mean? Like, how many do you class as good players in our club? You know what I mean? Like, they could be all be replaced. Shelby, Richie. I like Richie. For me, he's my favourite player at the club. But like, he'll get replaced. Richie's a Pompey lad, isn't he? You want to go to Portsmouth?
He is.
Where he wants to go. So.
If I was to keep anybody at the club, I would probably keep Alan St. Maxim, Miggy Almiron. I would keep Fabian Shaw. Isaac Hayden, maybe. I would maybe keep Isaac Hayden.
How is
Jamal Lascelles? I'd definitely keep, and Dubravka I'd definitely keep as well. The rest, I think.
What about Joe Linton?
I'd get rid of him. Probably 15 million. Just get him out the door.
Wow.
I just don't think he's worth it.
That's where I laughed at this tag, because when you saw Perez 30 million quid, right, you got to remember, they would have paid the extra 10 million to Hoffenheim. They would have used the extra the money from Leicester. Say, right, okay, we'll transfer that million plus the 10 into their accounts, obviously for Joe Linton. So theoretically, we didn't pay 40 million for him. Obviously, that's the official figure, obviously for 30 million from Perez. So yeah, we did pay 40 million, but technically we didn't. We only paid 10. So obviously, even if we make 50 million, at the end of the
day, did you actually pay 10 million? What happened? Why did you actually pay just 10 million quid?
Because the 30 million went from the Perez one to that.
Yeah. That's the same. We did pay 40 million, but 30 million would have went from Leicester to that, from Leicester's account to our account, then would have been transferred over to Hoffenheim. I tell you what it is, right? Hoffenheim must have been laughing at the bank and back when they seen that 40 million come through. But whoa, like this guy's never scored double figures in his career.
10 million, even 10 million's too much.
I'm sorry, but who have I got him? The scout needs to have a word with himself because that's really bad.
Yeah,
poor, dreadful.
I would literally say it's maybe worse than Joselu.
I would say we've got Dubravka, right? Fair enough, he was cheap, but I would say Dubravka for me is a top 6 goalkeeper straight away. Anybody would love Dubravka.
Do you think Dubravka is good enough for to play for a team like Arsenal?
Easy. He'd walk straight in.
Easy.
You reckon he's world class? Do you reckon he's good enough?
I rate him. He'd walk into that team for me. Like the thing is, you look at someone like Kasper Schmeichel, right? Where he was like League One, wasn't he?
Yeah.
If he could make it in the Champions League with Leicester, they can keep clean sheets. If you got someone like Rui Patricio, who's never played Premier League before, you got them into the top 7. You know what I mean? It's Arsenal below Wolves at the minute. Patricio. Then is it Dean Henderson now with Sheffield United? Obviously, I think they're just above.
Yeah, it is.
You've
seen all these good goalkeepers who are coming in, all these future goalkeepers.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
The future's a good goalkeeper.
Henderson at Sheffield United. He's actually Man United. On loan.
But he'll go Man United.
Kasper Schmeichel was originally at Man City in the youngsters.
Remember Jack Butland when he was linked with he was moved for a big move to England, and obviously Stoke got relegated. They still classed him as like the next big thing. Mad.
Yeah, he was removed to Chelsea, I think, at one point.
Jack Butland's career hasn't turned out to plan, hasn't it? So,
but I'm saying though, with him though, he's still probably got a future. He's probably still got a chance though. You know what I mean? But then now you look at, you've got Nick Pope, you've got obviously Henderson. Who else? We've got little on Pickford. I'm not how he still gets in. I don't know how he's number 1 in my eyes.
I wouldn't even give him bloody time of day, to be honest. It's shite.
Do you rate Pickford?
I wouldn't give Pickford the time of day.
I think Pickford's rubbish in my opinion. Like, he makes so many mistakes. And
I'm not saying it because I'm a Geordie. I'm not saying because I'm a Geordie he's a Markham. I just genuinely think he's an awful keeper. Like, this guy can't touch the crossbar for a second. He's awful. Really, he's honestly right. He's got a kick in like a 5-year-old.
Like,
he's got goal kicks like a 5-year-old. Like, literally.
Yes.
I mean, did you see him for the second goal?
Nothing. He literally can't kick for nothing.
Talking about letting a 2-0 lead slip in the space of a minute. I mean, bloody hell, how's he done that?
Bad.
We're 2-0 now. We're like, the game's won. Now we're actually drawn 2-2, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, little mistakes. And by the way,
and 2 goals by Lejeune. 2 goals by Lejeune. 2 goals by a centre back.
You're putting your body on the line to suggest that he's number 1 and he's going to win England trophies. No,
that's mad.
No chance. Absolutely no chance. But I honestly, I don't know what the future holds for us at the minute. Just fingers crossed, something goes through and we can get this takeover done, because I don't think I can go much longer. But I'll keep doing the videos, but I can't keep going much longer. Like, speculating, you know what I mean? Like, it's getting to the point now where something has to be said on Monday morning, because by Monday morning, this has been going on for like 2 weeks, and I'm still ashamed at the Premier League and Newcastle United not coming out. Someone that, you know what? I know the club isn't open now, but someone like Mike Ashley or Lee Charnley, Ashley over in America, sorry. He needs to come out and say something. Like, he needs to come out on a video link. Just send it over, like, on YouTube. Someone's gonna have the username and password.
In America?
He's in America at the minute.
In Miami.
Jesus.
Miami.
What was he doing over there?
He went there when all this outbreak started.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, I mean, he's obviously got apartments. He's obviously got houses and stuff and
He needs to
mansions.
come out.
Yeah.
He needs to come out and do a Skype call, and he needs to obviously find out on Monday. Like, you need to find more information next week.
But the thing is, Lee Charnley won't say a word though, because Lee Charnley he does exactly what he's told, like a good boy. Lee Charnley, like a good boy. He's one of them puppets.
From what I've heard, he's controlling the takeover.
He is.
Like, honestly, we've got owners that can just punch straight in the face.
Fair way. Like, do you think
But
Stan
obviously I won't
Kroenke,
go that far.
whatever? Do you think Stan Kroenke, whatever, leaves?
Yeah,
I
if the
think
money's
he
low,
will.
definitely. Like, if he's grown, I think with the thing is with Arsenal, I think is if Arsenal are really, really decaying and they're really bad. Like if he's going like the mid-table and that he's on progressing, he'll say, right, actually, I can't really put the funding in. Like I can't really. I've probably got the funding there, but I've taken this as far as I can go. Like a bit like Mike Ashley now, he just has to give up. You know what I mean? If there's nothing there anymore, give up. Like thing is, with Mike Ashley now, and I'll say, because we've had this for 13 years, he now knows just give up. Give it to somebody who's going to invest. Do you know what I mean? Yes, you can have your little toy, it's yours. But listen, he knows now Mike Ashley's never going to win the fan base over. It doesn't matter what we do. He's done too much damage. Too many bridges have been broken. Too many bridges have been burnt. He's never going to win the fan base over ever. Doesn't matter what he does.
You'll never do it.
It is broken. So, the thing is with Kroenke, I think, what's it like? I mean, the relationship must be really, really poor. Like, I mean, the bridges must be getting to the point now where
It is. It's not looking good at the moment for us. And
you've got the stadium, you've got the museum, you've got the facilities there. Like, you know what I mean? You've got a nice ground. You've obviously built it to win the Premier League. You know, you built the Emirates for a reason, didn't you? In 2006.
Yeah, like, I think Gazid has said, right, when he used to be with us, one of our board members, the CEO, he said we'll compete with Bayern Munich in 2015. We got slapped 10-2 in 2017 to Bayern Munich. We got slapped 8-2 to Man United.
Bayern Munich are very good at how they buy players, so they're very shrewd. Borussia Dortmund are the same. But I don't know what your thing is, Max, with Kroenke. Do you think he's a bit like Ashley, or do you think we've had it worse? And do you think he'll leave Arsenal eventually?
I think Stan Kroenke will go probably in the next 5 years or something like that. 5 to 10 years.
You think that Arsenal fans are going to deal with another 5 years of Kroenke? Wow,
I genuinely think they will. I genuinely think because he ain't going nowhere at the moment.
I think now's his time. I think even at the end of the season, I think he was always. I
think he should go.
The thing is, if this pandemic came about, I knew you would have got questioned in the summer. Now, what are your plans, Mike Ashley? What do you want to do for the club, or are you just going to sit there in Miami and just take the money and go? Because that's all Mike Ashley's done. You know, I think the Kroenkes are doing the same. You know, I think Mike Ashley bets on Newcastle United, right? Getting, because we get a lot of TV. For us being a mediocre mid-table club, we get a lot of TV coverage, right? And that's he literally rakes in the money all the time, and that's what he does, you know. And with that money,
but is Mike Ashley actually a Newcastle fan, though?
Sorry?
No, he supports Chelsea and Spurs.
Is he actually?
He's not from here. I mean,
he supports
if he was, he'd be the worst Geordie I think I'd ever seen. If he was a Geordie, he didn't care. I think if he was a Geordie, he would have left years ago. If that Geordie, like say for example, Mike Ashley was a Geordie, right, and he took over the club in 2008, not 2007, and obviously it had the problems that we're having now. Being a Geordie, I think deep down he would have let the club go a long time ago. Mike Ashley's stubborn. He thought now with the TV money coming in, right? He thought actually I'll stay here forever and ever and ever, and now he knows his businesses are like his businesses on the bloody floor, both of them, or however many he's got. He's not good. The fans aren't going back, man. He's
it's a strange one. It really is. With
12 people in the chat. 12 people in the chat, man. Some Chelsea fans.
I think, to be honest,
some Chelsea fans said to Sharky that they'll be happy with your goalkeeper. Kroenke selling to a new Ashley.
I mean, to be honest with you, if we get a takeover, we'll be flogging half of them anyway. They'll be on a jumbo sale. Price tags on them, right?
Because you got to think.
Some of them are for free, so we are making money. Good us, man.
You got to think about it because I think Newcastle would obviously keep a few players. They want to get rid of the likes of Andy Carroll and that.
No, that's what I'm saying. if we get a takeover, I've always said if we have, I don't want to see we're like throwing money. I don't like paying 40 million for this, 40 million pound for that. I want to see we're like grow the academy. I want to see we're progress as a football club. I want to see we're moving up the table. Even if we finish top 10 for a couple of seasons, the fans will take it if there's ambition, right? And then 7th place Europa League. Then can we go from Europa League to the Champions League, and then can we go from that to a title push? But if there's ever going to be a title push, I think it'll be in a decade's time. Decade, I really do.
100%. I actually think 100%. Because
the thing is,
the Saudis don't.
Go on, man. Go on. Sorry,
I'm saying the Saudis don't want to do it that way though. The Saudis want to come in and they want to like do it immediate success. They want to go out and they want to win stuff immediately. And if that's the way it has to be, then I'll take it.
The thing is, you didn't see City winning the Premier League straight away, though, did you? They won the League Cup for a bit and the FA Cup and that, but I can't. I think the thing is,
it took them 3 years to win the FA Cup.
Thing is, though, right? The thing is, Man City, right at the minute, to get to where they are now, they had a plan in place. Like they got bought out in 2008. So the thing is, look, it's taken them like 10 years, if not 12 years, to get to where they are now. With Pep Guardiola attracting some of the better managers, the better players. Once David Silva leaves, they're going to replace the next big thing. Obviously, Tottenham, they're trying to be something. There you got like Liverpool. They've had to build with Klopp. Look what Klopp's done. They were about to sack him at one point. Look what he's done now. He's built Liverpool from being a joke of a club, top 6 club, to now potentially winning the league and staying there. Who else have we got? We've got Leicester. To a League One side to the Premier League and the titles.
Chelsea maybe.
Chelsea. For me, I don't know where I stand with Chelsea at the minute, with the money and stuff. But the thing is, with Arsenal's is evident. Like obviously, 9th place, speaks for itself. Used to be top 4 club.
Yeah.
Football's moved
do you think finishing 9th is a freak season, or do you feel that will continue in the next few years?
Also, yes, because I remember Arsenal Fan TV. You were talking about the final, saying that actually, if you don't get it right, you're going to finish lower than top 6. And you're not 9th for no reason. You're there. Every club deserves to be there because you haven't obviously done the right investment. We are mid-table because we don't show enough ambition. The table doesn't lie. Norwich are bottom because they deserve to be there. They haven't got enough quality in their squad. You know what I mean? They might be a good club, might have good fans, but the table doesn't lie. Burnley, for example, they're ahead of us because they show a little bit more ambition. They may not have much more money than us, but they show more. Bournemouth, they're bottom because the problem they've done is over-invested in players that aren't good enough. Do you know what I mean? The story goes on. I think you say with this takeover, I think you've got to take it with caution. I think if they were to come in, I don't want immediate success. I would love it, but I'm realistic to know that it's going to be a building block process, small steps. At the end of the day, right, all these clubs who are ahead of us in the league, they deserve to be ahead of us because they are better than us. They're well more structured. You know what I mean? Some of them might have smaller grounds, that doesn't matter, but they're well organised, they've got good managers, that have a plan. We don't. No offence to Bruce. It's all down to your management. It's all down to your ownership. And if your ownership and management don't connect and you don't have the same squad, that's good enough to get top 6, top 7. Now, listen, we are always going to be a mid-table, mediocre club battling relegation until we sort this out. And now we've got no better time than to get Mike Ashley out. And if we don't, then I think we'll continue to be mid-table, mediocre club.
Yeah.
That is very, very true.
I'm 30.
More than I'm being brutally honest here. I can't put any more player that we are a mid-table, mediocre club. We have to accept it until he's gone. We love supporting the club. We do. We want the lads to progress. It's not the lads' fault. It's down to the owner. If the owner's not going to invest in the club, listen, we can't progress. Simple as that.
Yeah. I'm like 30 years old right now, and I would take immediate success because literally I'm 30 now. If it would take another decade, right, it's going to literally be like 4 years old. And what if Newcastle still haven't won anything by that point? You know what I mean?
And that's
a long time.
But the problem is, though,
that's
people
a long
accept all this money, right? No, the thing is, people accept that you've got all this money, or you're going to demand instant success, right? I'll give QPR an example, right? They were an example that loads of money, they threw loads of money on it, and look where they are now in the Championship, right? Fair enough, yes, they were a smaller club, and yes, they generate money. However, what I'm going to say is, right, just because you have loads of money doesn't guarantee that you're going to win trophies. Like, it doesn't, like, we could get these owners in, right, and we might finish, like, fourth, a freak season, or whatever. It's not freak because we've got these owners in. We might finish 5th or 6th or 7th, right, and get Europa League. But if we keep getting knocked out the group stages, or we're not doing really well in the cup because we're focusing on
Then
Europe
you're
all the
not
time or whatever.
processing as a football club, and you won't be processing as a football club if you're going to keep getting knocked out of group stages. It's a bit like Arsenal when we used to be in the Champions League for 20 odd years when we had that season when we failed. We obviously keep getting knocked out in the last 16. We've been so unlucky in a couple of equations, and then after that.
Obviously, we've got to put in cup semi-finals in 2000. I mean, we're crap, you know. And I felt like the Europa League's not the same as the Champions League, but we've still got, like, obviously the semi-finals, but, like, that's all well and good, but you've got to go out and win the thing, you know what I mean? You're defined by winning titles, like, not, oh, yeah, well, what a nice little trip out to bloody such and such, like, but, like, you're defined by winning titles, you know what I mean? Like,
we've got 2 FA Cup finals back-to-back against Arsenal and Man U.
Great memories, great. You're remembered for winning the FA Cup. Like Arsenal, they're winning all these FA. You're remembered for winning stuff. Like the thing is, right? You might have loads of money. The point is, you might spend loads of money, but if you don't get it right and you keep finishing like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or whatever, like a Chelsea at the minute, and not getting titles, you know what I mean? But eventually they'll pull out, and then we're like, actually, we had a chance, we've blown it.
I don't think the Saudis would pull out, to be honest, because they're a very competitive bunch of people. You know, like, you just have to look at PSG for that. They're still going now.
The thing is, my only skepticism of these Saudi people, right? Because you look at Sheffield United, yeah, they don't spend a lot of money. Obviously, he's Saudi, but, like, what makes it anything?
Yeah, but his public.
Think that they're going to spend a lot of money. They're going to make us rich. You know what I mean? Like, they might actually not spend that much more money. They might be like, actually, short term, we'll spend a tiny little bit to get maybe top 7. And then we'll see where that goes. You know what I mean? They can only spend what the club generates anyway. We do make quite a bit, but...
No, because you can't spend... Because with the FFP, right, they're going to literally disband, or they're going to make the FFP more lenient. So you're going to be able to spend a lot more money in the transfer windows.
That's what I say. What's the point in them doing that? Because... yeah, they might be a bit more lenient, but the whole idea to start with was to stop people from spending loads and loads of money. And if they're going to do that, then there'll be loads of uproar. Because City will go, hold on, then okay, we're going to a court case with UEFA. So why are we, you know, why are we like, you know what I mean? Like, why are we getting wrong?
Pandemic is at the moment. Because it's a pandemic. I get that, because this pandemic's come. They need to get the credibility and the finances in the football back up again, back to the way it was. So, like, how you look at like how much was spent in like the last transfer window or last 2 transfer windows, they need to get back up to that. Obviously, it's not going to be like that on the next window.
How long you got in the stream, by the way? Because I'll read some of the comments if you. I was going to say how long you got left in the stream because I'll read some comments out. I'm seeing you lost his internet. That's why he's gone.
All right.
How long?
Stay around.
How long you got?
I can stay around for as long as you want us to stay around for.
All right, okay. There's people like obviously been in the comments, and I'm going to just say that there's a lot of the same old stuff. Let's have a look. I think there's a new comment that's come in. Arsenal vlogs might actually pop back in, but we don't know. Let's have a look. I think it's the same guy. Oh, hold on. Lawrence Taylor's just come back, so we'll have a look and see what he's had to say. Let's have a look. Lawrence Taylor pops up very slowly, doesn't it? This live stream, doesn't it? Sure, yes, sure. Just so I can right, come on. Hi, Shark. You managed to come back to the stream after connection issues. We'll be keen to chat again. Yeah, Lawrence, if you want to come into the chat, I'll put the link in now so you can come and chat. Well, obviously, I'm a night owl, mate. To be fair, I stay up the majority of the night. I stay till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning nowadays because there's a new routine. Obviously, once we get back working again. You know, once work gives us the green lights, then obviously the minute I'm just literally night owl, like doing, you know what I mean? How are you coping now? How are you going with the current pandemic? How are you coping?
It's not bad, is it? To be honest, if you just like try and forget that it's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys,
Lawrence Taylor, what's it doing on YouTube? What someone just put something funny in the comments. What did they say? I'm gonna have a look. What did he say? Same. I stay up to about 5. I do. I'm a night owl at the minute.
He's watching the wrestling, man.
Will you watching the wrestling? Connection issues. We're still chatting about like Steve Bruce and that. Like obviously we were talking about how we didn't really want Steve Bruce next season, but the only way he's going to redeem himself, like for maybe a few games next season, is if he wins the FA Cup. Like, what do you think about
that? It's a difficult one. Because obviously he goes down as legend if he wins the FA Cup, but then you think, could it be the second season where it goes wrong? A bit like with Pardew, he obviously got with a fifth, and then the following season things just fell apart.
What do you think of Steve Bruce, Lawrence? Because I know you've been going to games and that. Like, how have you been finding going to the home games? Because obviously I boycotted the season. I'll be back next season, but like, I bet you've been disappointed a lot of the time walking out of it, thinking, "Wow, like that's just not been."
I think definitely the recent games against Norwich, Oxford, and Burnley, especially against Brighton. But yeah.
Nathan, you can, mate. 1 second, I'm just gonna Nathan Carrick. Can I come into the stream? Yeah, you can, mate. I'll just leave a link. Sorry, guys. I'll just leave a link. 1 second.
But I think,
mate. Anyway, continue.
But I think the football he's playing is probably a bit too defensive for what the owners would probably want.
He thinks there's a lot of Rafa in there. That's what I said.
If you want Sharky, I'll drop out because I'm just going to go get some food. And I'll drop out.
Okay, mate.
Well, see you around, mate.
Make sure you mugs. Yeah, take it easy, mate. Take it easy.
See you, mate. Take it easy.
See you, mate. Right, I'll kick you out.
See ya.
If it lets you kick you, because it's a bit slow, this thing.
Aye.
Right, there we go. He's on Lawrence. I'm just going to add Nathan into it as well. I think he's I've never had him in the stream, actually, to be fair.
All right. Where's Nathan? He's on.
He may pop in. Is he there? I see him somewhere. I can see him. Anyway, Lawrence, yeah, go on. Nathan, mate, how's it going? You all right? Lawrence, fire away anyway. Fire away. What were you going to say? Go on, mate.
I can't finish my sentence.
I think you were talking about like Bruce, not obviously the home games not being good enough, and that the performances not being there. Fans.
In fairness, we've only lost 3 home games, which is all right. But
nothing we could have done better, though.
Sorry.
Do you not think we could have done better though? I've always said that. Like, if we were a better manager, we might have actually done what we were doing.
Potentially, if you hadn't rushed players back, or something, there may have been something going wrong training for us to have one centre back, 2 centre backs available out of the 6. By the time we finished, for the Rochdale Cup tie.
What obviously I don't know if I've actually given you this question, but who would be your manager next season? Obviously, we know that if Bruce obviously was to get the sack and this deal was to go through with a takeover, obviously there's been talk of like Pochettino. Who else? We've got Allegri. We've got Rafa Benitez. Also, people don't mention the likes of Eddie Howe, Sean Dyche, people like Nigel Nagelsmann, whatever he's called. I forgot. Anyway, there's a few out there. Is anybody who you'd maybe take a punt at for next season?
I think Rafa would be my first choice just because he's got unfinished business.
I said that.
As I mentioned, though, is he going to want to leave? I think I mentioned this on the Black and White show earlier and the WhatsApp chat, but is he going to want to leave China after less than a year? But if we can't get him, then Pochettino would be my second choice.
Oh, sorry, Pochettino will be your second choice, Rafa. Yeah, I've always said that. I think from the start, I've always gone with Rafa Benitez because he knows the club. Obviously, he's grown with the community, and that's important. Obviously, Pochettino. And Nathan, welcome to the stream, mate. Can you hear us? I don't think I can hear you.
I can't either.
I can't hear you. Unless you turn your voice, can you turn your mic up, please? If you can.
No.
I can't hear anything.
I thought I would have had him testing to see is it all right, because it did with me, and obviously my mic was fine.
It could be connected. It could be literally anything.
Hi.
I'll give him like a 30 seconds. Can you hear us, mate? Right, I'm going to kick him out of the stream for now. I don't mean to kick you out, mate, but if you can get that sorted out, do a test before you come in the stream, and then we can chat. But for now, Lawrence, we'll just I'll kick him out for now, but you can come back. I'm just kick him out.
All right.
There was a question from Blackhawk. Let's have a look. I had it on before. Let's have a look what he says. He says, I have a question. With some of the leagues stopping pay for players, are season ticket holders going to have some type of reimbursement? Thinking of the fans, go TOONs from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Mate, first of all, thank you very much for your comment. And secondly, it's nice to have you on board as well from America. So, yeah, if anyone's new and you're watching, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be doing a lot more live streams. Anyway, Lawrence, season ticket holders, obviously you're a season ticket holder yourself, if I'm not wrong. Yeah?
Yeah.
What things? Obviously, I boycotted the season, so it's easy for me to say give it the NHS. I would have anyway. But what would you do, obviously, with the remaining money? Because if you can't see games, and obviously they're talking about, potentially, playing it behind closed doors, and there's going to be free to view TV to watch these games. How do you see it?
I think you're going to need to give a partial refund for season ticket holders, and then also refund fans who purchase tickets for Sheffield United and potentially Man City if that's going to be behind closed doors. But then I think clubs should show the behind closed doors games on the websites, even if it was against a team who they were meant to play away.
What do you think about, obviously, at the minute, nobody knows if they're going to get refunds. Something tells me, though, with Mike Ashley being the man that is, could you see him give it? I know by law he's got to give refunds, but could you see Mike Ashley and Lee Charnley giving Newcastle fans reimbursements?
Not really.
They've got, obviously, by law, they've got to find that money, but if it would just be such a Mike Ashley thing to do for you not to get your reimbursement. I hope every fan does get the reimbursement, mind, but it would just be a Mike Ashley thing to do because, by the way, just to let you know, has he not taken your payment for next season as well? I'm sure that's right.
Well, yeah, but we'll kind of just, it might be a case seeing what happens.
Jordy's asked, what do you think the atmosphere has been like at St James's Park? Obviously, this season you've been going to games, so obviously I've only been seeing, obviously for what I've been watching, obviously special match of the day. And to be honest, I haven't really been, I haven't been impressed.
It's been all right. We've had good atmospheres, like the Man United game. I mean, sometimes against Bournemouth, it was pretty poor until Yedlin scored. I mean, there's examples like a goal from us can get the crowd going, or a goal from the opposition can really get us down, like it did against Everton when they got the second goal. So sometimes it's been all right, sometimes it's not been good enough. But for me, sometimes it just doesn't help when you're not supporting your players, but as soon as they make a mistake, you're like, why are you doing? What are you doing?
I think it's with obviously Rafa leaving, isn't it? Alex Williams,
yeah, it is.
Williams, sorry, welcome to the stream, mate. He's just joined. He said some claiming that the checks are done. The way I look at it is, I don't think it's going to be done by the end of this week, or I think something will be said, but I don't think there'll be a takeover if it's going to be allegedly done. I think it's going to be done at the end of May. How do you look at it? Do you think how do you think of the takeover? Do you think it's going to, nobody knows what's going on really, do
they? Kind of a guessing game, but maybe we'll just have to wait for an announcement.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I think with a pinch of salt, whatever you read on the Daily Fail, on the paper, what Talkshite says or anything like that, 5 Live and whatever, Sky Sports. Even with Sky Sports, I'm getting a little bit like that with them now because you're meant to. Sky Sports are meant to be quite good at announcing proper news, but they did this with the Binzai group last year and with Belford, and we generally thought that he was going to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd say
go on.
Oh, for me.
Go on.
All right.
Yeah.
I think last summer with that group, you just seen statements going out via social media rather than just getting released. Sky, was Sky really going and investigating? Because they kind of done it this time round.
Yeah, so basically, anyway, Gavin Harwood basically said, "Can't believe that Rafa's your first choice, Poch is your second choice." Charles, I'd like Rafa for me just for the fact he deserves the money. But if Pochettino was to come in, I don't know if you think the same, but I think it would still be a good choice of manager to move forward. Alvin Skills said Rafa in, yeah. Be good. Also, Jodie's went on to say Keegan linked ambassador role. What's your thoughts? Why not? Why not? What about you? Would you think? Where would you put Keegan? Would you give him the manager's job, or where would you put him?
I'd say ambassadorial role. I don't think he's got what it takes to be a manager anymore. I think he's even quoted to saying, he hasn't got any intention to come back into management. I think I might have mentioned in the chat earlier.
I love Keegan, right? I think he's fantastic for the club. Thing is, he's getting on now. He had his golden era in the 90s. Obviously, he was very unlucky not to win the Premier League. I think his final chance was obviously in 2008, thinking Mike Ashley was going to give him money. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And he's obviously never been seen since. He's been doing the punditry. But yeah, I think you're right. I think he pretty much. I
remember what he said for ESPN after the sack Houghton, about negotiating with players.
Felt sorry for Chris Houghton. He's the one I felt sorry for, the one who was shafted out.
It's on YouTube. If I haven't seen it.
Party in Jodland when the takeover happens, 13 years of pain. Lawrence, if there was a takeover, why are you partying, mate?
I mean, you'll probably have to be on like Zoom or Skype.
Really? Wait, you got your cans out, yeah? Cans?
I think it's just bottles, but I do have a brown ale from my birthday, but I'm saving.
Let's have a look. We've had a bit of one from Jonathan Young. Let's have a look here. So he's put the papers were submitted to the Premier League on the April the 9th, okay? Therefore, 4-week window takes us to the May the 7th. Let's hope for an announcement before then. Yeah, like I say, there's all these different dates of what's been going on with the takeover, like such and such has been submitted, like deposit. The Premier League are looking into it. It's going here, it's going there. Like nobody really knows where this is really going. I don't know if you're the same as me, because like nobody's really coming out and saying anything. Like if the Premier League or Newcastle United will come out and say, do you know what? We're actually in a process of a takeover, like there's something could be happening. I know they don't want to release too much, but with a pandemic, surely something has to be said.
Potentially, but you know what Newcastle are like for communication.
Let's have a look. Which players would you keep 100% keep at Newcastle for the long term? For Alex Williams, he's put Charles, Shaw, Williams, Shelby, Miggy, Allen, Longstaff, Julian, and maybe Hayden. Who would you keep at Newcastle United? That's been quite a big thing. Talking point in this live stream. Who would you keep? And how many would you keep?
I'm kind of going to go through squad numbers. Dubravka, Cher, Lascelles, Shelby. I suppose I'm maybe saying that because he signed a new deal, but potentially I would sign for the right price if like a good offer came in. Who else? St. Maximin, Almiron. Hopefully get Williams, maybe Lazaro, because I think he looks better in the formation we're playing now.
I wouldn't go back in. I wouldn't go back in for him. I don't know why. I just think I'll go with Williams, or Jetro. I think that we're gonna have to keep one of them. We're gonna have to try and go for one of them. But obviously they're your answers. I'm giving you my opinion.
Well, I'd keep the Longstaff brothers. I know Sean's not had his best season, but maybe with their coaching, he'll kind of like get back to the level he was at under Rafa.
Geordie's give this one. Which realistic would you bring in? He would bring in Dries Mertens from Napoli. I think he is a good player, but who would you like to see in Newcastle? Just say we got taken over. We start off the new season with fresh expectations. Who would you like to see and where? Like more than just one player. I mean, who would you like to see?
It's kind of a difficult one because I mean we could sign. I mean it's easy to say, go for like top players. Mertens potentially could realistically get him. I mean he was quoted for 5 million in January for Chelsea, I think. Maybe I'd take Mertens. Or maybe I'm more thinking some like Jack Grealish or Todd Cantwell, because I wouldn't sign Bentaleb, so I think we'll need a midfielder.
Bentaleb will go back to Schalke. I think he was just an emergency loan, to be honest with you. If you think about it, just to cover that midfield, I think if anybody was going to come in, I mean, if anyone realistically could come to Newcastle and build, well, I think Zaha would be fantastic.
Again, it's a difficult one. It depends how much will win cough up. I think he'll leave Palace, but I'm thinking he might go to like a club that have been like the top 6 the last few seasons. Maybe
Well,
like an
a takeover is you've got to remember as well in this takeover where like what's our expectations first up, and what formation are we going to play? Are we going to have a new? There's a lot of questions I need to ask. What's the stadium going to look like next season?
I think the stadium, there will be like a bit of work done to the stadium.
It needs massive. It needs a lot of TLC. It needs a lot of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it isn't a lot done. Like it's not. I'm not saying that to take the piss. We need a lot done on that ground. For me, it's not even welcoming anymore. Like it's just been left there. Like, people will say, "Oh, don't go to the club shop." Like, I just want all these restrictions lifted so fans can actually have a really good experience of visiting St James's Park, not just for outside the ground, but for inside the atmosphere. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but obviously we'll have to wait till it's safe to do so. But I think you mentioned what formation we might play next season, didn't you?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you ask, what formation we might play next season?
Yeah, like I was just saying, we don't know what manager's going to come in. We don't know how they're going to play, what shape they're going to play, what formation. Do you know what I mean? It's different.
Maybe just because it's probably the most used formation in the world. I think I'm just going to say 4-2-3-1. So for me, I hate to say it because of how good our centre backs are, but I think we might need to get rid of one of them.
Yeah, there's a few questions coming in. So one of them was from Blackhawk 186. Thanks for your comment. What do you think of the rumours that have come out today about Gareth Bale going to Newcastle? At least it's news to me. I'll give you mine. I don't think that's going to happen. But
neither do I.
Probably if Poch was to come. If Poch was to come in, maybe. But Poch manager's job. But thing is, I don't know. It doesn't seem real that would happen. Don't know. Jody says, "Do you think Jamie Sterry has a future at Newcastle United?" I say no. What about yourself? He doesn't play enough first team games for me, though. He's never really progressed. Like, you've seen him, play the odd FA Cup game. It's just not enough.
Exactly.
Bale's just another 6 like Mike alone. Yep, I agree with that, Jeff. Next one, let's have a look at the next one. James Maddison would be a really good signing. Yes, I would agree with that. What about yourself? Maddison, wow.
Potentially. I think when you sign players from the Championship, you'll get players who just kind of recut in the Premier League, like your Dwight Gales, your Christian Atsus, but then you'll get players who look good in the Championship, then convert into the Premier League, like Maddison. And fact is, Gale couldn't redo it under Rafa. Neither could Murphy to a degree, but then Maddison's able to do it under Puel and Rodgers. So that's maybe where it's
Jeff reckons that Zaha's going to be overpriced. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Jeff was saying that Zaha is probably a bit overpriced. That's probably why you're probably saying not to bring him in. A bit like Gareth Bale, isn't it? Really?
I think it's a bit like us with Sean Longstaff last summer. Well, now he's not worth 50 million, but we need to keep him. So we'll just slap on a ridiculous price tag because like nobody will sign. But I think Zaha will leave Palace this summer. Well, whenever the transfer window is.
We talk about Joe Linton, like what's his future? I mean, obviously we know next season if there's no takeover, obviously Joe Linton's the main guy unless we get a striker in. But what do you think if we get a takeover? Like, I mean, where do you fit him in? Where is he a striker to come off the bench? You know what I mean? There's a lot of questions that need asked. And that, up front, we're toothless. Carroll for me, nice guy, local lad, too injury prone, not good enough. Mutu for me, not good enough. Dwight Gale, yes, he's got a bit about him, but is he really Premier League quality? You know what I mean? We're really struggling.
I think for Joe Linton, maybe play him on the wing, as I mentioned, if a new manager is happy to do that, because I think we need a winger or two. The other three in goal, because, I mean, Gale can go regardless, but the other three aren't going to be good enough.
Gale was very good for West Brom in the Championship. I'm saying Gale was good for West Brom.
But I think wages are putting off Championship clubs.
Thing is now that the Championship players are not as cheap as they used to be anymore because a lot of them have dropped out of the Premier League and with the money and stuff. You know what I mean? So, someone put Gavin Harwood. Only if you got took over in January, you could have been able to gone for Haaland. Possibly. Possibly. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to no. With both of you watching the under 23s, which we do, which players do you think have a chance of making the first team on a regular basis? The one I've actually watched for myself is what's he now? Francelet, the centre back. He's got a big future for me.
Yeah, I think Francelet. Who else could there be? Yannick Toure. Maybe it's Kellen Watts. He's looked all right, but I think he needs to play at a higher level than League Two.
I think Francelet will definitely go into the Football League. I really do. I could see him building his way up.
I did watch Watts score hat-trick against Blythe in the Senior Cup last season, and that's despite the fact he's a centre-back.
Who was this? Francelet?
No, Kellen Watts.
I was going to say, I've already seen Francis since the start of the season, but he's definitely one I've been impressed with. I'd rather have Miranda over Joe. He's about 60-year-old. To be honest, right now, I would take a 60-year-old striker over Joe Linton. That's how bad he is. Let's have a look at the next comment, Lawrence. See what the last one is. Let's have a look. So, you're gonna let us show it.
Yeah.
Here we are. 186. I've been doing this for nearly 4 or 5 hours now. The SBN also reporting that Cavani may go to Newcastle. A whole bunch of rumours due to the reports of new ownership. Thoughts on Cavani?
Potentially. Especially if Pochettino comes in, because I think that's.
I would love to see it, but I can't see it.
Yeah, it might be. I think Isha was mentioning this on the Black and White show that he could be the start, the kick off to tell people, we're going to be competitive in the market. Even though we'll probably get 1 or 2 seasons out of him, if he was to come. But we'll have to hope that he's. But I don't want somebody who's just going to be there for a last payday.
There was one from Jake Holden. He's basically asked, would you want Piszczek from Borussia Dortmund? Obviously, the Polish right back. We all know him. He's been around the block, hasn't he, on FIFA? As everyone knows him, if you play at FIFA on the team, he's actually not a bad player. Would you take Piszczek at right back? I mean, these sort of positions like right back, we wouldn't actually be able to know about this until we know we get a takeover. It's all pure speculation, isn't it? That's the tough thing. Unless somebody comes out and says that the takeover's close, then you can dream. But for now, it's it's all. We're going from. We could go from all of this, right, to bloody Will Grigg from Sunderland in the summer because we've not. You know what I mean? With all this pandemic, that's the weird thing. Let's have a look with another one. What about you? Would you take Piszczek? I mean, obviously, I haven't really.
Probably. Haven't really seen him play, but I think he's highly rated.
Or is there another right back out there that you know of that could do a better job that Newcastle could realistically get and move forward? Maybe there might be somebody in a mid-table club in the Premier League that you think could make the step up. Is there anybody you know? Or?
I'm trying to think of from mid-table Premier League clubs. I think we could do a right back. Because I'd get rid of Kraft. I don't think we'll keep Manquillo, regardless.
Do you think the left back after a season though? Do you think they'll let him go? After a season?
I was thinking right back. It's a difficult one, really. But
Yedlin, obviously, he's been speaking about the takeover. He's obviously he wants progression, doesn't he? Obviously, you got Manquillo, who's sort of deputising, isn't he? I mean, Manquillo's they're both hit-y-missy. They'll have good games and bad games.
Yeah.
Trippier for me, Jonathan Young put Trippier. Obviously, I haven't got his thing up, but I don't think he's going to leave Atletico though. He's made that move over a year, but he's doing well. I couldn't see him leaving. Max Aarons.
Actually, yeah, Max Aarons would be good.
I think Norwich would be good to let him go, wouldn't they? Because he's another one. The thing is, how many players do we need to nick from Norwich?
And that's despite the fact that I would sell his cousin at Rolanda.
It's not that though. It's a fact that how many players do we need to nick from Norwich and make them look awful than they are? Jacob Murphy, a real prospect, 12 million quid, not cheap. And then people say he's crap, but for me, I don't think he's really had the rub of the green, especially under Rafa. I think Rafa thought he was going to do something, but he didn't really play him as much. And obviously, Bruce wasn't a big. Actually, I think there was a deal, wasn't there, with Sheffield Wednesday where they were actually. We'll try and smooth over and we'll give him, Jacob Murphy for the season.
I'd rather have
I don't think
Murphy
he would
than
be.
Atsu.
I think he'd have anybody, but Atsu in the team, I think he's one.
Yeah. Cancelo City, no chance.
Atsu, I'll describe to you, right? Got pace,
Yeah.
gets to the final third, doesn't out across.
What Adama Traore used to be.
Like, has Atsu actually got legs? Well, he has.
No.
He runs,
I mean, he's 28 as well, so his pace is gonna go.
Walker's been linked because Cancelo is at City, right back as well. Listen, City will be wanting big money for these players. They're not going to go cheap.
Right. I'm sure Walker fell out with Pep. Is that correct?
Who?
Walker. I think Walker.
With the social distancing, with them going partying and stuff like that. I heard that.
Aye. So yeah, I think he'll be on the way out of Man City.
Gavin Harwood said Memphis Depay. Now, obviously, he used to play for Man United. He went back into France, didn't he? Do you think he's got a future back in the Premier League? Do you think it was just one of those early moves in his career at Man United where he thought he might have been able to do it, but actually, if he was to sort of level back down a bit and maybe come back into reality, do you think he's got a chance maybe in Newcastle if it was a deal to go through? I think he's got a real bright future. I think he's a pig. You know what I mean? I think we could do something with him.
Potentially, yeah.
You've sort of.
Yeah, I remember Louis van Gaal was a bit impatient with players, and Mourinho didn't rate him. So, but yeah, maybe Depay could do a job. I mean, he's a bit like Florian Thauvin, signed in the summer of 2015 from maybe he was too young. I
thought Thauvin should have been given a bit more of a chance. I said before he left, why we're letting him go when we've relegated him. It's gonna come back to bite. Look how good he's become in France. Fair enough. Bit of a piss easy league if you ask me.
We got linked with him a few weeks back, I think. Obviously, I don't see that.
I remember why Joe Kenya and we had a player out on loan. Oh God.
Shane Ferguson.
Oh, we'll just have. Shane Ferguson. That was like, what's he doing? The next one is: would you rather take Adam Rich from Sheffield Wednesday or keep Murphy? Well, let's be fair. I don't think we can afford to take any players from Sheffield Wednesday after what happened with Bruce. We have to give them a player to try to move things over. I think that's what we've done. We've gave them one of our players to smooth whatever the compensation.
I kind of bit like what people talk about. Oh, we're probably not gonna interact with PSG after all this. But as for Reach or Murphy, I haven't seen haven't seen Adam Reach, so I cannot really make a judgment. I mean, I think after Sheffield Wednesday fans would have to tell us who the better player is, if there's any watching.
Well, there's a Chelsea fan, obviously Gavin Harwood. He's basically said, please, Newcastle, can you come and buy Kepa off us, please God?
No thanks.
Why would we need to do that? We've got Dubravka. For me, we've got a top 6 goalkeeper. Who's playing in the average side. But with a takeover, for me, I know if you get a takeover, a lot of people will say, actually, we can get a better keeper. For me, I don't think there's any better keeper. I think we've got a quality goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Why would I want Kepa anyway? I think he was a nobody, a bit like Dubravka, but Dubravka's been nurtured better, I'd say.
In fact, Kepa was the most expensive keeper in the world when Chelsea signed him. So
I never heard of him.
People have heard him. Then again, I'm sure he wasn't getting in the Spain squad, so yeah.
And honestly, I'd never heard of him before he signed, but obviously that Jack Holden said, is he that bad? Obviously, him trying to catch a ball. Bloody hell, he makes Rob Green look good.
After that last minute goal from Hayden.
No, it's not that. He makes Rob Green look good. Reporter is who? Don't know what that is.
If reporting Riyadh. No, that bad, worse. What?
Not that bad, worse. The comments will keep coming through. Obviously, how long you got left? How long you stayed up for? How you got much history in you for your stream?
Don't know. Really. I haven't seen any time limits or anything. This is the first time really using StreamYard.
It's not bad. It took a bit of time at first to get it all going again. I don't know what happened. I really messed up. When I first started doing it, I thought that was the end of the stream, but I found a way. We've got another comment. Is it the same one? I don't think it's
yeah, it is.
The same. Yeah, it's the same. Anyway, what I was going to say was obviously there was the talk of the human rights people obviously putting that complaint in. How when you seen that obviously this week, not just one complaint, not two, but obviously there's been 3 or 4. Has it really made you doubt the situation of a takeover, or have you always remained skeptical? Of you still being a bit more confident? I mean, let us know your thoughts.
maybe a bit doubtful. Because then you're hearing, obviously, you're getting a bit more nervous. But even through all that, I'd still been predicting that it would go ahead.
You still think there's going to be a takeover? I mean, you're still confident that we're going to get bought out and you're going to leave up?
Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you're going to just stop this takeover because of like human rights stuff, then you have to look at Roman, Chelsea, Sheffield United, Wolves as owners.
Exactly. I mean, I couldn't say it better myself. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, do you not think, obviously, with the likes of Richard Keys, do you not think there's a lot of jealousy, obviously? I know I can't speak for all fans because not all fans are jealous of Newcastle, but they just don't want to see Newcastle do well. What did he say? He said, I am friends with such and such of the Premier League, or this deal's not going through. It doesn't matter who you're friends with. If these people are legal people and these owners have got money and they're not what they say they are, what the media come up with, then by rights of Premier League can't reject the deal. And plus, a deposit's gone down, so nothing can be pulled out. If something was really, really bad with a deal, right, then surely by now, a deal would have been cut off about a week ago. About 1 week ago, a deal would have been off.
Well, yeah, and then you've got to think 17 million deposit, and why would these people like put in the effort to try and buy the club if they're like a bit worried about playing the test?
Yeah, true. Jodie's put, what would be your thoughts if St James's Park got changed by the new owners? How would you see it?
I'd like to see black and white seats personally, or maybe just say black seats instead of the grey seats, and maybe just do a bit of painting so you've got like say NUFC spelled out in the stand.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I've also said the black seats on the east stand with white writing saying NUFC along it. And then obviously maybe black on the Milburn stand, and then the east stand. Sorry, the Gallagher in level 7 and all of that. Lisa's a bit all that white. Do you know what I mean? So it's like black and white. I think he's also saying if he was to change the name, because a lot of owners tend to change the stadium name. If it brought in more revenue, would you accept it? Obviously, in Man City they changed it to the Etihad, and obviously they changed the badge, haven't they? The look of the badge, and they've changed obviously a lot of things up. Would you accept St James's Park to be changed if it meant bringing in more revenue, but they were actually spending on the club? How would you see that, Lawrence? How would you think?
As for in terms of the badge, I wouldn't mind it personally. For the stadium, I think you've got to try and keep it as St James's Park. Obviously, these people are investing in the team, but change the name of the stadium, then fans won't kick off as much as they did with Ashley, because obviously he wasn't investing in us. But I think the difference between this and Man City, though, is because Man City only moved to their stadium in 2003, whereas we played at St James's the whole history.
What was it they call it? Like, for example, like a Ramco St James's Park, or the Ramco St James's Park Stadium or something. You know what I mean? Just to try and get that revenue in. But it meant we were getting better players and stuff, and we're obviously. Do you know what I mean? I don't think a lot of people look at the success. You know what I mean?
If it goes in the team, then yeah, I'm fine with
it. Let's talk NUFC. Obviously, said, would you take Josh King from Bournemouth?
It's a difficult one. I think
I would say now, yes. I think with the Mike Ashley now, it's realistic. But with a table, I think we'll do better. I really do.
I think he had one good season, but hasn't been that good since then. I mean, maybe that's just me watching HRTC Sport.
NX said, if the takeover went ahead, who was your number one favourite you would want as a manager? I want Rafa personally. I think you've already said Rafa, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think it's a hat-trick. I think we're all going for Rafa, but I don't think we're trying to rule out Pochettino. I think Rafa, because he had the communication with the fans and the community. But if Pochettino was to come in, the thing is, if Pochettino was to come in, I think we wouldn't complain because he's someone different. He's obviously got experience. He wants to win a trophy, and I think he deserves that at Newcastle United. That's the way I look at it. So, cheers for that comment, NX, man. Really much appreciated. I'd like the Corona as a... Oh, God. Don't want to put that one on there. There's one about the badge. Let's have a look. I would be furious if the badge or stadium changes. Personally, do you know what it is? If the badge was a bit like Man City's, it was circled, but you had like some identification for Newcastle. I wouldn't... If it brought revenue to the club, in the North East, we need revenue. That's the most important thing. I get it's an iconic badge.
Yeah.
The name change, I'll be a little bit thinking over it, but like if it brought revenue into the club, you're not going to think of the name. Or if you're winning trophies every season and competing in Champions League, you won't bother with what the lads do. You want to win stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you really think the Man City fans are really bothered about the Etihad? I mean, they were called Eastlands
really.
or the City of Manchester Stadium. They weren't
Well,
bothered. Look,
as I mentioned,
look at Tottenham. Sorry, lads, I'm saying, just sorry to interrupt. Look at Tottenham now. They might be called the Amazon Stadium next season. Amazon.
Well, as I mentioned for Man City, I don't think they're as bothered because they've been at Main Road more longer than they've been at Eastlands, and I think it was easier for people to get used to calling it the Etihad Stadium. Whereas opposed to us, we've obviously been at St James for the whole history. I think for Spurs, I think they like the new stadium, but obviously they've been used to playing at White Hart Lane for ages. And I think with Amazon, obviously the fans don't like it.
It's not even White Hart Lane now. It's literally the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah, I think if it was renamed Amazon Stadium, I don't know how fans would feel about that because I think the fans don't really like Daniel Levy.
The thing is, Lawrence, if it generated them more revenue to buy more players, or they were getting success and they were being better than what they were, I don't think they'd really look at that. Like if they're packing out the ground, a lot of stadiums now are going that route. Like there's not a lot of stadiums now where the traditional names. A lot of them are by like sponsors and stuff like that. I was going to ask him. Michael Barrymore said the Saudi Arabia sports minister, which has been obviously talked about, has liked Newcastle United on Instagram, and I think it was a Twitter as well. And also likes the Red Bull teams. Hopefully, we will be run well like those teams. Do you think? Obviously, we don't know what they're going to be about. Do you think they'll come in and be serious? Because a lot of them will talk the talk, these owners, and then when they come in and they've got their feet under the desk, they might not be the same. I mean, how do you see it, Lawrence?
Well, we've got to try to take this chance because of how badly Ashley's run the club.
We'd do anything to get him out, won't we? We'd do literally anything just to get him out of the club.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't really know who. Obviously, we could. I think people did think Ashley was going to invest because obviously fans wanted Freddie Shepherd out towards the end, but obviously, you know what happened over the next 13 years.
They made Dross have been on most of them, if not the majority of the games, and the Pardew and all these other managers, and I just think it's been I don't think there's been any sort of progression. I thought Rafa was probably our only hope, I would say, in between 2010. Obviously, I thought Chris Hughton might have got a better chance, or Pardew, we know when he got with fifth, but it was just back to square one. So players, Demba Ba, I've always said, right, and I don't like to say it, but if he hadn't sold Demba Ba in that Europa League season, I think we'll win it. I think we had such a good squad in that Europa League campaign. He sold Demba Ba to Chelsea for money, which he got for free. Joey, go on. Continue.
With Bar, potentially we could have won it, but I still think we would have lost to Chelsea in the final if we got that far.
I think we'll have a chance. And I think under Benitez that season, I thought they were quite average. To be honest, I thought they would be able to be. If it was a Newcastle or Chelsea,
been unappreciative.
I thought Benfica were quite good, by the way, because I thought they played really well at their place.
Obviously, but maybe I'm just thinking. I think was it the two offside goals Cisse had in the second leg? Maybe Bar would have stayed onside for them.
That was Cisse's problem, though, offside, wasn't it? But obviously we would have got better batch but it's our listen. But Jody put, I would like to see Callum Wilson. In all fairness, he's a great player. Would you take Callum Wilson?
If we could keep him fit.
Jovin Zapata over Josh King.
Who's Zapata play for again?
If I'm thinking there's a Zapata used to play for Lazio, I could be wrong. Is it the Lazio guy? Don't know. Put comment, Jeff. Put your comment down below just to let me know who he plays for. I know there was a Zapata that played for Lazio, but I might be thinking of the wrong one.
I'm sure he's in Serie A.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's Lazio. Jeff said Barcelona are thinking about name rights at Nou Camp. That is actually true. So, do you know what I mean? Like nowadays, we don't have a say on like stadium. Like look at West Ham. They've gone from obviously the bowling ground. They're now like the West Ham Stadium. Whatever. It's I don't know. Like I think if that's the way football's going. I would hate, but that's just me. Huge history of seeing that. Just remember, the Saudis will confirm or take over before Sky Sports. I don't think it'll be confirmed like that. I think it'll be on the. If Newcastle are going to confirm it, it'll be on their website.
Yeah, I agree.
They won't do it at Sky Sports. They won't be allowed. Let's have a look. You could go all out and make Coutinho your market signing like City did with Robinho. Oh, I don't know. I think Coutinho's had a bit of a strange career ending since leaving Liverpool. Couldn't do it at Barca.
How long has he got another year left on loan at Bayern as well? Wasn't it not 2 year long?
He's not on there. Obviously he's been linked with Chelsea, hasn't he? I mean, Chelsea, Arsenal were linked with him. The thing is, I don't think we'll go that route. I think if the owners are going to come in, they'll have a key name who they'll want. Who will think, you know what, we'll build around with. Well, obviously, they'll look at the likes of Almiron. They'll look at St. Maximin. They'll think, you know what, these are brilliant key players for the club. We're just missing that striker or that manager with a formation that can come in and do something. The midfield is definitely going to get a clear out. That's for sure. But let's have a look. The next one is from Jody. What was your first Newcastle match you watched live? And by the way, Zapata's from Atlanta. So sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll take him.
What's your first Newcastle match you watched live, Lawrence?
It was the 2-2 game against West Ham. It was 08-09. It was when Andy Carroll scored his first goal for her.
Wow. I have, like I say, I've watched win the Champions League. I've been quite fortunate. So, Champions League. Obviously, I've seen when the old UEFA Cup as well. So, UEFA Cup, they're good old days, you know.
I was at, I was lucky enough to be at the Angie game.
I wasn't a season ticket holder, obviously, in the Champions League season, but I used to, pick the odd games because you're young. I used to pick and choose. Up until about 2010, now I stopped. I was a season ticket holder under Pardew. Good. Bloody hell, if only I could get that money back. It's the gaming train, he said it's happening, boys. Can't be fully 100% sure that's going to happen. Actually, before we go to these comments, Lounge, I was going to ask you a question. And this could be a link to the takeover. Now, the Puma deal apparently is running out at the end of the season. And Funny 8 is also running out at the end of the season. Now, does that suggest to you that there will be a takeover?
Potentially, I thought Puma had extended by a year, actually. As for Funny 88, I'd love to keep them just because of some of the stuff on Twitter.
Nothing's been extended. They haven't come out and said the thing is like that for me doesn't fill me with any confidence that they're just going to give a year deal. Like, do you read it for a marketing point of view though? Do you think people are going to buy Puma stuff knowing that they're not going to be there at the end of next season? Not really. They won't sell out.
I guess say, but be interested to see who our kit suppliers are next season and when you sponsor. I mean, we've already seen.
Obviously, the sponsor's going to be the public investment fund. It'll be a big circle in the middle. That's what it'll be. What about Europe? No, that's what it'll be. It'll be the public investment fund. That's just what I'm going with.
Okay.
But what about the kit supplier? Who would you like to see?
Kit supplier.
And Adidas.
Right. I'm thinking Adidas. Maybe Adidas. Maybe just because this supplied us.
Famous on them.
Yeah, supplied us, and I think it was because of Mike Ashley that they pulled out. So it'd be good to have them back again.
Oh, I'm gonna have to put this one up just for Lee from Newcastle Fans TV. This is to you, Lawrence.
Good one, Lee.
Lawrence here, gonna do a review on YouTube. Was that at Gateshead Stadium? I'm sure it was.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Gateshead Stadium, good old Gateshead Stadium. There was a question from the gaming train. Let's have a look. Where was that? Anything was Gunsted Low. Where was it? He basically said, what did he say? As much as I love Rafa, would 100% get Poch as it was me. I'd keep younger players like Hayden, Almiron, and St. Maximin. I think I can't really disagree with that. I think Pochettino, he would be good for a new start, wouldn't you? I think that's what we're saying. We're not denying him. I think he would be for a new start because we've used Rafa before and he wasn't back with proper money, and every fan can echo that. Like, it's a case of bring him in, and we'll be a lot better.
Aye. Do you want to get the comment about Aubameyang?
Sorry?
Just about Aubameyang. I know from what I've read, I think 2016 mentioned, we offered him actually a bigger salary than Dortmund. Kind of showed Premier League money. But I think he just chose Dortmund because, they were getting, ran better, had better, and obviously had much better coaching.
I just think, what it is though as well, I think it's not just that. I think it's down to weekly wages. I think Newcastle probably wouldn't have offered more than what Dortmund would have offered. I thought Dortmund would have offered more. Look where he is at Arsenal now, and the money he's on. You know, we're only paying anything up 80 grand a week. It's not right, you know what I mean? I know you're trying to avoid the dark side of the regime, but do you think they will scrap the United Against Homophobia campaign, given their views? And sorry, but I don't. I hope it continues. Again, not something I'm really going to comment on. Not something I can really comment on, unfortunately. I don't want to get into like the political stuff. I think, you know, for me, you know, it's about focusing on football. We just want to see what's going to happen to the club. Is it going to get bought out? Is it not going to? If it's not going to get bought out, then we don't have to talk about these Saudi people. If it does, then yeah, we can. Obviously, we don't really want to. Football and politics should never be mixed together. I've always said that. Jody, who has been the best manager in Ashley era? Other than Rafa, I would say Chris Hughton still highly.
It could have been Keegan if things hadn't gone wrong for him in the summer of 2008.
You know,
but I'm going to say Hughton.
No, I would say Hughton, right? But the thing is, yes, he had the championship campaign. I get that, and he was, you know, he done well.
I would say that as well.
My only problem is, you know, I would, in a sense, you obviously say Rafa again for the championship, building us in the Premier League. But if it's anything else but Rafa, my other one would say Pardew, because I think if he'd been back properly, I don't think he was. He had his hands tied. Like, fair enough, I thought Pardew done very well with having Graham Cars that is the scout. Obviously, brought the players in. Pardew probably didn't have to say much of them, right? And it went really well. You know, but people forget that he finished fifth. People forget he got with fifth place, right? You got with, then the season after that, right? You got with quarterfinals of Europa League. We're never favourites to get anywhere in that. And after that, obviously, it all went downhill. He went to Palace and that, but we had all these defeats. But the point is, though, right? People don't forget, like, Ashley's still been doing it to this day.
Yeah.
He didn't really, like, I don't think he was really, like, a bit like Benitez wasn't back properly. And you pay the ultimate price.
Right.
Like, people, some of this, Andrew said the same thing. Like, he wasn't bad. I don't think he was awful. I really don't. Every manager, you know, but some managers it can start really well. Other times it can end really badly. I think I don't think Pardew wanted it to end the way it did, but I think the minute Pardew left, I always knew we were going to go downhill and we got relegated. You know what I mean? It's exactly.
Actually, I have to agree with that comment that you've just put up from Andrew. You know, he'd have these good streaks, but then he'd have these awful runs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Pardew was one of them sort of managers. Yes, he was cheap. I didn't know how he was. Obviously, I know he was down the lower leagues, but it was a case of, like, he was good at first, and then obviously, yes, it went downhill. But you've got to blame one person. It's your owner. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, the got on his back, which fair enough, all did. But that's the fact of, like, what's he working with? You know what I mean? Yeah, his tactics were fantastic at times, but he was still working under the regime of what Ashley does. Like, it's the same with Benitez. It's going to be the same with Bruce. Like, yes, people can call them yes men. Right, but the point is, though, nothing's changed. What's changed? You know what I mean? Someone told they've seen. Someone said something about a third kit at Chelsea. Let's have a look at this. I've seen a picture of a new Chelsea third kit where you look like Crystal Palace wearing it.
I doubt they'll have that kit if it's got any blue in it.
I wouldn't know. So actually, there, I think Andrew agrees with the Pardew situation.
I remember actually when our third kit came out, people said we look like Wolves.
Is this this season?
Yeah.
I said Blackpool at first until I noticed how light orange it was. And I thought actually Wolves, yeah. At first it looked dark purple because in the pictures it looks really dark. You think?
I think maybe it's the funny sign being black as well.
They say Great Hughton NX 5th place was our best season finish, so it has to be mentioned. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
you know, it might have ended really badly, but you've got to remember he delivered Europe for the first time since 2007. I think.
Aye.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't everyone's cup of tea. But I think he got. I think Pardew, like, you know what I mean? You've got that big relationship and it works out and then it just falls apart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I think when Pardew walked out of Palace, like, I kind of felt a bit sorry for him. I did. You know what I mean? But obviously, with all his headbutting and stuff, I think he got sick really in the end. You know what I mean? Rafa had his bad moments at the club as well, though the same goes for every manager. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Rafa was the same. Like, you know what I mean? He had some times where we were losing games. Do you know when we got obviously relegated to the Championship and we lost to who was at Fulham and Huddersfield together? We're putting hat on. Yeah, we've got a good moment, yeah, but like, are we looking like promotion contenders? Like, do we even look like winning the league? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a case of when Benitez had never managed in the Championship before, but obviously he brought in some players like, was it Matt Sells, who weren't fantastic, but if it wasn't for like Darlow, who had experience in Nottingham Forest, we might not have actually got promoted. I mean, he built that relationship with Lascelles in the Premier League with Southampton. So I don't know. I wouldn't say we got lucky under Benitez, but they could have went one or two ways.
But yeah, I think everyone had faith with that we were going to go up. Even when we were bad games, you know, 3-1 against Fulham. I think it was maybe when we lost 3-1 against Ipswich when people thought we're going to bottle it. But yeah, I think obviously we spent a lot of money, but we did sell a lot of players because, you know, and those players turned up the previous season, wouldn't have been in that situation.
Well, I remember we played Fulham on a Friday night. It was first game of the Championship season, 16-17. When we lost that game 1-0, and you're thinking, okay, there's a lot of pressure on Fulham because they're at home. When we lost that game, how were you feeling? I don't know, were you a bit concerned, bottom of the league? Obviously, the rest of the teams haven't played, and then we obviously lost to Huddersfield. Were you equally even more like shocked? Because I think I was, ooh,
yeah,
like we're underestimating.
Yeah, you think at home, you think things would be better at home, but that wasn't the case. But you know, it kind of made some changes. You know, I wasn't a fan of. I didn't really like seeing Vernon Anita on the wing. His better position was right back. But obviously, he kind of changed some things up and got out league. I mean, surprisingly, bringing Johan Gouffran turned out to be like important because I remember I think it was Burton on December the 17th. That was like the first game where we didn't start Gouffran but still won.
The game in training, he's honestly proud of Brucey, what he's done this season, but he's here because of that. He won't get anybody else. Obviously, if this happens, he shouldn't stay.
Totally
the thing is, I've always said, I said it last summer, I said he wasn't my man anyway. I think the reason why Bruce took it, because he's from here, he's denied it before, he's obviously managed all these other clubs before us, and he said if he hadn't have taken Newcastle now at this stage of his career, he'd never get that chance, and he got given a 3-year contract now. Do you think Mike Ashley was always in it for a 3-year deal? Because I never seen it like that. I don't think he was ever there to build. Don't know if you have anything different to me.
Maybe Ashley didn't really know that we were going to get a takeover in like a year later. I do agree that you know, Bruce was obviously the cheap option, as you'd probably expect from Ashley. Yeah, I was going to say. But I think as for rejecting work, I think maybe he should have just taken the job maybe when he was at Birmingham.
Question for you, Lawrence. I know me and you watch a lot of non-league. We watch Gates and obviously Blythe. I watch more Gates than I do Blythe. If the takeover goes through, do you think it's going to benefit the local clubs? So I think he's talking about the likes of non-league clubs. Do you think we're going to be able to have that relationship with Gates again? Because I think we lost that, didn't we? Later on with Mike Ashley. We used to have, was it under McLaren we played against Gates, but then since then we've never played them. Like we used to be good. Like, yeah.
I remember we played against them. The under 23 plays against them in 2017. I would have been at that game, but I was on holiday. But yeah, it'd be good to play them again in preseason games, and maybe it's like when we can, maybe to get like the first team, maybe we're under 23 teams playing these local non-league sides in friendly games, where on a date that that suits us both.
Gary Spinney sent us this, and that's quite funny. I do security. Well, quite funny. Anyway, Bruce had more luck than any manager I've seen at NUFC. Well, I think it's because obviously he's managed to turn the season around with changing the formation. Obviously, we can't get away with the fact he was Rafa's formation. I mean, that was plainly obvious. I mean, I used to say it in every video, like he was. It's like Newcastle's statement, just copy and paste the same week.
Aye.
What do you think? Do you think he's been lucky, or how do you look at it? Oh, you go in, so obviously you obviously know a bit more than me. I've caught the season, as I said before, but how do you see Bruce as his time's over?
Maybe he's got, you know, changing the formation for Rafa, and obviously, I was hoping when he did appoint that at least he'd get what we're getting through the first season was the structure that Rafford put in the side. To a degree, I think that actually helped Pardew in his first 18 months. But obviously, at least he has. I mean, it's taken him till February change to actually go with like 4-2-3-1. In terms of luck for matches, I know he's gotten lucky in like games against Palace, Southampton at home, in particular. But to be fair, if we're playing like good, but we're still getting beat, people say we should take more chances, and rightfully so.
A comment here: a takeover at Newcastle could attract investment at Sunderland. Do you think that's true? I mean, my only thing with it,
they'd have to get back in the Premier League first. Sorry?
That's like that. I could see a lot of plastic magnums. No, honestly, if I see the way I look at this, is I could see a lot of plastic magnums. Going from red and white to black and white just to see some, like a bit of history, bit of Champions League, if they the other way,
we did play red and white. Bit of trivia. Bit of trivia. When we first started, when Newcastle United first started, we actually did play in red and white.
Yeah, I know we did.
Yeah.
Glad that was changed. Bloody hell! Imagine being black, red and white, it wouldn't fit. So on a kit just wouldn't fit.
Yeah,
and we also changed the shirt sponsor to a free year for next season, which is your shirt sponsor. Gavin Hall, I think me and you spoke about this before. I think I said it'll be the public investment fund. It'll be the little logo that they've got on the Twitter.
Yeah.
It'll be like the old brown nail circle. That's what it'll be for me.
Yeah.
Most underrated player we've had in recent years. Dummett it's got to be up there. Who would be underrated for you? Who would you class as underrated? Like in the years of Mike Ashley.
I think under Rafa, Dummett started getting like plaudits after he came back from like injury got against Spurs.
I'll remind straight away.
Because I remember in the Championship season, he was getting absolutely slaughtered in the first half. I think maybe he's Manquillo just because getting so much stick, but even when he's having good games, people haven't really been giving him credit for it until this season.
I thought I've always said, it's because everyone's underrated him, and I've said it from day one. I've always rated him because he played for Villa. I've always said Kieran Klopp underrated. And look at him this season.
Yeah.
Even last season, he was a better player. He scored some crucial goals for us this season. If he hadn't done that, we're not winning games. We're not getting points. The game and train says, I know this sounds unreasonable, but I honestly try and get Sancho from Dortmund for the right money. He could come. That's possible, possible.
I think he'd
want. I don't want to get. Don't want to get ahead of myself. But that's the thing. He's built now to get in the Champions League. We're not at that level yet. That's a problem. So it's come too late for us. It would be immense if we could sign someone like Isco as well. Not too keen on Isco personally. That's my opinion. But I don't know about you, Isco.
Potentially, yeah.
You'd take him. A lot of Saudi deal done spoke on Twitter in the last hour from Guy Brush Freakwood. Thing is, Twitter, there's a lot of like going on in Twitter. Though they can see, I could go on there right now and say Newcastle United have been taken over, and everyone will believe it. That's how brutal Twitter is. You know what I mean? Like honestly, I'll only believe it when I see somebody holding up a scarf or holding up a shirt, or I've seen a statement from the club. Then again, we don't even get that. You know what I mean? There's a lot.
But I'd guess we will when if and when it's completed. We've got it.
Yedlin's the most underrated player. I won't say he's underrated, like shit.
Nah.
James Perch, what a player he was. Remember him?
Aye.
We turned into a local player, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right. So, which local players would you like the club to sign? Obviously, we all know Matty Longstaff. We need to get him signed up. Obviously, his contract's running out at the end of the season because technically he was classed as under 20 the season before, wasn't he? So. What about you? Is anybody that caught your eye, or even in Newcastle or Sunderland, or if you know anybody Gateshead or whatever, if they've got a chance, maybe. Obviously,
I'm not really sure to be honest. But maybe players like Tom Allen. You could probably see like again coming on. If we do get preseason friendlies, you can see him potentially featuring them.
And said Sky Sports, we could only believe, I think. So that's what I've been going off for the takeover. I don't know about you. Sorry,
that's kind of that's kind of the case.
Anyway,
Maybe
Lawrence,
like the BBC, also George Corcoran.
Well, that's how I've been doing my videos. Like, you know, when I've been talking about, you know, like Amnesty International, I've been talking about like, you know, the last few videos I've done, that's all been off Sky Sports. Like, I wouldn't talk about something if it didn't look true. Like, I wouldn't just pick up something from the Daily Mail and say, oh, actually, this is true.
Yeah.
Like Pochettino, there was actually something in that because on Monday when they were talking about Steve Bruce only having, what was it, the last 9 games of the season,
Yeah.
and then all that talk was there. I think actually, you know, it could be something. Dude had over 1 million followers and 150k. Take that as it is. Let's have a look. So the comments are in, more coming in. Who is bigger, Sunderland or Middlesbrough, and why don't Newcastle fans hate Middlesbrough like they do Sunderland? But personally, for me, I would say Sunderland are bigger than Middlesbrough, albeit Middlesbrough won a league. Sunderland are bigger than Middlesbrough, and I don't like to say that as a fan. Middlesbrough, for me, I think they're like a Yorkshire side. I think they're not even relevant. Like, I think
plus it's over 10 years since we last played them.
Middlesbrough's a shithole anyway. I didn't really like the place, but anyway, that's my opinion. Got to be careful what I say, but listen, they've won a League Cup, given that, granted. But the thing is, they're more rivals with Leeds than what they are. Like Leeds always talk about Middlesbrough as being the big game. So I've always said Sunderland for me, and obviously that's the derby. That's our derby.
Yeah.
We'll love playing each other.
And
next one, go on, mate, continue.
And also, it's over 10 years, just over 10 years since we last played Middlesbrough.
Exactly. Like, I don't think Middlesbrough, when they say, oh, let's get the big three in, like, I wouldn't be, if Middlesbrough beat us like 6-0, I wouldn't be arsed. I would be arsed if it was Sunderland, but Middlesbrough, obviously you don't want to get beat off them, but I wouldn't be arsed.
No.
John Frusciante, I hope I've spelled your name right, mate. I do apologise if I haven't. Do bear with us. Is it done yet, lad? Not yet, mate. It's not. Nothing's concrete at the minute. Nothing is concrete. Next is from NX. SE bigger than Middlesbrough. Yeah, that's what we were saying. I'll say that right now. Plus, I know obviously they're like the closest club on there. I would like us to bring Luton back from Everton because he has a huge future ahead of him. Darren Gibson's son, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Liam Gibson's brother.
Yeah, the chairman of Middlesbrough, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? I don't know what you think of Lewis Gibson. Do you think he's?
I think he was kind of like, if I remember correctly, he was like a bit of a standout player.
I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of somebody else. It's get this time of the day, but sorry, Lawrence, continue.
I think he was like a standout player in the 23s. So I remember Lee from Newcastle Fans TV was a bit annoyed when we let him go. Now he's done for Everton since. I think only bit I've really seen of him was obviously when he won the World Cup with the England under-17s about a few months later.
My only problem that I've got with Lewis Gibson is, I can't get away that he hasn't got talent. But if a takeover comes in, I think he'll not be looked at. Like, I think they'll look elsewhere. Now when the money comes in.
I do agree.
I know, don't get us wrong, the lad's got real potential, but I don't think they're going to want to go back in for him. They'll probably think, actually, this lad's coming in from such a club, doing really well. He's ready to make the step up. Let's go for it. The gaming train, at the moment, I've been giving that Tom Allen some game time. At the moment, I watched our under-23s versus Middlesbrough under-23s in Bishop, and he seemed mint. So, obviously...
I think you'll get more chances next season, regardless of what happens. But although he might get sent out on loan.
That's the thing. I think if a new manager comes in, I think they'll send him out on loan. Or they'll sell him. Or they'll do something because the new owners, new ideas. People don't understand it. There's a new owner, there's new ideas, new fresh investment. You know what I mean? We don't know where all this money's gone. Now, if people suggest, these people that come in, they're going to invest straight into the club. Not necessarily. Some of them these owners might think, you know what? Work from the bottom upwards. If it takes 5-6 years, it takes 5-6 years. You know what I mean? Jeff Grape said Middlesbrough is the derby. Yeah, exactly. Like, they call it the Tyne Tees derby or the Tees Tyne derby. Like, if we were to lose, I wouldn't be asked. Like, you can have your win, it's fine.
It's a bit like how Southampton fans describe games against Bournemouth. Like, the media think it's a derby, but they don't. I don't think they see it as a derby.
You won't say it's crying in me conflicts the next morning thinking, we've just lost the Middlesbrough. I'm like, what do they want? What do they want like a medal or do they want to hire on a CV of achievements? Honestly, I think it's absolutely pathetic. Like, Sunderland, like, United 6-0.
I think Sophie Barley supports Middlesbrough, works for the Chronicle. I think she has a soft spot for us. So yeah.
No, fair enough. But then you see all these clubs like Sunderland are 6 in a row. What do you want to do? Like, write on your CV if that you actually haven't done since when were you last in Europe? Anyway, NX. But do you think is the best technical player we've ever had? Mine is Beardsley. I couldn't argue with Beardsley, to be fair. Obviously, Gaza was a good player. Rob Lee. Yeah. Let's have a look. There's a one here, Lawrence, that you might be able to answer, and it was fucking hell, the comments are coming through now. I'll not put it on the screen, but Andrew NOC put which Longstaff do you think will have the bigger future at the top level?
I'd probably say Matty judging off this season.
If we get Takeover, I hope it's with us because we could be the top level next, man. We could be classed as the top level.
Yeah.
Don't disturb us.
Yeah.
Anyway, who do you think? What Longstaff for you?
Sorry. It's a difficult one.
Which one do you think will win something? If it's not with Newcastle, which one's got the brighter future?
I'd probably say Matty judging off this season.
Andy Holby said he's checking Twitter. He thinks it's going to be announced within the next 24 hours. Obviously,
don't listen to it.
No, I'm not. The thing is, I've always said with this takeover, it's got to be at the end of next month. And that could be like, maybe another 3-4 weeks ago. We'll have to be patient.
Might be waiting for the end of Ramadan.
The thing is, if it goes through, whatever happens, okay. But what I want to say on Monday is that something's actually happening, like a takeover, because we don't actually know. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if we don't know. Like, we're talking about this, we could be made it look stupid, which fair enough. I'm putting my neck on the line, but the point is, I'll do it for the channel. I don't care. If it goes through, it doesn't. I've always been very skeptical about the whole situation, but go on. Anyway, you continue what you were going to say, Lawrence.
I'd say don't really listen to that. Kind of want to see some dates, like it's going to be announced then, and like not just from one person, like quite a few. It kind of makes us nervous.
We've been talking to such and such a person, and bam, someone comes out with it's not even true. Let's have a look at the gaming train. As much as I like him, if I was Matty Longstaff and got an offer from like a Milan, which he was linked with, as an English player with no pressure, I think he'd be great. Do you think he'd go? Do you think he'd take that move?
No, I think. I think he'll stay, but I think that'll be sorted after a takeover. But I think I don't know if he's gonna want I think he'll want to play obviously alongside Sean with us.
The thing is, a lot of our picks, a lot of our players are going to be obviously in the highlights. Obviously, they're going to be highlighted for the summer because if we get a takeover, a lot of them will obviously not be in the plans. You know what I mean? I've accepted now. If we get a takeover, we're probably going to lose a lot of the players anyway. Even if some of them we've mentioned that 6 players will keep. Majority of them, if they think the future's not there, then some of them are thinking, actually, when we're on the plans, we don't feel like we're going to win anything here. Let's move in. J. Cole, can't get your hopes up and then find out takeovers are going to happen. Don't believe it until it's true. That's the way I've always seen this takeover. I'm skeptical. We can talk about it, but I can't do any more than that. I don't know how you think of it. I can't. Let's have a look.
What's the second bid fake?
There's some saying my opinion on the second bid. I mean, there was talk of Americans, obviously, but I don't even think that's legit. I really don't think that's legit. And then obviously, if the takeover doesn't go through, then we'll obviously be clutching onto straws thinking that's going to go through. Or who are the American people? Do you know? We don't know. I don't know. I think if they're talking about a deposit, then surely we can't pull out now legally. The deal, whatever it said's gone through. Move forward to the Premier League, they're looking into it, but that's what makes me more skeptical. The Premier League still haven't said anything. The rope back to them, for Amnesty International, but they haven't said anything about, about this. My only concern is obviously the money that's being put forward. If a deal doesn't go through and Mike actually pulls the plug, or if something goes on from the Premier League side, they lose money. Matt Stevens lost more money than it's not Thatcher's lost again.
Well, yeah, and you you got to think, if these people are prepared to, all these people going to be prepared to lose that money to get nothing?
But that's what I'm saying. Like nobody really. The thing is, at the minute, we don't know where we're at. Like that's. Do you know what I mean? Like I done a video like last week. My first video was basically to advanced talks. Nobody knows where we're at, and we're nearly 2 weeks later since doing that video, right? And we're still in the same predicament. Like we need an answer on Monday, obviously the 27th. Sunday now.
Well,
I just, I want somebody to come out and say something. That's what I want. I want communication. That C word doesn't actually, it's not a swear word, it's communication.
What was I going to say? I think, usually I think it takes a few weeks to be done. So
but
maybe
there's some 3 to 4 weeks. No, I mean, they said 3 to 4 weeks, so it's not it's not something that's going to happen straight away, like moving businesses around or anything like that. It's a thing is at the club that there's a lot to identify as well. Obviously, if the owners are going to come in, Mike Ashley obviously has to tell them the state that he's left the club in. Obviously, what needs to be invested. Obviously, the same with Stuart Donald when he walked in. He knew exactly what he was walking into at Sunderland.
Yeah,
there's things in Newcastle that need to be addressed. Like you mentioned, the stadium, the facilities. For one, you need to try and win the fans over because we've got bad publicity. Like you need to try and win the fans over. You need to try and do deals in order, like from a business point of view, to get fans back into the stadium again. You know what I mean? Like people enjoying the game, people go to the club shop actually buying stuff, not sports neglect. Because I literally look at the sports shop. Sorry, I look at the club shop and it's literally Sports Direct. I won't buy anything in it. I won't go in it.
I mean,
get your Barcelona.
What they sound like? They've been sounding like Barcelona shirts as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not. That's not all. Like, that's not identity of the club. Like, it's black and white. It's Newcastle United gear, retro from old school to modern day. Not get your Barcelona tops or your Real Madrid tops. And we're not Sports Direct. That's how he's treating Newcastle. If you walk in, you can see it's evident. There's a bit for like other clubs. Like, it shouldn't be. Like, I'm sorry to discriminate against other clubs, but it's not like that's your official club shop. If you want other gear, get yourself a Sports Direct. I'm sure there's plenty.
Exactly.
Oh, actually, no, don't go Sports Direct. Get yourself a DW. Go there. That's what I say.
I think that's where I got the trip from last season.
I've got DW up mine. I'll go with Dave Whelan Sports. Give your money to the athletic chairman, Dave Whelan. Give it to him. Right? Don't give it to Mike Ashley. Joey put it's all down to the NDA, Sharky. That's the reason we've heard now. Yeah. Well, that's true. But the thing is, I'd love for somebody to come out and say something. Rest assured, we know where we're at. Like, we can't keep talking about something where we don't know where we're at. Like, we could be. we all could be making it look stupid in the end if it doesn't go through, regardless. But something needs to be said. What are you gonna say, Lauren?
But I'm just thinking. Obviously, I know. Obviously, this is before I got social media, but I think with Man City, I think there was one word from like the Sheikh Mansour between them signing Robinho and obviously agreeing to buy the club and then completing the takeover. And I think it was like 2 days before it was completed, say it will be done this Tuesday. So maybe it'll be like later on.
He's worried that Dubravka's going to leave.
He was worried.
I don't think he's worried. Honestly, I think if a takeover happens, regardless of Dubravka, for me. For me, I wouldn't be. If I was Dubravka, I wouldn't be worried. I think he's a fan's favourite. The fans know the owner, the potential new owners know that anyway. You know what I mean? He's there. Yeah. He's on a contract anyway.
But it would depend on the manager. If it goes through,
lockdown.
Guess it would have to be like a Zoom or Skype party.
Well, I think all YouTubers will have to have one big massive party if there's no town. I mean, come on. I'll do a live stream. I'm not lost. I'll do one. Let's have a look at the comments. What do you reckon we should do with Freddie Woodman Freddie Woodman if Dubravka is going to be on number one for the next 3 to 4 seasons? What do you think, Lawrence? I think he's a quality keeper, but mainly I had this conversation about a month and a bit ago. I said he might have a future, but he's never going to be number one for a while, so he might end up wanting to move to Swansea. He might be a local, he might.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know. I just don't think he's really.
Well, I think it's a case of if he wants first team football, then unfortunately we cannot promise him it. So it might be like we knew Fraser Forster.
I think for Freddie Woodman, I think he is a quality keeper, but I can't see him. I think he's done now. I think he's another one who will probably just have to cash in on him. He's at that age now where he needs regular first team football, and Swansea's giving him that. And the Championship, it's a competitive division. Swansea, they've got the ambitions of getting back into the Premier League, ex-Premier League club,
and
playoffs. You need competition.
Thing is, he can be replaced as well. Obviously, in a few years, if we're saying, say Dubravka's getting over the hill, and we decide we need a new keeper.
But the thing is, as well, though, we've got a few keepers, obviously in the reserves, like Jake Turner, and that fair enough. It might be a big ask to maybe make him number 2, but a number 2 to the fact where for a fine fact he's still got a while to be number 1. So Dubravka knows he's got that leeway.
Yeah.
So if Jake Turner was to be number 2, you think actually he knows he's probably getting into the first team early, but he's not going to be number 1 if you like. He'd be on the bench. Do you know what I mean? Like a Steve Harper, Dubravka, either go.
Yeah, or maybe it's the new owners might be bringing a goalkeeper with a bit more experience than Woodman and Turner, but it still happens to be number 2.
Document, I'd say a few days just to finalise details. For me, it's difficult to even know what all this is. I mean, legal documents, and so I'm surprised that we even leaked. I mean, were you not surprised when you seen all these documents? I was amazed, mate. How can you even tell?
I wasn't.
How can you even tell people? How do you know that they might be fake? How would you know that those documents that might not have been fake? They might look real, but they're not fake.
I mean,
old. We don't know.
I mean, yeah, sometimes. Because I think last summer again with the BSNG takeover, I think those things that came out of the company's house, and even for the proposed Sunderland takeover earlier in the season, but obviously never it didn't materialise.
There's a follow-up on Woodman. Basically, he needs to move for his future. That's what I'm saying. I think he's a quality keeper. Yeah. I'd love to be number 1, but I think Dubravka, for me, I think we've got safe hands with Dubravka. He reads the game really well. Just look how many saves when he pulls off the game, to keep in the matches. He's super important.
I'm gonna say, I think Dubravka's kind of changed things in terms of standards for goalkeepers.
Yeah. This is the guy
because of his he's 31.
Go on.
He's 31, so it's gonna be a lot harder for us to have backup keepers who are anywhere near as good as, I would say I don't know 20 who they can get better, but are going to be happy to, and aren't too far off the prime, but aren't going to be. But I mean, it's hard to find them who are then going to be happy to sit on the bench.
No, that makes sense. I mean, it all adds up. At the end of the day, I just think for the sake of his career now, I think he just needs to move on. I can't see him being number 1 anytime soon. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for the bloke. He's been warm on the bench for too long now, and obviously Dubravka, obviously, he's been in Europe. He's obviously 31, isn't he now? So he's obviously got a bit more time at first team level in the Premier League. And
in fairness, had Ralph actually got Caballero a few summers back like he wanted, Woodman would probably get his chance.
No, according to Caballero, it was too cold. He didn't want to come up. It's too cold, man.
I'm glad we didn't sign him.
Soft shite. Absolute soft shite. Gavin Harwood said, something always goes wrong for you. You're pro Newcastle fans. Touch wood, it doesn't. I think he's on about the takeover. If something happens, then it goes wrong. Touch wood, it doesn't go. It goes through. Yeah, been down this route so many times before. Right, I'm going to make the last comment then because I'm getting tired. So, Lawrence, do you think the sleeping Newcastle has finally been awoken?
I think if and when it happens, then yes.
I'm going to say no comment. I'm going to be a Mike Ashley and say no comment because, listen, I don't know what's going on. But we are a sleeping giant. I'll definitely say that. But has it awoken? At the minute, it's still sleeping, as I'm just about to go to sleep in a minute because I'm tired. But Lawrence, like I say, mate, it's been a real pleasure to have you on the stream and everybody who's been on tonight. Lawrence, I'll definitely get you on in the future as well. We'll do more streams. Anyway, Lawrence, I'll take it easy, man. I was going to link your YouTube channel, but you don't do YouTube anymore, so. No. But I'm sure we'll get you back on soon.
Yeah.
Get on the fan cams after the new season.
Thanks, Avnus.
No problem. I'll take it easy. Watch what you're doing, mate.
Okay, bye.
See you soon, man. Go easy, man. Right, guys. I'm going to call the stream. This is the stream done now. It's been great while it lasted. You know, talking all things Newcastle, the takeover. I'm sure I'll be back in a few days. We might even be able to get a new one done as well. So yeah, takeover talk. We'll leave it here. You know what? 5 hours, nearly 6 hours of streaming. Wow, bloody hell! I'm getting tired now. So yes, thank you to everybody who's been part of the stream. If you are new and you haven't seen me before, there's a lot of Newcastle content on the channel. If you're a football fan, please go along and subscribe to TOON TV. I am on the verge of 2,800 subs, so you can go along and do that. That would be amazing. We are on the road to 3K, so any help would do the world. Also, don't forget to like the video. If you have liked it, please give it a rating, because the more likes we get, that means that more traffic will come my way. It means more subscribers. So that would be massively appreciated. And finally, follow me on social media, TOON TV on Instagram and Twitter. Give me a follow. I'll give you a follow back. And yeah, we can communicate on there. All me previous or current videos that are on your way will be on Instagram. So there's a lot to do to check on that as well. So yeah, like I say once more, thank you very much for being part of the stream, and make sure that you do all of the following. Follow TOON TV on the road to 3K subscribers, short term 2.8K subscribers, do beg your pardon. And if you can go along and do all of that, that'd be massively appreciated. So yeah, takeover or no takeover, I'm sure you'll have all your comments down below, and you'll be debating more on Twitter. But stay tuned to the channel, and I'll see you all later. Keep it tuned. Bye-bye.